Right. Sorry. I was having technical difficulties, but I'm back.
Ta-da!
Hey.
What's happening, guys?
Oh, are we on the show?
I had to reboot.
Yes, we're
Sorry.
live.
It wasn't reading my mic. So my apologies. But
Did
yes,
you
we're
get a
live.
haircut, Black Phillip?
No.
Right. I just haven't seen you this close. Not since last night, anyway.
No. Same look as last night. And even the same shirt. So.
So, just to be clear, I am Stephen Ransom, not this other Stephen.
Amore. Yeah, no, I heard y'all saying.
Although I am filled with amore, I am not necessarily amore.
It's Amore. The Canadian Spider-Man was coming out. Oh, he said he was gonna.
Good heavens,
Where's
Captain! I just
Scotty?
noticed your last name is Spork. Is that a
Spork.
food reference?
Probably.
Scotty said he wasn't feeling well. Something. He wasn't feeling it tonight. So I'm like, all right, I guess.
Oh, at least he responded to you. Now, why, Scotty, does Black Phillip get a response and not me? Not good enough. Not good enough, Scotty. Tie your
I'm
balls,
special.
Scotty.
I'm
Oh,
special.
fucking shit.
Hold on a second. I need to replay that last few seconds there. Black Phillip, was that a middle finger you used to rub your nose?
Yeah, maybe. Unintentional.
So, Captain,
Well, no, unintentional.
do you-
To be honest.
Do you prefer spooning or sporking?
I have no idea what you mean.
In reference to cuddling on the couch, is it a spoon or a spork that you reference
What?
as a
Can
metaphor?
you describe the difference?
Well,
Spooning
one
means-
might be a little prickly, and the other one might be more of a smooth boat ride.
I'll go with the smooth boat ride, please, for $5.
I see. Okay.
By the way, I'm 100. There's no drinking tonight for me, so because I got too
Yeah,
wasted
whatever.
last night. So, no drinking tonight. Promise. I swear.
Well,
This
that's
is
good.
tea. This is a lemonade tea mixture.
Well, I will
Just
be your
feeling
Sobotai,
rough.
and I will drink for you because you are not allowed to drink.
Right. It got cut off already. Just feeling. Well, Scotty's not up to
Why
it
aren't you
tonight, so-
drinking?
What am I drinking?
No, why aren't
No.
you drinking?
No, yeah, thank you.
Oh, just don't feel like it. Drank
Huh,
too
there
much
you go.
last night. Drank too much last night.
Excellent.
Second, dude.
Mm. That was still a pretty good stream last night. I thought. I don't remember like the last hour though, but
I got so blurry. I was like actually a little embarrassed. I'm like, God, I hope nobody takes this the wrong way after all the stuff we were discussing that night earlier. I just literally was starting to see like 8 captains and 5 Black Phillips and like 2 sci-fis. And I was like, I gotta
sci-fi.
go. I could barely even think straight at this point. I was just
That's
I was tired. I was tired.
so it was
I
still a
think I
fun show.
slept till like 10:30 this morning. You know.
Yeah, I slept in too. Like, ooh. Yeah, Scotty's not coming. Well,
Not good
That's
enough,
all right.
Scotty.
He's too white for the channel anyway.
right.
I prefer to be the whitest man on the panel.
Someone in the Cinema Gold, so maybe Cinema Gold will show up. So
Yeah, there we go. Cinema Gold.
I don't know if you know who Cinema Gold is, Stephen Ransom, but he's another
I've heard him
good
mentioned.
friend. Mm-hmm.
I've heard him mentioned, and I've seen him in his streaming laboratory.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's a good guy, and his channel's great, awesome stuff. I mean, he's been on YouTube longer than anybody that I've known. So yeah, hopefully he'll be able to show up.
So, Captain, how was your meeting with Dillard? Did you finalize a cover, or did you say you're going to wind up going with multiple incarnations?
No, fuck that.
What does that mean?
Absolutely not. One incarnation. That's your lot.
But what?
Yeah,
No
he's working
variant
on the comic
covers.
book cover. Good. The variant covers is nothing but a trope at this point.
Exactly. It's just bullshit. Exactly.
Yeah, it's just a merchandising nonsense.
multiple covers.
I remember
Well,
that.
variant comic.
Do you remember that, gentlemen? When it was like 18 different Wolverine covers? Like, even if he wasn't in the book, somehow Wolverine wound up on the friggin' cover.
Exactly.
Yeah,
None of that.
that was such bullshit, man. It's like you had to buy and bag all of them if you wanted to be a true collector. It was bogus marketing nonsense.
Oops, who's that? Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to see if I can invite more people.
And
So what's Scotty here with?
Tried to get him. He said he's not coming on, so.
yeah, no
I'll tell
worries.
you
You
why.
know. Oh, come on. Let's not make it personal. There's no need.
He just
There's
said he
enough
wasn't
reasons for
feeling.
Scotty
He
not
just
to
said he
be
wasn't feeling it tonight.
I'm allowed.
Yes,
What
thank
the
you.
fuck? What are you, my dad? I'm allowed to fucking ask. You're not my
Yeah, no,
fucking
you're allowed to
dad.
ask. Just don't
Back
turn it into
off,
a personal thing. That's
You're my
all.
fucking boss.
I'm
Back
not.
the
I'm your
fuck
buddy.
off.
I'm your friend. I'm your ally.
I'm asking why Scotty's not here. I've not heard from Scotty in 36 hours. And given the up and down nature of our relationship, I think I've got a right to inquire as to his physical, mental, and emotional state when he's not calling back. For all I know, he's fucking dead.
Yeah,
Well, he's
but we
not.
now
He's
know
just
for a
not.
fact he's not.
I like friends that let me know they're alive. Excuse the fuck out of me.
I am sorry. I don't mean to make it a thing. Sorry.
He just
I'm
said he was
sorry.
feeling rough
Telling
tonight.
me
That's
not
all
to
he
do
said.
shit. I'm the captain. I do what the fuck I like. When I'm doing something, don't tell me not to do it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
He just told me he
I'm
just
the
wasn't feeling
captain.
it tonight. That's all. So I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna push.
I'm not asking you to.
Maybe maybe I could convince him. We'll see.
I find this reference to an up and down in the relationship to be ironic metaphor.
Isn't it just though?
Like a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, or like a bouncing on top of somebody else's body kind of a thing.
Oh, nice.
I just imagine a big red fluffy couch with like two people just getting it on, with one person getting all the up and down they need for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that
Yes.
boom boom chang, get a little saxophone music in there, maybe some bass guitar. Yeah, spruce that shit up like 1972.
All right. See if I can get some more people to come on.
Oh, Black Phillip, perhaps
Yes.
somebody should get a wrench in the chat. I don't see any wrenches in your chat.
No, I don't use wrenches.
Okay. But poor is Canadian Spider-Man all by his lonesome in the chat? Hey, Canadian Spider-Man, are you still there? I don't see any activity in the chat.
Oh yeah, Black Phillip, I'm blocked from your chat, by the way.
Get out of
Mine?
town, really?
Well, I've been writing chats and there's fuck all showing up, so yeah.
All right, I'll unblock you. Hold on.
Awkward.
1 second. 1 second. I'll unblock you.
Are you top or live? Are you top chat or live chat? Captain?
1 second. 1 second. Hold on. How do you unblock somebody?
Oh, and by the way, Captain, that stream you're having with PD, was it PDJ, and Carol?
Oh,
That was
PDB.
actually a pleasant format. I don't know. I know that there was other things going on with that whole situation, but you chatting with the chat live in the chat while we just listened to your backyard live on camera was actually a very soothing live stream. You should consider doing that occasionally. It's
Good
actually very
idea.
pleasant.
Agreed.
It was very
And
pleasant.
The viewer numbers are quite healthy, relatively. So you're right.
How do you unblock
That's what
somebody?
I'm going to do. I'm going to do chair streams from now on. The
Well,
less
not
I
necessarily
talk-
now on, but certainly occasionally. It's nice to kind of clear the air.
Yeah.
Just turn it into a language chat as opposed to a verbal chat. You know, it was And it seemed the conversation seemed to be going pretty solid in your chat stream as well. So
There's
I don't know.
something in that.
Yeah, there is something in that.
These days, you have to actively broadcast silence. It's the only way to get some.
Well, we occasionally heard birds and the breeze passing by and the tinkle of your spoon in your tea can, your tea.
Tourists
uh,
getting tortured.
Yeah,
cries for help.
it was actually very, very pleasant. You have a gorgeous backyard. That shot of your backyard is actually a very pleasant view.
Oh, nice.
How do you unblock somebody? In the chat. I'm serious. I'm being serious. Serious question.
I know you are. That's why it's funny. Black Phillip, are you aware of the concept of people being more funny when they're being serious?
Right.
Well, let's ask Canadian Spider-Man. He's a wrench, or in some of the people's chat. Canadian Spider-Man, any suggestions on how to unblock somebody from the chat? I know that Canadian Spider-Man's been around the block a few times, and a couple of mulberry bushes as well.
Private chat. Maybe see me. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
So, is everybody commando tonight?
Seriously,
It's too
I have
hot
no
in Los
band.
Angeles for a shirt.
I have no band. Guess it's no band. I can't figure it out. One second. Everybody so quiet.
I'm curious, where is Sci-Fi Nation tonight? Not that necessarily Sci-Fi Nation can be a handful sometimes, for sure.
Everybody can. We all are.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Pretty much.
He
all
was several sheets to the old vapor the other night, man. Good heavens! When Rough Girl got on there, I thought he was going to start wolf whistling. I swear, it was like pretty insane.
Yeah, she showed up. She showed up at the beginning of mine too. That was pretty fun.
Yeah. No, it was on your channel that the whole thing went down. That was fantastic. You guys were like slobbering puppies, and she was just giggling a half dozen friggin' giggles. It was hysterical. The whole routine was a joy to watch.
Yeah, she loved it.
Yeah, she did. She did. I kept trying to intervene, and she was like, "Shut the hell up! Let these boys lick my feet."
Yeah,
you missed it, Captain. I don't know if you were there for any of it. Did you check out any of that?
I don't think he dropped in until later, a little later.
Yeah. Well, you never know. We had several people in. There were several people not verbal in the chat, so you never know who's lurking.
So let me see. Use Google. Just go Google. Unblock.
And that was funny, Black Phillip, when the guy showed up from Australia and then he disappeared, and like Daniel was like half on the panel, and we showed his trailer and he didn't even comment on it. That was like so bizarre. It's like if I brought a trailer to a channel, that was like really weird. It was like Sci-Fi was like half into it, half not into it. He barely even greeted his people. It was so hysterical, man. It was like, what is going on this panel?
I know, right?
Sci-Fi was all advertising how much his girlfriend loves him, and how he's probably never going to marry her. It's just like, good heavens, Sci-Fi Nation. Let's start a twerking channel, why don't we? Jesus. Hello, Edge of Time.
Oh, Edge of Time is here.
I see some new face in the chat.
Yeah, Edge of Time's been on my channel, on my show too, a couple times. Yes, you're welcome to come on if you want. There's a link in the chat. I'm still trying to figure out how to unblock somebody from the chat. Weird.
Well, I guess the question is there, where's the error? More than likely, the captain is correct that there is some sort of a timeout issue going on, but you never know these days. StreamYard and YouTube get really bizarre sometimes.
I know,
especially with so much of I swear, YouTube, you go look down, my recommendations list is completely filled with angst against Rings of Power. It's like, good grief, do I need to take a vacation from YouTube for a couple of weeks? Is this going to blow over? I'm so sick of the conversation.
Yeah, I haven't even watched the show. I was thinking about watching the show. I was gonna watch it tonight, but obviously I had to stream. So,
well, I understand it that if you have a dog in this race, it's worth watching the show just to figure out where your dog is in the lineup. But it just seems to be, angst. All I hear is angst. Everybody just being like, "Yep, I told you so. Look, see, here's evidence. It's proof. This thing is exactly what we thought it was going to be." It's a damn shame that the art direction is perfect, that the visual effects are pretty much on point through the whole property, but the story is just written by 12-year-olds.
That was always the fear I had. Like, such an expensive show. You put what, $500 million into the damn show, and
yeah, God only knows what where that money.
Well, I'll have to watch it first. I don't want to break my law and talk about it without even watching it yet. Right. So
yeah, no, my big review take on the whole thing prior to watching it or prior to watching any of the live reviews was I refuse to give cuddles and hugs to something that openly hates me.
Right.
It's like the ex-girlfriend. It's like the evil ex-girlfriend routine. Amazon has openly told me that this property is not for me, and if I have an issue with it, I should go fuck off. That's been the open message in every single one of their news releases. It's horrible.
That's hilarious.
Why would I even bother? It's like, I'm trying to hit on this girl, and she's turning around and going, "Honey, this ain't for you. Get away, white boy." I just like, enough. I'm done.
Damn, I'm going to do this. Still trying to figure it out. It's weird.
What do you think, Edge of Time? I see you said Wangs of Power. I completely agree. That's exactly what it was. Maybe perhaps Wangless Rings of Power or Cock Rings of Power.
There you go. Now we're getting somewhere. Sorry, 1 second. Still trying to figure out how to unblock Cap from the chat. I literally am trying to. It does sound like I'm, not trying to do anything. I'm trying to do something. So,
how's it going over there, Captain? You making yourself some tea or something?
It's going fine, and I'm not. But you're right. I should. I'm going to go make myself some tea right now.
Yeah, while we're, just getting the show rolled up and, smacking a lighter to the tip of it and making sure it's glowing on the ends before we get, deep into the show. Cup of tea. Make sure that pot's warm enough so you can brew yourself another and let it steep over. And, let's have a good time.
Right. Have a good time.
That's right.
Okay.
Happy days. Who needs Scotty? I'm here.
He's a pretty good substitute for Scotty. I don't know. He still has. Well, he responded, but I tried to get him to come on, but he's like, "No, I'm not feeling it tonight." I was like, "Well, that sucks."
And that's confirmation so that the captain can sleep well tonight. That Scotty is alive. There may be other issues involved in his denying us the pleasure of his company, but at least he's alive. We know he's alive. So there's future opportunities for him to be an asshole to all of us in the future.
Right, that's the important part.
Exactly. That's what we're to expect from Canadians.
Okay.
And I'm still convinced that Sci-Fi Nation is just living in the Cuba section of Canada. I don't care what you want to call it, Michigan or whatever.
Cuba.
He is in the offshore southern region of Canada, just on the other side of the lake. Which he is. Technically, Michigan is just the other side of the lake.
Let's see. Looks okay. Yeah, at the time said looked horrible. Not sure.
At the
LOTR.
time.
It's being the second age of Middle Earth. That's fake news title.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's a damn shame. What a
there you
lost opportunity. They could have made $1 trillion if they had just followed the lore. I don't know what they're trying to pull off. They had 1 billion fans ready and waiting to just dump buckets of cash on Amazon, and they just kicked everybody in the shins like it was a friggin' school play. It's just terrible. Absolutely terrible what they're doing. The IRS should be looking into their laundering operation because they jeopardized the property before it even hit the screen. They isolated and alienated an entire population of the fandom on purpose, openly, publicly.
Right. And then to say it wasn't going to even be based on any of the books, or
They were openly suggesting that the books were bogus in their opinion.
oh yeah, and you're going to try to sell a Lord of the Rings show by doing that, completely changing
I don't
the whole
understand.
lore of.
It's like there should be an international regulation disavowing anybody that does that to an old IP. Certainly an IP that its statistics are on parallel with books like the Bible, for Christ's sake. You know? It's like, how are they allowed to even do such a thing? They bought a property and now they're destroying it? Isn't that a form of laundering? Undermining the value of a property like that? Are they going to take a loss now?
Sounds like something they did to another popular IP, not named Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. But imagine if you did the same thing to your own house. Like you own a property and you forcibly, openly, and publicly devalue your property so that you can get more money for it because it's devalued. Or you could sell it easier because it's devalued. But everybody knows that you did it on purpose, like arson, right? Like it's an insurance fraud.
You found it. Who knows exactly? Who knows? I mean, what did they stream this day? Did they put all the episodes, or is it just like one episode? The show.
Excuse me.
Is it just?
I think they released the first couple of episodes, maybe. Excuse me.
Yeah. You definitely sound like Scotty. Scotty always has coughing fits. Perfect.
I think they released the first couple of episodes, and that was it. I think. God, it's got to be like 90 degrees, and it's 9 o'clock at night. It's so fucking hot.
Welcome to Texas. Well, that's 82 degrees right now in Texas. It's usually hotter than this. So.
Yeah, it's the heat that we experience in September. It's like being underneath a magnifying glass. It's like even in the shadows, the concrete gets so hot that it retains its heat all night.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy desert heat. It's I can't imagine how Lawrence went through this in World War I, nonetheless. Sitting next to an armored car. It's like, how the hell did those guys survive that? God bless them.
All right. Still trying to figure this out. I'm even chatting with the with the StreamYard support.
How's that tea, Captain? What are you brewing tonight?
None of your beeswax. Fuck off.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Where did that come from?
From his heart.
From the charm school of Black Phillip. Have you sent that apology to Tiger Stripes yet, Black Phillip? Have you sent that apology to Tiger Stripes, like I said?
Who's Tiger Stripes?
Oh, for fuck's sake. The person that you offended on my channel when you came onto it like a bull in a china shop.
No.
That is a bull in his avatar, isn't it?
It's a goat. It's a demonic goat.
I see. So it's more like a giant goat in a china shop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually who Black Phillip is. That's it's the origin of my name is just from the
Right, it's a
demonic
bit of folklore,
goat.
right?
Yeah,
He comes and takes the souls of those that dislike him or something like that.
right. Exactly.
I completely agree, Edge of Time. If they say you're not supposed to be the target audience, well, who are we to disagree with them? Yes, Edge of Time says, I'm not the target audience, so I will try to avoid watching. It can only take away from my headcanon, and we all need to protect as much of our headcanon as possible. Both of them,
Right.
the one in our cranium and the one between our legs. Both heads are important.
Well said. That's funny.
And they're both canon, one mental and one physical. So we're all bi-canonical, I guess, in that way.
Oh my God.
What are you unwrapping, Captain? I'm so curious. You've got me deeply entranced with your crackling.
Opiates.
Nice.
I see. All right, so I got to do it through.
Those are the best kinds of idiots, aren't they? The opiates.
Hello, Cherie, the lovely Cherie.
Hello, Sherry. Lovely Sherry. We had Rough Girl on Black Phillip's panel yesterday. She was an absolute charmer.
Hey, he's Ashley.
Hey, Ashley.
Hey there, Stephen Ransom.
How are you doing, young lady?
Oh, there goes the fucking live stream. Never mind, we were having a good time.
Cool. Fuck you, Captain.
Oh, go fuck yourself, Ashley.
Oh, you know it's
yes.
all the time.
It's fine. So I have to do it through YouTube, not StreamYard. Okay.
Are you still
Have you
doing
heard
it,
from-
Philip? My God, you are so slow.
He's working on it, though. He's working on it, and there's no
Working
alcohol
on it.
fueling
He
his
hadn't
brain.
blocked me in the first. Can you see
This is
what
what
this
happens when I'm not
children
around
I have to deal
alcohol
with,
in the
Ashley?
system.
He blocked me. Went
Oh,
the little fucking
actually,
knickers and
Ashley,
blocked
I love
me.
you, Sherry.
Any ideas, Ashley, on how to unblock somebody from your chat? Black Phillip is trying to work that out for the captain. It seems that there's a block on his chat.
Yeah, I did that once. I don't know how to walk you through it though.
I see. Okay. I just figured I'd ask. You're definitely more experienced than I am.
It's got a message from Cinema Gulp. When are you guys going on? Half an hour ago. For fuck's sake.
Oh, that Cinema Gulp, such a kidder.
Tell him to get his gulp on here, Captain. Tell him to get his
on
gulp
there, Cinema
on
Gulp.
here. Get his
Are you
cinematic
trying to
gulp
give me
on
orders
here.
again? Can you see what I'm dealing with, Ashley? He thinks he's a superior officer.
Who does?
Cinema's not much better because obviously he's like, way ahead of you, but he's like, you on now? I don't see it, so now I'm going to have to write back. That don't mean it ain't happening, soldier. Fuck's sake. Yeah, do you know what I mean, Ashley? This is why I'm the captain. I'm just surrounded by fucking knuckleheads. Ashley, you're a half decent trooper. Get up on that 50, start spraying. As soon as you see any movement, just start pumping away. All right?
Cherie
What the
says
fuck what are you
hello.
talking about? I need
If
you to slow
they
down.
look, if they run, they're Viet Cong. If they stand still, they are well trained Viet Cong. Just shoot them all. God will know his own. Get
All
up
right,
on that 50, Ashley.
Kill them all. That
Just
got
get up on
that
that
got
50. Oh, hi, Cherie. Your hair looks lovely.
You're very fucking loud. You don't let anybody talk there, Captain. Just talk.
Just get up on that fucking 50 and get blasting. We'll have a nice conversation about your nails later.
Fuck all that. Sherry, how are you, sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I was talking to you, Captain. I was talking to the little Sherry. Thank you very
I
much.
don't give a fuck.
Sure, you had a birthday this week.
I know that. So that's why I said it.
I'm literally having
Uh-huh.
to tell him that's why I'm the captain.
You're captain because you don't want to be called Cockney no more. That's all.
No, I was the captain anyway. Duh.
Cherie's
Oh, yeah,
about to
Captain
pass out.
Cockney.
Ashley, just as a
You're right.
hypothetical, Ashley.
Yes, Captain.
No, it's all right. I'll tell you later.
Good night, Sherry.
Just always
Good
call
night,
me the
Sheree.
captain, Ashley.
Thank you for showing up in the chat. Have a good night.
Oh, night.
Make sure you fall down on a bed. Don't fall down the
What did you
stairs
say, Captain?
if you're gonna.
I'm getting a message from Cinema Gulp. Cool. Well, I don't see it. Well, so I wrote him again. Well, unfuck yourself.
Don't see it. That's a sentence. Tell
I
him it's in
don't
his
need to
chat.
hear your problems, you knuckleheads. Just get up on that 50. For fuck's sake, we're never going to get out of this fucking sandburn.
Spray the field.
No, you're
Spray the
right.
field.
Tell you what, maybe Cinema Gulp's right. Maybe this show isn't happening. No, you're right. It's not your perception, Cinema Gulp. It's reality. You're right. This show.
And where's
Hello,
Cinema
folks.
Gold talking
Welcome
at? I
to
don't see
You
it.
Must Be Fucking Dreaming. And also, welcome to Talking Over the Punchline. What? Who spoke? Who's fucking talking?
I fucking did. I said I don't fucking see Cinema Gold when talking, so I don't understand what's going on.
Miss Cinema Gold.
We're
What was that one?
just having a jolly good time, Ashley. We're all
We'll
very
have
much
a
having
real
show
good
time.
time.
We'll have a
Now
good
get up
Captain
on
Well.
that
Well.
goddamn 50 and spray the motherfucking field, would you?
Exactly.
Do as the captain orders! On the double! Spray that field!
Exactly. I'm not a committee.
Chip, chip, cheerio.
Put the brass down on that field like it didn't owe you any money at all.
You got money for fake mustaches?
See,
I like
this
mustache
is
fries.
real. This is all
But not really
real.
when they have mustache. It hurts and kind of tickles sometimes. It all depends.
This is all real right here. See,
Wait, did you just say mustache fries? Do they make such a thing? Is there a mustache
Fries?
french fry?
Right?
mustache
Now you
right.
sit on a dude's face and you ride that shit. What?
Brace yourselves.
That
I'm
would
going to
be
have to
a
take you guys into the
mustache
shower in a
Sorry,
minute.
my bad.
Uh-oh.
What'd you say? It's a saddle?
Yeah, could it be a mustache saddle?
Listen,
Oh, it could be. I like that.
I guess it depends upon which way you're facing. If you were facing away from the nose, then the mustache would become the back of the saddle.
it says you're not blocked, Captain. What?
That's true.
You're not
Oh, have you got a link to
Unblock,
Cinema
Sherry
Gulp yet?
says. To unblock, go on the person's channel, click on 3 dots on the top right and hit unblock. That sounds almost too simple to be true. Are you a reliable narrator, lovely Sherry?
Jesus, if it's that simple, I'm
Sherry's
the biggest.
It probably is.
I know, but she has got lovely hair, though.
She does. And look at those
And
eyes.
it's
They're
just told them,
just-
boo on you, Captain, for not knowing.
They're almost pleading. Love me. Love
Oh, I
me
know
the
how
way
to
I
do it,
need
but
to be
I'm not
loved.
telling this knucklehead. I'm going to make it easier for him.
Well, if you
What?
want, isn't he undoing it to you, unblocking you?
Yep.
I'm trying to do the favor, but
Well,
you
then
can
if
do
you
what
want
they
him
get.
to watch
tell
it,
me
why
what
would someone
help
do it?
me and be a dick about it.
That's kind of dick.
I'm actually trying to make it right.
Did I ask you to block me?
How many times have you blocked me, you
No,
idiot?
no. This is you. No. Just unblock
Oh,
me,
you two are
bitch.
petty. Listen, you two are petty little girls. Stop
Trying
that now.
to.
This is what happens, Black Phillip. This is what happens when you block motherfuckers. This is the amount of trouble you just derail
You
your
black
entire
people all the time. Don't be a damn hypocrite.
If you weren't such a pathetic big girl's blouse. Oh, hello.
Hello,
Who's
Edge
that
of Time.
symbol?
Greetings.
Ah,
boys.
edge of time.
Edge of Time. Hello, Edge of Time. Welcome to my channel.
Well. Just as we're having a
Hey,
meeting.
Edge of Time. Do you know how to unblock people?
Nah, I'm not
Lovely
the.
Sherry, what
savvy.
is possible that it's a possibility that you're an unreliable narrator, or it's a possibility
hair
that your
like that,
eyes
she
are
can afford to
pleading
be.
for love?
Top right and hit unblock.
She don't need no love. She said, I do it by my own self.
I did,
I
but they're
do
just
want to meet
they're
you
looking at me
and
with such
really cook
compassion.
for me. That would be feasible.
The 3 dots are also called the burger for those of you in the IT
You don't
world.
need no stinking man.
The burger. Click the burger. So hit.
Who are you?
Good.
This is Edge
I
of
don't.
Time.
Yes, hi Ashley.
said,
I've
"Who
seen
are
you
you?"
around.
I
I've
said, who are
not
you? I
been
didn't
on
say,
a
how are you? But how are you?
stream.
Ashley,
And
Edge of Time, Ashley.
Stephen Ransom.
Hello, sir.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Hello. Greetings.
Hi, babe.
So it's hot. Everyone's in the best of spirits.
Yes,
Mhm.
we're all
No
we're all
one's
trying our
drinking the
best.
spirits.
No,
Nah,
I am
not tonight.
smoking some
Not
spirits.
tonight.
All right, we're
Black
invoking
Phillip can't handle his
spirits.
ale. Gets his Stevens
And,
confused.
That's not fun.
It's possible.
I'm not trying to get. Mm-mm. It is possible. I'm not trying to get fucked up, though. Cool.
Captain, what's the
fucked
temperature
up
over
enough.
there?
I don't know. What do I look like? A fucking thermometer?
He's in the middle of winter.
It's winter
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
why I'm
Use
asking.
it. Winter.
Yeah, use your app, bitch.
Wow.
My bad.
Got a weather app? Look it up. Yes. What are you, Mr. Fucking 20 questions over in the corner? What are you, a fucking Fed or something? Every
I'm
5
a
minutes, this
performer
motherfucking
on
asshole.
someone's
I'm gonna
panel.
ask you. Hey, from now on, your name's going to be Stephen Questions. Hey, Captain, what are you doing? What are you eating? What are you drinking? What are you smoking? What are you doing over there? How many bitches you got over there? You going down on her or she going down on you?
The captain is
trying to-
turning on me, Black Phillip. He's turned
It's
on
called-
me. He's turned
I'll
on me,
turn
Black
on all of
Phillip.
you. I'd turn on all of you.
I know what
Yeah,
setting I
whatever.
have to put up with.
Whatever. Oh, good. Whatever.
Yeah,
Good comeback. I see you've been to the Scottish School of Witty comebacks there. Whatever. Quick, write
You
that
like
one down,
that,
Black Phillip. I
right?
might use it later.
You know you love it.
She said whatever. Well done, Ashley. Got any
I
other
think
witty,
I don't
devastating
give a
rejoinders?
Yes, I've noticed that when in relationships, when someone says whatever, it really is like a gentle fuck you. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've ever since. Funny you should say that. 20 years ago, whenever someone says it to anyone, whether it's me or someone else, I just very plainly say, in my book, whatever means fuck you. As calmly and plainly as possible, you should see the firework it kicks off. Because whatever basically, whatever you just said, I don't get you. Whatever is basically go fuck yourself in not so many words. And people need to be
I
aware.
mean,
When
it pretty
someone
much
says
is, though, right?
someone says whatever to you, Ashley Lynn, they're saying, Ashley, go fuck yourself. That's what they're saying.
Running.
And
Not
I
me.
say, I
We
don't
should
fucking care.
Yeah, whatever.
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 We
I
just say
don't
bless.
fucking care.
We just say bless your heart. That's the same thing.
Oh, my Lanta.
No, I'm not wearing a condom. Whatever.
Ooh, that's
You
weird.
know what I mean?
That was
I
actually
can't-
fun.
I
That was
can't-
actually funny.
I'd like the word grody to come back.
Sitting on the computer?
Remember, people would be like, "This candy bar is grody."
You're right, lovely Sherry. We just let him
When Lizzle-
believe whatever he wants to believe because he's the captain.
He's the captain.
I would never appear on such a grody podcast.
Well,
Grody.
Gag me with
According
a
to
gravy
Google-
ladle.
it's 58 degrees Fahrenheit in New Zealand right now, or thereabouts,
58
roughly.
in winter?
That's the entirety, eh?
That's warm.
Well, it's a general idea in New Zealand.
Yeah,
and,
no, it's very,
a general
it's very cold.
idea
I
is
can tell you, I had the fire on earlier. It's still winter here. It's a sunny day,
Because-
and yet it's cold. Maybe it's a badly designed house.
the captain commanded that I no longer ask questions, but use the goddamn device to answer my own questions, Black Phillip. I am not to ask the captain questions if I have
Yeah.
not done the research
Well,
myself.
I mean, you're more than welcome
Weather-
to ask. But I'll just
weather
give you
is
a
your friend.
snarky answer.
Phone is your friend.
It's possum
Yes.
season, though. We know that
Yeah.
much. All you can
Exactly.
shoot and
Somewhere.
eat.
Yep. Yep. All eat and shoot.
Where are you at on the planet, Edge of Time?
I live where all of the YouTubers live.
What's that,
The
Texas?
don't-
YouTube.
Yeah, pretty much.
I am all the voices in your head.
Let me put it this way. Let's see. I live north of Anti-Derivative Jill and south of let's see, who else do we know? Something like that. Yeah.
Texas. I'm in San Antonio.
Yeah, good grief. I'm in Los Angeles, California. I mean, is this going to be a anti-dox panel here?
Yeah.
I'm in Delaware.
I'm not looking for a street address, but a general state location or time zone would do, I'm sure.
I'm just making a joke about everybody that's on YouTube panels seems to be from Texas or they want to move to Texas. Like Gary moved to Texas. So
yeah.
Like when you ask me where I'm from North Texas because everything north of Oklahoma would be North Texas. So.
Dallas area. I'll be right back.
You never heard this joke? This is a military joke. Like if they don't know where you're from, they assume you're from Texas because Texans assume everybody's from Texas and nothing else exists.
Right.
No. This
that
is
one
a little
joke
trivia.
In that Tom Cruise time loop movie. What is it? Rinse, repeat, whatever it is over there.
Vanilla Sky.
No, the other one where he's fighting aliens and he gets the power to like loop time like Groundhog's Day, right?
Groundhog Day.
Anyway, in that one, he asks the drill sergeant, "You're from the United States?" And he goes, "No, sir, I'm from Kentucky."
Yeah.
Which I thought was just a brilliant joke because that's the way those guys are. It's like no, I'm within the United States of the United States.
Because you say like I'm from Oklahoma, and they're like, you must be from North Texas. I've never been to Oklahoma, implying that it's all Texas. But Texas
you talk to some guys in the UK, and that's the impression you get that like they assume that most of America has either the attitude of Los Angeles, Hollywood, or Texas in general. Those are the only two opinions in the United States. Shoot your guns in the air or throw your guns in the vault, one or the other. That's it. It's so weird. It's like not true. There's so many other opinions in this country. It's like not even funny, but that's the way most of the world sees us. We're Trump or Biden, one way or the other, and that's about it. It's horrible.
Boy. That's rough either way you look at it.
Yeah, isn't it? Right? Like, Jesus Christ, those are the only two choices we've got. Sorry. I apologize for my country. Christmas stockings.
I apologize for my state's representation.
It's like hard to agree with anybody at this point. It's like two sides of a fence that's broken.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's funny that he's poking the bear. He's like, you guys are dangerous. Like, what? Anyway, maybe we should stay away from politics. But I find Biden saying MAGA is dangerous to be laughably funny.
Oh, at this point, it's like watching WWF at the height of their fame. It's it's so fake. It's not even funny. It's
McMahon sell WWE.
What was that?
Didn't McMahon sell WWE? Did he sell it? Did I hear that correctly? Or no?
I didn't know McMahon owned it.
I think Black Phillip would be the man to ask on this subject.
Yeah, dude, it's your show. Wake up. Okay.
He's not drinking tonight, and it's not looking good for us. Perhaps there is mental fuel in alcohol after all.
Come on here.
That's right. We're going to have to command you, Black Phillip, to drink tonight and not tea. So, Ashley, can I ask you a question to ask the captain since I'm forbidden? I mean, I can ask, but he's going to kick me in the nuts.
I'll ask him.
So that means you're basically putting someone else in the firing line. Oh, this is great. I can't wait for. Thanks for the warning.
I come from California. I can't help my soyness, Captain. I can't help my soyness.
I'll say in advance, I can't believe you asked such a dumb question. Right, what is it?
All right, I'm back.
I'm so intimidated, Captain.
No, it's about time.
It's terrible. Trembling in my boots, Captain.
Somebody want to ask you what about WWE?
Wrestling. Did Man sell the WWF? Was there a sale
No,
of the
he
WWF
retired.
recently?
WWF, that's World.
He retired.
Oh.
He retired, and his daughter and Triple H, who is his son-in-law, that took over.
Oh, no shit.
Question
Wait.
answered.
Hold on.
So,
Okay.
Rip
No,
Wrestling, is that the conclusion?
I still watch it tonight. I watch it all the time.
So it's just as it's no worse
pretty
for
much
the
just-
passing of the torch.
Yeah, right.
It's gotten a lot better since Triple
That's
H
what I
took
thought it
over.
was, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, that's good. So the
Got a
son
lot
is
better.
making good.
Yep, the son-in-law is doing a good job.
Good
Making
for
it
him. Good for him.
making it watchable again. If
I
so
think
to
it's
speak.
about time. I think it's WrestleMania that comes around on my birthday. March 30th is my birthday. So what's the big one that's right around that time every year?
WrestleMania.
Yeah, okay.
WrestleMania is usually in April.
Well,
There's
March
one tomorrow.
30th.
Actually, it's taking place in the UK. So
He uses any
I gotta wait.
Well, I miss the British Bulldogs. There were some good wrestlers right there. Fun.
I was born here, Sherry. I can't help that. You can't help where you're born. But yeah, no, I like the British Bulldogs too. You know,
Teddy bears can be scary. We just watched a trailer. Black Phillip and I watched a trailer about Winnie the Pooh, the horror movie.
we need a Pooh horror movie.
That is kind of
Yeah, must be in the must have run out of copyright then.
Yeah, the copyright just went public. That's why we got the Christopher movie with Ewan McGregor. That's all because of that public domain nonsense. Last ditch efforts to abuse the property.
Just mess with that head cannon.
All over.
Yeah. They just can't help themselves when it's on its way out the door. That's why we got all those Victorian films in the 90s.
Well, you know, if it wasn't for chicanery, Mickey Mouse would be public domain at this point.
Tell me about it, right? I mean, Disney has like a lockstep on that. It's so crazy. It's like Snow White should be public domain. The property for Frozen should be public domain. The entire Grimm fairy tales lineup should be public domain at this point. But Disney has like locked it in because they got there first. That's it. Meanwhile, Shrek did Fairy Tale Land better than Disney did, or Disney has anyway.
I'm the last person in North America that hasn't seen Shrek.
It's a good film for historical reasons. It's a fun film to watch.
I don't see
anything. You woke Ashley up like, what? You haven't seen Shrek? You woke Ashley up.
Well, who are you talking about waking up, dude? You were gone. You like weren't even there.
I know.
Yes, someone will come to my door and present me with a DVD at some point. And they'll be like, "You're the only one, dude. Come on."
We can't
sit down.
Where you're from.
The International Concern for Shrek has donated this copy to you, sir, the last man on earth to watch Shrek.
Oh, God.
We present this with honors. Now watch the fucking film.
It's funny.
Don't go quietly into that good night.
That's right. It is a funny film. The first and second one are solid gold pieces of cinematic history. They are part of the American lexicon. They do CGI. You can't believe you're completely immersed and you completely forget that it's CGI anymore. You're just watching a story about a giant green man that has a great sense of humor. It's just so good. Him and Eddie Murphy are so good on screen. Their chemistry is so tight. You can't believe it was recorded in an a recording studio, that they weren't on screen together while they were doing their recordings. The chemistry is impossible good.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of like saying you've never heard of SpongeBob SquarePants. People are like, how? How
Yeah,
is
here
that
he
possible?
There's Cinema Go.
Hi.
Cheers.
Cinema Gulp, have you ever heard of
Hi,
SpongeBob SquarePants?
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Have you
Weird.
seen Shrek?
No, my only
You live on
experience
the
with
street.
SpongeBob was I was in a hotel in China, super hungover, and watching an episode of that with a huge headache, completely dehydrated. I definitely threw up the raw eel that I ate the night before.
Lovely.
Wow.
Tasty.
Ew. The deal on
Yeah,
your
not a great
so I don't
not
know
a
why.
great story, but it is my truth.
An excellent intro, though.
Thank you. What are you
I
guys
like
talking
it.
about?
Nice to meet you, sir.
That's a
We're
very
talking
good
about-
question.
Talking about how Edge of Time has never seen Shrek.
Oh, Shrek. Yes, I've seen Shrek 1. I've not seen any other Shreks. But Shrek 1 is Shrek 1 has a blowjob joke in it. You guys know that, right?
Yeah.
Among other things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love Shrek 1 on how unbelievably stealth they were with the children with that joke. It was wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. The dining
Michael-
scene. That isn't
Michael,
that
I think
take,
does
that
that
place
well.
takes place over dinner, doesn't it? Doesn't that joke come out over the dinner
No,
table?
it comes out during like the fake kind of like Robin Hood scene where the guy comes out of the woods with his minions and he sings a song and he talks. Yeah, I can't
They
paint
were so
a
good.
perfect picture of it, but
Yeah, they got away with a lot in that movie. And at the end, where he's watching the princess, and he's naked.
by the way, Captain, I apologize. I thought it was your channel, so I kept refreshing, and I was like, "Captain's not live," and then I was like, "Oh, I wonder if it's on Black Phillip."
Hence the message: unfuck yourself.
You could have just told me, but
Yeah, but I decided not to.
thank you.
You made it though. Good lad. Well done. Promotion for
He's
you.
doing it to everybody
I
lately.
do my
it seems.
homework. I do my homework. Research.
Yeah.
He made it. It's what matters.
It's Friday night. It's Black Phillip time.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't put that together. Yeah.
Look, there's even a chick here. All right, Ashley. Your hair's looking
Too.
nice.
I think we got
Yeah,
lovely
for-
Sherry in the chat as well.
Cherie's in the
What?
chat. I don't know if she went to bed yet, but
Yeah, she's in the
Well-
chat. I mean, actually at the party.
Black Phillip
She's,
draws the ladies. He definitely draws the ladies.
It's that beard.
Oh,
or,
yeah, he's
or
a
that
looker.
munch saddle.
yeah, it's the beard. What can I say?
I forgot he had a mustache. My bad.
Beard, come on.
Look at that munch saddle. It's even got a front seat.
Look, Cherie's still there. She's
Sorry
still
about that. That was wow. Still over the top. That's right. She's still with us. She said
She's
she was
still
just
with
going to
us.
be listening.
Wow.
Good for you, Sherry.
She's not bad to look at, right? Oops,
She's
did I
cute,
say that
isn't
out
she?
loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah, use your panel
daylight.
voice. Dalek!
You can call her.
Dalek.
Still that
That's
monkey
wrong,
blood.
you
Dalek, Dalek.
can say it. My name is Paul.
Dalek.
That's when you hear his
Bring
voice.
the Dalek
Voice
to
crack.
us. Dalek
My bad, what's up?
451, get on the panel.
What's your natural voice? It's like his what do you call it?
That's my
YouTube
natural voice, doing Dalek voice.
Why don't you get that Dalek's real voice, or is it like kind of like how Doomcock disguises his voice? So
Yeah, no, there's no simulation. It's just my clenching of vocal cords.
you're welcome to come on, Dalek, if you want. The links further up.
I messed you up. My
Good
bad.
heavens, Dalek just woke up. What time is it over there in the UK? He is in the UK, isn't he?
Think so.
I believe so. 6 hours ahead, maybe 6 or 7
I don't
hours.
know.
Have you ever seen a female bouncer?
Yes.
Have you?
Where's
Work-
the punchline? I
Yes,
thought it was a
kinda
joke.
Yeah, well,
Sounds like
I've
a
gone
joke.
to bars in West Hollywood So yeah, there are
Oh,
female bouncers at
I
West
see.
Hollywood establishments.
I see where you're going with that.
Yep.
There's quite a few female bouncers here in San Antonio.
And they too
on this
are
spectrum.
hairless dwarves. That's basically what they are. Is hairless
Yeah, I guess
dwarves.
I don't get out enough. So in San Antonio, they have a river walk, yes?
Correct. Yes.
Do you like the river walk, or is that like a grody place for junkies and perverts?
No, it's nice. It's very tourist. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, I lived here all my whole life, so it's nothing special to me. But it's good for tourists. So great restaurants, a little bit of everything. Got all kinds of variety to eat. All kinds of bars there.
I see. And do they have a comic book shop in San Antonio?
Oh, we got lots of them.
Do you?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Because they're a dying breed.
Yeah, we still have them here. Quite a few, actually.
You know what?
I live by like 3 or 4 of them. 4 or 5 of them. I think are in my area.
And do they have a game shop, a tabletop role-playing game shop in San Antonio?
That's mostly what they are now, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we have
instead
a
of
few of
comic shops? Well, you have like the nerd triumvirate then.
Yeah, we still got a little nerd shit.
You got it all.
We still got nerd shit here.
I've seen that cinema gulp.
Yeah,
I've
been
Cinema
a
Gulp.
super loyal customer to a place called Comic Quest that's right down the street from my house. I love it because I could walk there, buy comics for years, and air conditioning in there is wonderful. I live in Southern California, so it's hot as fuck out here every day. So I love going in there, but I got to say, in the past like 6 or 7 years, they've converted more than 50% of the store to the gameplay stuff. You know, the card.
Yeah.
So the comic book section's gotten smaller, but it's still nice. You know, they got their Funkos and all that fucking shit.
Collectible card games. And
Funkos? Did you say funk?
I don't
stare
actually-
into their soulless
I don't actually,
closed
I
eyes.
don't actually
Houses.
own any of those like Black Phillip
Funkos.
does, but they're staring at you in your peripherals when you're searching for comics. So that's
They
fun.
are. He says the ones
The
like
store
Haunted,
has
like,
got
turns
Funkos
and-
in it, then I'm walking out of that store.
You know, somebody should do a Funko Pop version of Chucky, and then do a movie.
I think there is
where
one.
the
There is
Funko
one.
Pop.
Yeah,
I
there's
have two
definitely.
Is there a
of them.
Funko Pop
I
horror
don't
movie?
care if they do a full-size Funko Pop with Amelia Clark as Khaleesi. They're fucking Funko Pops.
I agree, Captain. I completely agree. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre part of human history, the Funko Pop era. It's bizarro. It's almost as bad as Cabbage Patch.
Yeah, I have almost 200 of them. I have nearly 200 of them. So.
What?
What's that, Ash?
Yeah. My boy has like 14 grand in his like collection. It's
What?
crazy. Like that's what his collection's worth or whatever. Yeah. It's freaking nuts. His whole one room is just nothing but Funko Pops.
You
The
got
only
Tulip
Funko Pop-
Madness.
The only one I ever purchased was an Edward Norton Hulk Funko Pop, and I got it for my friend Joanne because she loves Hulk. But I've never purchased one for myself.
Oh wow, that might actually be collectible because it's the Edward Norton version. That's
It's like
interesting.
It's like the darker skin one with the weird lines in the chest and big teeth. Well, I guess they all have big teeth, but yeah, it's the distinct like 2008 movie one where he's darker. He was darker in color than the brighter green stuff.
Yeah, that's how it starts, though. It's for a friend because I almost bought a Pickle Rick for my
Pickle
nephew.
Rick.
I was like, "Look at this! It's Pickle Rick! It's Pickle fucking Rick!"
Pickle Rick.
And then I was like, "What if I get this and I change my mind about Funko Pops? I think I'll just leave it there."
Don't get one. That's it. You get one. That's like Scotty with Kirk in the captain's chair. Oh, it's one now, isn't it? Now you're getting another one. You're getting a Rachel from Blade Runner. No, zero Funko Pops. And I'm sorry, but I don't normally do this. If you collect Funko Pops, I'm going to block you. I'm going to unsubscribe. We're no longer friends. Just go fuck yourself, basically.
Nice knowing
And
you,
then
Cap.
So you know, then all you'd have to do is touch the burger to unblock.
Yeah, if Phil, ask Phil how to do it. Have you managed it yet, Phil, or am I still blocked?
Have you tested it, Captain?
Test it. It says
You're
not
a Black
blocked.
Phillip. I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
I know. I
right.
will
Don't
you
speak
Captain.
English in what?
Goddamn thing.
It says, "Hello, Jill." Try it.
Hi, Jill.
It says you're not blocked. Your name's not on my block list.
Really? So shall I try putting something in the chat and see if it happens?
Try it again. If it not,
Right.
then
Let's find out, because I did it earlier and it disappeared. So you've either fixed it
You're such a
or you ain't.
crybaby.
Don't tell me there weren't a problem.
Jeez,
Right, here we go.
Louise, sir.
What shall I type? Black Phillip
Cinema
is good at sex.
Cinema Gulp, where in
Are you good at
SoCal
sex,
are you?
Black
I'm
Phillip?
over in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I'm in South Orange County these days, but I used to live in Culver.
Which part of Texas
You're
is
giving him
that?
too much information. He's a Fed. Don't do it.
Yeah, no, I'm doing
He's
do
in
a
West
stream
Texas.
with a couple of guys in San Diego
Oh, nice.
right now.
Nice, man. I used to live in San Diego too. That's my favorite hood, man, for sure.
Gotcha.
It's steaming hot over there too. You said SoCal and steaming hot. I'm like, we're in the same boat around here.
Yeah, dude, it's brutal. It's brutal, man. From what I hear, a couple more weeks, and then we'll maybe get down to the 80s.
Yeah, and then we should be well into October, and by Halloween, it should be back to winter, California style.
California style, which means like 75, 79.
Right, 75 during the day, 45, 50 at night. You know, nice, beautiful weather.
You said Halloween, man. I can't wait.
Halloween's
I
always
do it
fun in
holiday.
Hollywood.
It's the best, dude. In LA,
Yeah,
Halloween's the
you
fucking
want to
best.
see your family.
Yeah, it's like it feels dangerous. It actually, it's Halloween, and it actually feels dangerous, like you're a teenager at 13. It's like almost scary on Halloween around here.
Yeah, that's.
Well, where is it, Black Phillip?
So you're not black.
Though LA has become fairly dangerous and scary.
In general. Yeah, broad daylight in the middle of high noon. It's actually, God, I was walking on my way home, and I was about to walk in front of a bus stop bench.
It's not.
And there was
It's not.
there was a gentleman
Hello?
sitting on that
Hello?
bench.
Whoa.
Hold
I
on,
heard
I'm
you,
sorry,
Captain.
Captain. I was speaking.
Hold on, everybody stop.
Oh, come on,
Turn
Captain.
them up.
I love crop
You're not
conversations. They make a lot of sense because you might pick up on what somebody
Hello. Woo. Hello. Hello. Chopped liver over here.
Jill might know how to
Will
help
you
Black Phillip.
shut the
Would you,
fuck
Captain?
up?
Hold
Thank you so much. Black Phillip,
Yes.
your latest attempts to do, if you had done the thing that I told you to do, then this wouldn't have happened. It seems my amazing latest witticism is not appearing in the chat, therefore I remain blocked. Now, I can't emphasize enough, if you weren't such a petulant big girl's blouse and hadn't blocked me in the first place,
Well,
none of this
you'd
would
be an
happen.
actual gentleman
But
showing
you
how to
have blocked
unblock
me,
some and
don't
don't be a
interrupt,
fucking
Phillip.
asshole and just tell me how to fucking do it.
Oh,
Fucking
someone's
asshole.
upset. Well, I'm not the one that blocked me, am I?
Good call.
Just tell me how to do it, you fucking idiot.
But you are the
Why don't you
assholes
guys-
complaining
You know,
about
you
it,
guys-
so
Oh,
help him
someone's getting angry again.
You know what? You guys could do this in the chat and let us talk about comics and movies and LA
Yeah.
weather.
Or
Yeah, there you
or
go. Actually,
I'm
Jill
sorry.
is saying,
I'm sorry, Cinema
Black
Gold. If
Phillip.
it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even be here.
if
Alright,
you
that's
check
enough.
back Black Phillip, Jill is offering. If you give her a wrench, she can take care of it for you. She is wise in
Captain
the
John-
ways of the blocking and
Captain, you
unblocking.
kick him out.
Yeah, I kicked him out now.
Wow,
Oh boy.
Oh,
that's not going to go over well.
that's fucked up.
Why'd you kick him out, dude?
I like the idea of a shared universe where all of your action figures like can get
He
together,
didn't kick
because
you
that
out.
always
You dropped out of his.
Dude,
it
you
always
Phil, you got to bring him back in. What's that all about, man? You can't dump somebody.
It's not right, kid.
I
It's
mean,
my
10
turn.
times.
Yeah, well, that's technically
Yeah,
true,
she-
but
because remember how you had He-Man and He-Man wasn't the size of Star Wars and it sucked, and they're just not together. So I like the idea that Funko Pop would have this shared universe,
Let me see.
but they don't look like you could actually play with them. Do you actually
Yeah,
play
the
with
heads
them?
are almost too big. Yeah. Although they do have a Minecraft quality to them. It's interesting
Right.
that there's the Funko Pop universe and the Minecraft
you're a mod
universe are
now.
almost parallel.
Jill's a mod now.
I just asked Jill in the
Thank you,
chat.
Black Phillip. Maybe we can get this done now.
I just asked you in
Yeah.
the chat what rock candy is because I actually don't know what that is. Is that a different like type of same thing or?
Oh, is that a
It's
toy?
It's a
company?
form of a pop.
And the big
Okay.
rock
It's
candy
made by the same
mountain.
company, Funko. They're a little taller and bigger. They look more
Oh.
lifelike.
Oh.
They look more lifelike. They're not as big head as like a regular Funko Pop.
They don't have the
I
little
think
big head.
Here, I'll
I
show
think
you.
I may have
I
seen one of those. The gentleman I'm on a panel with tomorrow was displaying his Evil Dead version of Ash
Oh fuck, that's cool.
from the Rock Candy set. It's like a cartoonish, almost Saturday morning cartoon with the full black eye as opposed to like a pupil dye.
It's
In
funny.
very
Right. Well,
simple cartoonish form.
Don't
he
they
take-
have round eyes, which would violate the universe of Minecraft? Isn't it all squares in Minecraft? Wouldn't they have to have
Yes.
square eyes?
Yeah, everything in Minecraft is square pixelation, but there's definitely a parallel with the whole boxy head thing.
Here's a rock candy. Here's a rock candy one.
Here we
Let's
go.
see that. Oh, it's way
Okay,
different.
yeah.
It's way different. It's way different.
Yeah, they look way different.
Still
These
kind
are
of
rock.
bobbly head, but it doesn't have the
Still a
giant-
bobblehead, but yes,
Dude,
it's a
is
rock
that,
candy.
is that Mantis?
It's Mantis, yeah. It's the only rock candy one I have. I
She's
did order. I did order a.
Thank you, Jill.
Did she do it?
She's working on it. Wrench in hand. She's in the engineering section. She'll report as when she's ready.
Is that a rock candy sea monkey?
Oh no, it's Mantis from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I got it.
Wait a second,
It does
Edgar
look
Time.
like
How
a sea
old are
monkey.
you that you know what a sea monkey is?
I'm straight up antique.
Sea monkey. Give me a sea monkey.
He's looking at me. Tell me that doesn't look
That's
like a sea
fantastic.
monkey.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I remember those. It was the most bizarre thing, Ashley. Way back when I was a kid, back in ancient times, in the mid 2000s, late 60s, early 70s, there was this thing that you could order, and it would come as like a powder, right?
Yep,
And you
I
would
had
put
one.
it in water, and they would come to life, and they were called sea monkeys. They were like somehow. These things came out of nowhere. I think it was a yeast that evolved in the water.
Yeah, it was a yeast. Yeah, it was a yeast and a dye. Yeah.
And they looked like, like seahorses, basically. Like they had that
So-
kind of quality to them, but they were living creatures.
So
And they
fucking
form
weird.
societies and reproduce. And
I don't know how old
It
you
was
are.
bizarre.
That just was talking about the seahorses, but I'm 45 next week, so I totally remember seahorses, and that was one of those things that reminds us of how dangerous kids' toys were back in the day, because that shit was like flammable and toxic, But
Yeah, well,
don't drink your
Shrinky
sea
dinks.
monkeys.
I remember
You guys remember
Shrinky
that
Dinks, and
tiny
was
little-
fun.
you guys could buy that tiny little tube of a chemical with that tiny little cocaine straw, and then you would like blow a bubble with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember that.
Stuff was so dangerous. People were getting high off that stuff, but we didn't
Really?
know.
Yeah.
We were just blowing bubbles.
Oh, man.
Yep. How does that song go? I was just blowing bubbles, and then I got high, and then I got high, and then I got high.
Afro Man, yeah, I'm sure that was part of it.
But can't sing it or I'll get a strike.
I was just blowing bubbles, and then I got high.
Oh, fantastic! That was fantastic. And by the way, Black Phillip, I got to completely agree with you, like 8,000%.
Mhm.
Son of a Red Shirt's beard is an epic vision to bring onto your panel.
I know. I tried to get him on last night. He didn't want to come on.
This guy looked like a character from a Walt Whitman novel. I swear to God, he was like a riverboat captain, the way this guy looked. Or like one of those old mining engineers from some old cowboy movie. He had like that big gray, red, and brown and black beard. It's just like epic with like three different spikes. It's like it made ZZ Top like a bunch of teenagers.
He always seems like he's got something going on. Like he does a drive by in the chat. Like, oh hi, how's it going? Just gotta go. Bye bye.
Yeah, he's a character of mystery.
Right,
He's
he's
a man
back.
of mystery.
That was weird.
Jill-
What happened?
Jill's working on it as we speak, so calm down, please.
Welcome back, Captain.
Now he's not up top.
Hey, everybody talk at the same time.
Yeah. Just as a report, Jill has been wrenched.
Said hi,
She's in the
Captain. Don't be
engineering
rude.
communication
Hi,
module, and she's
She
working
said the
on
lower
chat.
decks.
Yeah, Jill is now a mod, my mod. She's working on it as we speak.
Hey, Jill, I would have you as one of our mods, but we never go live, so there'd be no point.
Did you talk about wanting to go live one day, one time? You were thinking about starting live shows, but you nixed it.
I talk about a lot of things.
Cinema
You
Gold,
should one of these
Edge
days.
of Time. Have you guys ever heard the history of the
There he is. Sorry.
oh God, what is that thing? Oh goodness, the spring that goes downstairs and walks in pairs and makes a flippity sound.
Slinkies.
Slinkies. Did you ever hear where that comes from? Where that device came from? What the back history is on it?
I think they're like battleship springs that are from a battleship.
They were antenna extensions for the radio equipment in Vietnam. You would toss one of those up in a tree, and it would become a high frequency radio antenna.
I just always love what Egon Spangler said when they said, "You never had a slinky?" He said, "Well, I had part of a slinky, but then I straightened it."
But then I straightened it.
It's a good line.
That's got to be a Dan Aykroyd joke.
Probably, yeah.
Who wrote Ramus? He wrote it also. They both wrote it. So
No, I get that, but Dan Aykroyd is like the real head geek. Like the character he plays in the movie Sneakers is like, I think that's Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, I love that movie. I love it.
And so underrated.
Yeah,
It is terribly underrated.
One of River Phoenix's final roles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's amazing that River Phoenix character gets transplanted and recast in like the first Mr. Impossible movie with Tom Cruise, right? Isn't there a similar character? Some geeky little kid mouse character with a laptop in an elevator shaft?
Well, that guy was played by Emilio Estevez. Was that supposed to be
I think I did hear it was supposed to be River Phoenix.
Well, that's weird because that movie came
I just
out
think
like
it was
3 years
it's a
after.
parallel. Yeah. But that movie is so prophetic. You think about here's a hacking group that will hack into a bank and then sell them why their security failed.
Yeah, it was like one of the first movies that talked about hacking. Like, well, I don't know how accurate it was, but it was like one of the first.
As a job,
mention hacking. So I thought that's what made it interesting.
But that one moment where they crack the code and the blind guy goes, "Anybody want to crash an airplane?" And like Sidney Poitier's character was like, "Take your hands off that goddamn keyboard." That gave me chills. That line. Especially like 6 or 7 years later when we actually saw a plane get crashed. I had chills in my bones.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Sorry, I just choked on an ice cube. Holy shit. You ever done that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you?
That is cold. When an ice cube gets stuck in your esophagus, that's fucking cold. Oh.
And then it like melts just when you think you're going to suffocate. It's so crazy.
Thank God the body's so hot.
When you put a piece of gum in your mouth and you fail to swallow, and then all of a sudden there's too much of that, and it makes you choke. Like there's too much mint.
That's what she said.
Yeah. So I was listening to metal the other day. I was listening to like Faster Pussycat and LA Guns, and I was wondering, is there still an LA scene like that, or it's just dead now?
I don't think so.
No?
Not anymore.
You know how
it may exist, but not in the
like
same
that.
areas. I mean, we still have a Rainbow Room, but I don't think people go there to do the Rainbow Room thing. There's still that edgy bar that Johnny Depp used to own. I think he still owns
The
it, but it's a
Viper
totally
Room?
different group
Viper
of people
Room.
going there. Yeah, the Viper Room.
A lot of those bands that you're talking about, I think it was Steven asking. Was it Steven asking? Who was asking that?
Well, I'm asking. Edge of
Edge of
Time
Time.
is
Edge of
asking
Time.
Steve.
A lot of those have kind of migrated down to my neck of the woods in Orange County because there's places like, well, it used to be called the Galaxy, now it's called the Observatory, but a lot of like LA punk and LA like hair metal stuff, you'll see a ton of it down here, and it sells out literally immediately. Orange County Fair, like last year, had like fucking like Rats and a bunch of stuff, and like if you want to see the Dead Kennedys, even though it's like if you want to see your favorite punk band is like old men, you can go to the Observatory and pay like $40 and see the Dead Kennedys play, and they're still good.
Really?
So a lot of those bands still play. I don't know how much they can sell out some of those LA venues. I think maybe the Will Turn is probably still one where you can see some of your old favorites. The Will Turn's getting a little trendy though. But yeah, if you want to see some of those LA bands from the 80s and 90s, OC is where they've all come down.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Yeah.
Wait a second, the Will Turn? Are you talking about the theater on Western and Wilshire, or are you talking about
the Will Turn right next to like Koreatown? Yeah.
Yeah, I literally live down the street from that place.
Yeah, that's where my gym used to be when I lived in Culver. Yeah. But that place is great. I mean, like I said, they're kind of trendy now. Like now they sell out. Now they sell out big shit. But they used to be a place where you could go see some like No Effects or like Bad Religion or something like that. You know. But,
I saw Joe Jackson live there.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Oh man, well that's what I'm saying, dude. When you live in Orange County, all those bands, as soon as they get too old for LA, they just become Orange County bands, and now they're all playing down here for $25.
Shoot, those like high school years. No Effects and all those other bands.
Yep. They're still kicking. They're still kicking. A lot of cocaine.
It's my understanding that there's a lot of that in Vegas, in and around Vegas as well. That a lot of that kind of punk young scene, that it has shifted to the Vegas area more than LA. But I'm not really familiar with the music scene too much.
Yeah, I don't know shit about Vegas, so.
Well, I was shocked to hear that Vince Neil only has a 5-bedroom house. So when they had him on Cribs, I was like, he's like, well, this is my custom couch. We had it built for a bunch of people to sit on it, and that was pretty much it. My dogs are standing on the counter. I was like, this is the worst Cribs ever. Like Vince, you don't have like. Man.
he's got the second worst plastic surgery job for a man, only second to Mickey Rourke. I mean, he fucking is unrecognizable.
Oh,
wow. Is that he's like looks like the Crypt Keeper now, or what?
Well, he looks like the Crypt Keeper tried to go back to high school.
Oh Jesus!
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vince Neil.
Yeah, well, they keep telling him to quit. I mean, it's bad when people like are writing you like heartfelt letters. Vince, please quit. Please quit for your own good. Yeah, because he just doesn't sound good, and I guess he's a mess on stage and whatnot. But
yeah, Vince Neil.
Anyway, I just thought Vince Neil would have like 10 garages full of hot rods and Harleys, and no, he's got like 2 dogs and a wife. And
come on, man, all those guys aside from like Bon Jovi like blew their money. They blew their money. So Bon Jovi's like a fucking billionaire,
drugs and hookers,
Bitcoin mastermind, but everyone else is fucking broke.
Yep, Vince Neil, the inspiration for Dude Looks Like a Lady. True story.
Sounds like someone's calling their pet up to their lap.
It's Vince Neil.
Ashley knows Vince Neil. Wow.
No. No.
It's like, oh.
I don't know.
I could see why you'd live in Vegas, though. It'd be like cheaper than LA, wouldn't it? Why, a long shot?
I don't even know at this point. I don't know.
I would imagine that there are districts that are really pricey, and then there are other districts that are cheap, like the outskirts of Palm Beach.
Yeah, but when you say the word Vegas, sometimes you forget that it's Nevada, which is a
Yeah.
miserable climate to live in.
Yeah.
It never rains. That part would be good, right?
Yeah, it doesn't rain.
Yeah.
It's either
That all
freezing
depends.
or
I
super
love the
hot.
rain.
That nasty dry heat. Just like Arizona.
Well, Arizona rains once a year.
Not this year. I think they flooded this year.
Hello.
Ew.
Ashley, are you doing an unboxing, dear?
What? No, I was folding clothes.
You were throwing on clothes.
I was folding clothes.
Oh, folding clothes. I thought you were
Folding.
finally getting dressed so that you could come on camera.
No.
I would
no,
finally
no.
get dressed, but I don't want to come on camera.
Well, we've all seen me on
That
camera.
would've
Well, I don't know all of you, but
That would
I've
get
been on
me a
camera.
lot of views.
What if I can't? No. I'm a hot mess tonight. I just finally got into a room and stuff, and it's cold in here. I'm not used to having the air conditioning lately. It's been hot as shit in my house, but it's cold in this room.
God bless you. That must be nice.
I know, right? It was nice. It was a nice change. I was sweating my ass off.
Got 3 people.
My air conditioner broke in my house.
Three
It was rough. It was
2
rough.
people muting themselves. Yeah, I didn't
That's
do
okay.
it.
Well, Cinema Gulp may still be recovering from his ice cream.
Recovering from just ice.
Well,
That would
I
be a
mute
little bit-
myself when I take it. When I take a gulp.
Sending a text message. I was just sending a text. I'm good. Sending that late night, good night text message.
Oh, it's one of those kind of
Just-
texts, huh?
Just commenting at the air, Cinema Gulp. You know, that's you do what you need to do behind your mic.
Oh,
We're
you
just
don't want to know
creating
what
the
I did
fantasy.
last night.
Exactly. I mean, I had to mute because the bathroom needed to be refed. So
I've left
I
my
get
mic on sometimes where I had to go to the bathroom, and I had to go so bad that they could hear like the stream.
yeah, yeah.
Oh God,
It reminded me of the Naked Gun.
The
where he
Naked
leaves
Gun.
his mic on at the press conference, and he's like standing while he's taking a piss.
Holy
At
shit!
least you weren't dropping a deuce, and you were dropping a deuce, and they heard you. And then
That'd be a horror show. For sure.
I was on a channel and I'm rolling a friggin' cigarette, and somebody's like, "Who is unwrapping a magazine on my channel?" I'm like, "I'm rolling a cigarette." And they're like, "Oh, a cigarette? You're rolling a cigarette, huh? How rainbow is that cigarette?" I'm like, "It's a cigarette, I swear." But they could hear the crinkling paper. It was so
God,
crazy. These microphones are crazy sensitive.
Rolling a Cheech and Chong size cigarette, like
No, it was just because the paper is so crinkly and the microphone is so sensitive, and I'm doing it right here, and it was just very audible. You could hear sirens pass by down the block. People will be like, "Who's being raided by the police?" And I'm like, "Oh, I guess that must be me."
Yeah, I know some of these mics are extremely sensitive. You can't even have like a fan on, because I have a fan on all the time, and sometimes the mic picks it up. Like, yeah, because I went on Sci-Fi. So he was like, "What is that loud noise in the background?" So we got a fan on. I'm like, yeah, I got a fan on. Sorry, it's hot here. So I had to lower it.
God damn it, Black Phillip! Turn off that
Well,
fan,
all
would
right.
ya? It's killing everybody.
It's so crazy the way the microphone tries to compensate. So you get this kind of warble in the volume. Every time you talk, the microphone goes, "Oh yeah, that's right. There's somebody I'm supposed to be listening to." Technology is so much fun.
Technology. Mics are still a thing, but
So.
Yep.
So
Who? Maybe I'm late to the party, but who is watching House of the Dragon?
Not I.
I've never seen Game of Thrones, but I started watching House of the Dragon, and it's not bad.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. People that are interested are saying that the performances are better than they thought. The visual effects are pretty cool. The story is certainly interesting. It's like people are compelled to watch it, and thank goodness, because what else do they have to watch? Rings of Power.
It's good. Like I said, I haven't watched Game of Thrones, so I have no point of reference as far as like the quality level. But I gotta say, it looks gorgeous. The dragons look gorgeous, and Matt Smith is a fucking boss so far.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome. But yeah, that's that. I mean, I'm not gonna watch Rings of Power. I have too much respect for Tolkien. I'm not gonna watch him get butt fucked on Amazon every week.
Yeah, Steven Ransom was talking about it earlier, how it's like, wow.
Yeah, the reviews that I've heard so far, even the most passive reviewers are just like, why? Just I don't understand why we're doing this. It's so unneeded. It's so unnecessary. Some of the turns that they're taking, and some of the canon they're breaking. It's just why.
Well, I love the people that are like, well, if you just didn't call it Lord of the Rings and it was just a show, and then someone would cut in and go, even then it would be dog shit.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna see it. The trailers look bad. That's enough for me. So
yeah, exactly. To me, it's like why I equate these things with how a date or a girlfriend or an ex is treating you. It's like, this thing has been telling us they're not interested in going out to dinner with us since before they started rolling cameras. And, why would you go out on a date with a person like that? It's like, I'm not paying extra to go get Amazon Prime to watch somebody that openly dislikes me as a fan. It's like, what I don't get it. Why are you even bothering? But view counts are going up and people are getting high subscribers over this nonsense.
Well, yeah, because now there's like a full uproar about it, whether it's positive or negative. It's like the Spice Girls used to say, and I'm going to quote the Spice Girls: "We don't care if the attention is negative or positive. We just want attention." And I'm like, you know what? That's kind of what Amazon's doing with this show.
I'll do that, Joe. Thank you for trying.
I'm going to wait until the series is all the way concluded, and then I'll watch it all at once. I'm that guy.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way I did Lost. It was after the final episode had already concluded. Netflix had the whole thing online, and I watched it from start to finish, knowing where it was going. And to me, that's got to be the way to watch it.
You mean going nowhere?
Well, I watched it historically.
I was in my 20s when Lost started, and I was with a fiance at the time, and we just when you live with someone, you're like, hey, let's start a show. And like the first episode of Lost was a masterpiece. The very first episode was like a fucking movie. It was so brilliant. And it gave you all these ideas of where it's going to go. And through the first season, you don't really see the cracks. You're like, okay, this is still intriguing and interesting. Once the second season started, you're like, okay, I'm not sure if they have any idea where this is going. And
exactly. They didn't plan it like George R. Martin, the fucking dumb cunt. Where's the porno, George and Miri?
Oh,
you didn't plan it, you fucking fucks. Where's the porno? It's literally called George and Miri Make a Porno. Where's the porno?
George and Mary.
George and Mary.
You got to plan it. They didn't plan. I bet you're planning your cinema gulp. I bet you got your beginning, middle, and end all figured out, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so, Cap, and I think you do too, right?
Oh, fuck yeah! I start from the beginning.
Yeah,
motherfucker. If you're there at the end of my story, motherfucker, I'm in a bowl of rice ready to pop an ending in your ass. Damn right, I know the ending. I start at the ending. I live at the ending. I got endings over there. I got motherfucking endings coming out the yin yang. I got more endings than beginnings. I got more endings I know what to do with. George R. Martin, do you know the ending? I am the ending, motherfucker. Back to you in the studio,
I've got two I got one 95% ending for my script, and then I have a 5% back. You know, I'm waiting to see, you know, how the context continues to go. But yeah,
Context is everything.
it's always good to have a couple. It's always good to have a couple endings. You know, a dark one, a lighter one. You know, I mean, depending upon
But
what.
does that mean when you change the ending, there's certain things going on at the beginning that now mean different things? Because the whole thing is that my ending is so tightly woven into the first panel of the first page. I'm putting clues all over that motherfucker. Now it's like pulling a thread. Oh, don't! You're making me cry over here, Cinema Gold. Don't make me throw it all away again.
You got to make sure that your alternate endings do not affect anything except from the third act.
I see. Oh, the old third act potential divergence of 5%. Oh, now you're talking my language.
Any potential path you're going to go down, don't let it affect anything before the last act. That's what.
This man. I'll tell you what. Anyone out there, Kathleen? Anyone out there in Hollywood? I'd be offering Cinema Gold. I'd be. Right now.
Anybody watching anything else that's badass? Lock and Key, anyone? Am I the only fucking human being that watches Lock and Key? Every time I say that name, no one knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm right on board. Well, I guess I'm part of the majority then.
Lock and Key is fucking awesome.
Never heard of it.
No one watches it. It's fucking great.
Well, it's, you know, the problem is all of this stuff is on all of these streaming platforms, and every single one of them costs like $10, $20 a piece. It's like, who could afford all of these different streaming platforms?
Well, unfortunately, Lock and Key is on Netflix, so they don't give you a single fucking word or acknowledgement that it's coming out, the new season, and you're just like, oh, there's a new season of Lock and Key. I've been waiting for that for 2 years. Oh, how long has it been out? 6 months.
They don't even inform their subscribers? That's crazy. That's like,
well, maybe they do. I'm just not paying any attention. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, usually I get an email once a month.
Jesus.
I wouldn't know.
Oh man, it's so bizarre, man. I mean, I remember back in the day. You're definitely old enough to remember yourself, and Edge of Time. It's the same way, I'm sure. You know, it's like when you talked about a TV show, everybody knew what you were talking about because they may have seen the commercial because everybody was watching
there was only like
different channels.
There was only like maybe 7 or 8 shows nationwide at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, or even major channels, even on cable, it was still just HBO, Showtime, and Cinemax, and that was it. You know.
Yeah. Skinemax.
Dry porn. It was popcorn porn. It still blows my mind that Stargate SG-1 started off on Showtime.
Is that where it started? Really?
Yeah, it started on Showtime, and then Sci-Fi Network picked it up. Now Sci-Fi Network made it legendary.
I love that.
They brought it home.
I love that first season of SG-1.
That show is just some of the best sci-fi to come out of the 20th century, as far as I'm concerned. With Farscape being high second best, at least in the U.S. anyway, because I know that the UK has been bringing us incredible sci-fi forever, except for present day. But as far as American TV show sci-fi, SG-1 explored some really fun territories.
Dude, fucking Farscape was my jam, dude. In the early 2000s, I was so glad they got the final miniseries. What was it called? The Colonial Wars, or not the Colonial Wars? The
Protector Wars, or the
it was so good. Nice closure. I'm glad they got that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, considering that they were left shattered on an ocean bed at the end of the series, and like what we're going to be left there like that, our two heroes are shattered into gems on the bottom of the seabed. That's crazy.
I know, and they kind of retconned a little bit of that. They did do some retconning, but they wanted to have their final shot, so they brought back characters that were maybe supposed to be dead, but I was just happy because Farscape is so bold and ballsy and weird.
Scorpius was probably one of the best villains ever created.
And
so cool.
Villain designs too, just the villain design of his face. I mean, He kind of became a good guy though, and I was kind of indifferent about that. I don't know. I was kind of
He
sorry,
was
guys.
like chaotic neutral the whole time. He was in his own game plan. It was all his game.
Sorry, guys.
Scam.
We're circle jerking about Farscape. Sorry.
Well, that's
Oh, yeah.
okay. I'm still
But I agree with this gentleman.
from
man.
my old videos.
Scorpius was just realized and badass and cool looking. Like, oh, I love
And there was a dual personality with the mental version of him, Harvey.
Yeah.
Oh, so much.
And one of my biggest crushes of my early 20s was
Sure.
Chiana. Fucking Chiana, man. Like, oh my god.
Right? You know what? She reminded me of Cagliostro's, the Cabinet of Cagliostro. That goth, early 20s goth look. Like she looked like a black and white piece of film.
You talking about the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one I'm talking about. Apologies.
Oh, no worries. I knew where you were coming
But
from.
Chiana came off like she was always in a black and white movie.
Well, they made her color very like desaturated, you know, like her skin tone. Yeah. But she was smoking, man. Smoking.
She was so much fun, and she was a jungle bunny. She would hop in bed with like anybody, everybody.
Whoa.
Hey.
Black Phillip, that's the first time you heard that on your show.
I know, right?
Well, we are talking about two separate alien races, and one of them has a very long tongue.
I know. I was just joking, man.
So, if you can't talk about bunny hopping and all kinds of jungle nonsense when you're talking about alien species, then good grief, what's going on in the universe? They're not even human. They were never on Earth except for like 2 times. Current day is such a bitch.
There was so much of early like Guardians of the Galaxy comics in Farscape. I mean, mostly from like, you know, John, what was his name? John Spartan or whatever.
John, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, John Spartan. He was so like
John Crichton. John
Crichton.
John
Sorry.
Spartan is a demolition man.
Yeah, my bad. John Crichton. Yeah, John Crichton was very like Star-Lord-ish, but without like the cool, you know, hover.
Yeah,
suit.
and he had like flavors of Buck Rogers, and he was already making references to Americana anyway. So he was calling himself Flash Gordon. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
There was that great meta quality to everything because nobody knew what he was talking about, so only the audience got the joke.
Which is great. I mean, and again, that's very Guardians of the Galaxy-ish. But he was like an adult when he, you know, finally like, got in his situation, so it made more sense. Where sometimes like Star-Lord, especially in the movies, he's like making references like, dude, you left Earth when you were 10 years old. How do you know all this shit?
Right. There's a funny joke. The writers are ahead of the game. It's hysterical. But Rigel was one of my favorite characters. That puppet and the pilot.
I love that puppet. Yeah.
The idea that the pilot and the first major villain boss, Christoph, that's the same actor doing the pilot. He does his voice.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that.
And that's why he was always able to come back, because he was always continuously on the cast list on payroll.
You know, when they got the money for the miniseries in 2004, they could have easily made those things CGI, but they're like, "Fuck that!" Like the puppet.
No way.
The puppet is the lord. That's the charm. You know, like the charm is in the character, like in the eyes of the puppet. You know, like if they fucking Yoda'd that shit, that would have sucked.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dalek. My apologies. You know. My brain doesn't work entirely sometimes, you know. It's my apologies. But yes.
Excuse me for a second, guy.
Go ahead. Are we just are the only people that seen Farscape? How about you, Edge Time?
Well, does it hold up? I mean, would you recommend it?
I would recommend it merely for the sci-fi. And I don't know how you feel, but practical effects seems to have some better aging to me. Because regardless of how you feel about how well executed it was, it's always a real object in camera.
I'm trying to come up with an analog. I can't think of another Australian-based science fiction series.
Well, I think you could equate it with what they were doing with Doctor Who for most of it, for most of the 80s, 90s run, where there was no CGI. It was all practical effects. And you were supposed to suspend your belief because, after all, it's like it's not asking you to completely believe it, but the story is so good that it doesn't even matter half the time.
It's one of those weird sentences like, that's the banjo player's Porsche. Well, within the realm of possibility, I've never heard of the great Australian science fiction masters.
Yeah. Well, there was a period in time where Australia was becoming an entertainment
Canadian Spider-Man.
I see. Well, I'd give it a shot. Doesn't it have kind of Muppets going on, and I'm thinking of Kevin Sorbo. Andromeda is what I'm coming up. I don't have a frame of reference.
It's the same time period. It's the same time period as far as like television entertainment. Same time period as Xena. Same time period as Crocodile Dundee. Like that was that same entertainment period in Australia where a bunch of people were filming down there.
They were just kicking butt, huh?
Oh yeah. There was a few surfing shows and like beach shows as well, and that's where Claudia Black comes from, is some sort of a emergency rescue police channel kind of television drama, and that's where she got her start, and that's where she came from to go on to Farscape.
I'll be right back.
Good.
Anytime I can be given a recommendation for science fiction I haven't seen, that's a good thing.
Yeah, there's SG-1 is the same way. I don't know if you've ever saw the original Stargate movie with Kurt Russell and David Spade. Yeah. They did a full expanse on that universe and just catapulted off that movie for for 2 different franchises for almost 14 seasons.
Okay. So Farscape is related to SG-1?
No, although there are production parallels and actor translations in the future seasons where some of the actors come over to the Stargate universe, but they're not playing themselves, although they have spoof episodes where they make references to their other cast placement in the show Stargate. They refer to Farscape. It's hysterical.
Does it end well? I mean, it's 4 seasons.
What the
Farscape?
Farscape, yeah, it does end well. There's a bit of a production hiccup at the end of the series, but they have like a 3-part or a 4-part miniseries to cap off the ending, in much the same way that Firefly capped itself off with the movie Serenity. Another recommended show if you haven't seen it, Firefly.
I've seen a bit of it. Yeah, I have not completed the.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. But what sci-fi are you into? Go ahead.
I'll tell you what. If you
I'm sorry, Captain. We lost your mic.
Tell us what.
I recommend getting really baked and having allegedly.
Good for you, Captain.
Oh, you missed it. No, everything's great. As you were. Carry on. You're doing a great job, guys. I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much, sir. Captain, it's always an honor to serve with the captain. Thank you, Jill. I completely agree. And you too, Canadian Spider-Man. SG-1, a lot of fun. Firefly is a good sci-fi western. It's literally a sci-fi western, like no joke, and it makes sense in its own context, in its own movie, in its own universe. It makes science fiction sense because it's supposed to be colonial USA, and the imperial government is supposed to be like the Federalists, and space travel is supposed to be like the invention of the train system. It's got all that same kind of vibe to it. So it's a Western in space in that sense.
Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop, same thing. That's like 50s, 60s Japan in space, because there's gangsters and mob groups and contaminated police forces and interference from other federal intelligence groups and stuff like that. Bebop is the same way. It's using a reference of history as a metaphor to create its storyline and texture.
Hey, Cinema.
What's your
Cinema
Cin-
Girl.
Yo, sir. Yo, Cap.
What year is your story set in your screenplay?
I want to say it's set in 2005.
You want to say that? Are you saying that?
No, the only reason I say that is because it's I'm purposely like leaving out things like cell phones and tablets and social media and things like that. The story doesn't revolve around any of that stuff, so it's probably just like a modern day, but I'm gonna keep all of that stuff completely out of it because it's just
All
not
the story killers.
It's just not needed. It's not needed for the story.
You don't know. Gotcha.
No, I do.
Alrighty
Well,
then.
that's the answer. Yeah,
That's fine. Good. No, I'm proud of you.
Cheers.
Fine.
Cheers, Spider-Man. Canadian Spider-Man.
My story, thanks for asking. 2019 and then 2022. There's a framing device in 2022, and then the bulk of it takes place in 2019. It actually starts, there's a prologue before the framing device that specifically takes place in Los Angeles, November 2019. That's Los Angeles, November 2019. Some of you
Wow, I was here in 2019.
That's not why I did it, but sure, that also works. But yeah, there is a reason why it's set in Los Angeles, November 2019. All right. I like the idea, though. Good one, Cinema. Don't know, it's vague. Interesting.
Has anyone seen the movie Brazil?
Yeah.
Brazil.
Which version?
It's a weird movie.
Yep.
The
I kind of
one
like
is the
how it's
director's cut.
a never time. It is a time, but it's not a time. It's like
Did you hear me? Which version? There's two.
I asked Terry Gilliam while he was on a panel which version he recommended, and he said the European cut is his highest recommendation.
Yeah, I know that, but which one did you watch is what I'm asking. Because when you say Brazil,
I have copies of all of them.
When I talk about Total Recall, there's two movies. There's one with Colin Farrell, and I'm like, well, of course I'm talking about the Arnie one. And they're like, well, no, Captain, there are two films called Total Recall. So it's not two different films, but there are two very different versions of Brazil, one of which the director hates and says you should never watch, and one of which he loves and says you should watch. And that's why, on the behalf of Mr. Gilliam, I make that somewhat pedantic sounding distinction.
Yes, and I agree with you, Captain. And the version that I recommend and that I have viewed as the primary version is the European cut. On his recommendation.
The big long one.
Yes. Yeah, the one without the happy ending. The one where it turns out the way it turns out.
That's what she said.
Now, is it all a dream? Is it an unreliable narration? Did it happen? Is it fictional? You tell me. I have no fucking clue.
I think it's irrelevant because it's supposed to be a warning.
No, it is relevant. How dare you? Why don't you just slap me in the face like I'm Chris
I'm not
Rock?
saying...
I didn't ask you, soldier, whether it's relevant. The fact that I'm asking you means I think it's relevant. Which is it, motherfucker?
Are you Dumbledore? Am I a part of your army, sir?
Is it fucking a dream or not? I don't care what you think about it's relevant. I want to know. You watch the movie, motherfucker. Is it a fucking dream? Do I look like
pretty sure
does
that's
Scotty R37 look like a bitch?
Kind of, but I don't know.
You don't think it's a dream?
Thank you. That's what I want to know. I care very much about the question. I care about your opinion because I care about you.
Me personally, I do not think it's a dream.
Thank you.
Although parts of it are part of his delusion.
I haven't left. You're talking nerd shit, though. I don't know.
Yeah, she doesn't like nerd shit. So
No, I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying I don't know it. That's all. I don't watch movies.
Ah,
So I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just listening to you fellas talk. That's all.
nice. Well, it's a pleasure having you.
you're still here, Ashley. I don't
That's
wanna
what she
bore you.
said.
I don't want to bore you, Ashley.
No,
Oh, well, you did more than just bust out, didn't you, Ashley? Oh, you burnt up some of your own boys now, didn't you, Ashley?
What are you talking about, Captain?
He's talking about how
Quoting from
soft my
something called
beard
a
is.
movie. It's called quoting. It's making a nerd or geek reference designed deliberately to fly over your head.
Well, thanks. You did it. Congratulations.
You're welcome. I accept your apology.
I didn't apologize for nothing because I didn't do nothing.
Jill for posting everybody's channels.
Bless
I was
your
about
heart,
to
Jill.
say-
Don't bother with mine.
No.
I've sunk it. Just read my
I'm
book.
sorry,
Buy
you
my
did.
book.
She just give me one too right there, Captain. Yeah.
Buy my book. Give us your money. Give us your money now.
Antiderivative Jill is swinging the wrench in the chats. Watch out,
Yeah,
everybody.
I
Watch your
didn't
No,
know.
heads.
no more freebies. Give us your money. Right, Cinema Girl? You want to hear my
Still kept you as a
story?
mod,
Fuck you.
Jim.
Pay me. You had a bad week? Fuck you. Pay me.
Great soundtrack in Brazil. How's the soundtrack in that new Game of Thrones? Didn't notice.
I think it's I don't have anything to compare it to as far as the other Game of Thrones, but nothing's really stood out. I mean, the intro is okay. It's very short because they're doing shorter intros these days. But yeah, I think it's fine. I don't know. Maybe if a big giant epic scene comes in the next couple episodes, the score will stick out more. But I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't know who's composing it, but I like it, and I like the show.
The reason I ask is I was listening to Bardcore today, which is kind of like when they take a modern song and put a medieval spin on it, right? And they did a version of the Game of Thrones theme song, which I always thought was weird because it sounds like a waltz to me, and the waltz wouldn't have been invented yet, right?
Huh.
Dun 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 dun, right?
Yeah.
And so I found that odd that they had to take a song and like Bardcore was actually appropriate to like take their song and make it medieval sounding as opposed to having a modern. I don't know. Are you following me on this one?
Yeah, I'm totally following you on this one. What was the name of that movie with the kid that played the Joker that died not too long ago? He did a sorcery tale.
A Knight's Tale.
A Knight's Tale.
Keith Legend.
It would be fun to hear a soundtrack updated with just Renaissance, like period instruments, but the same soundtrack.
Right.
That would be a lot of fun because they used a lot of contemporary top 40 in that soundtrack. But I agree, it takes you out of the movie. If the music isn't period without purpose, it takes you out of the movie. It's strange.
Yeah,
I don't know why
exactly. Looking at you, Dirty Dancing, with your Blow Monkeys fucking bullshit, blew me right out of the movie.
Yeah, see?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, modern songs in the 1960s.
Dirty Dancing was ruined by modern, at the time, modern music. Ruins, Blow Monkeys. Fuck off.
I'll give you that one, Captain. I totally agree with that.
Well, I had the time of my life.
I still quote that now.
Twist that dagger and wiggle it around. Make sure it's between those ribs nice and firm. Cinema Gulp, what are you doing down there?
Boy.
He's gone silent, fellas.
He's probably working on his script.
Jill, phone home.
Jill,
Sorry, guys. I can hear. I'm listening, but I muted because I had to finally put my dinner in the oven because I've been fucking working all night. Sorry.
No worries, man. I'm just playing the
That's all
narrative
right.
up here.
He's got a bun in the oven, folks.
I got a bun in the oven. Got a big old
Oh
belly.
boy.
Is that what you call it?
What are you cooking?
Yeah, I was just, putting a little lunch into the sandwich, just kind of slipping some meat between some buns,
Oh, you have
make
to
it dinner.
make it filthy. Am I on the same row as this guy? Oh well, at least I'm not
Stuff
next
that
to
shit
Ashley
right in the
Lynn
oven.
Diet Storm. Oh, hi, Ashley.
That was born and raised.
Come
for
on, that
it.
was a
That's
nice
what
one.
she said. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Well, that's what you were saying, isn't it? It was all metaphorical, right?
Yeah. Stephen,
I think basically
Stephen
you could do
Ransom just
just-
had an excellent "That's what she said" joke. I'll give you credit for that, Stephen Ransom.
Thank you,
Stephen
sir.
Ransom. Stephen Ransom.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought that was Stephen Amore the whole time, Black Phillip.
Whatever
I'm
happened to
only.
Stephen Amore?
It's merely because Black Phillip is not drunk. Otherwise, I would be Stephen Amore.
Black
No,
Phillip
right.
is drunk on power.
Apparently not, because he can't unblock you, Captain. I don't know what's going on here with his power
And
levels.
he's not yet apologized to Tiger Stripes either for his abhorrent
He's going to have to
behaviour
go
the other
Super
night.
Saiyan on this one to make it all work.
Oh, Black Phillip.
Use the
You're lucky
Kamehameha
that I
wave.
love to use unconditional Black Phillip.
I will never have that problem because
Use Tiger Stripe.
I will
Remember that guy.
never block Captain Spock. He is one of
Don't
Sunwolf's
speak
own.
too soon, sir.
Oh, dude, are you serious? Dude, Captain doesn't realize how much I'm looking forward to the Two Towers when we do that. Oh god, that's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so.
Oh, snap. Yes, sir.
Oh,
No,
you guys
I
are doing
get
a
it.
Two
I can't
Towers.
wait. How many weeks?
Well, we
How many
do. Well,
weeks?
he's part of a panel of 4 guys on our channel that do the Lord of the Rings 20th anniversary every year. The new one comes out, and he was fucking legend last year on Fellowship. So yeah, and we're coming up on the next one. It's coming.
Already we're coming up for it. No, I'm looking forward to that cinema. That is going to be. It's because of your editing skills. I've got to say, shout out Cinema Gulp. Just the way you edit, just putting the funny material and the punchlines later and the laughter.
Okay,
track
Ashley.
will hold it. Yeah, hey Ashley. Anyway, what?
She said she's stepping out, but she'll be back.
She got a
Is
full more
she?
laundry?
Okay, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
Oh, Black Phillip, could I have a second of your time? I apologize to the rest of the panel, but just to take care of some business.
It's may I, but yes.
Can you please follow me on Twitter? I'm at Bleffen Ransom, BLEPHEN.
You're at Black Phillip. That's weird. He's Black Phillip.
Bleffen?
Bleffen Ransom,
You're Black Phillip?
BLEPHEN Ransom, on Twitter.
Yeah,
Just at me
On Twitter.
there.
Hey, Stephen Ransom, do you have a YouTube or?
Yes, I just subscribed to you, so you should be able to
I
see
was
me.
just-
I'm at the same
was-
name on YouTube
I'm gonna do the same for you, sir.
because I've got to see you and the Captain talk Two Towers. That's
Oh,
that's
dude,
an
yeah.
unmissable show.
Well, you know what? Go back in the catalog last November, and you can watch me and Cap and 2 other guys talk about Fellowship, and it's a gas, man. It's great.
Yeah, that's what I will do as a preload.
Yeah, there you are. There you are. Okay, follow.
Very good, sir. This way,
Fakest
if you ever want me
death
for
ever.
panel, you could DM me.
Best episode ever.
Yeah, you're always welcome on my
I got no doubt, Captain.
stream, Stephen Ransom.
When you're on, when you're the captain, when you're the captain of our captains, when you've captained yourself as the captain of all Time Lords, you are quite the fellow on a panel, my friends.
What is
I've
the
seen
Dead
you
Poet
at your prime.
Society? What do they say in
I
Dead
have my
Poet
moments.
Society? Two captain,
do.
my two captain,
Not
my
many.
Exactly. Dead Poet Society.
Dead Poet Society. Two captain, my captain.
Too busy carping all them DMs.
There's been some angst, but
that's-
you're in the
that
middle
was
of
a
winter
double
while we're
reference,
in the
folks.
middle of summer. It's all possible, So
No, see what that was there, Ashley Lynn. That was what we know in the business, what we know as a double dip reference. There was a Dead Poet Society and Rick and Morty at the same time. Do you see what I did there? Too busy cupping all them DMs. See, actually, if you actually watch TV, read comics, or saw movies, you might actually get these things. But no, you're just sitting there playing Pokemon, aren't you?
You know, and without passing judgment on the following
She's not
seasons
even
of
there
Rick
for
and
the
Morty,
rounding. Oh, what have I done? I take it all back. Sorry, carry on.
but that first season of Rick and Morty was really something incredible to watch in
And
real
no
time.
time travel. 3 seasons of 0 time travel. I double checked.
It just some of the stuff they covered, some of the emotional tones they were able to grasp within single 25-minute episodes. It was really quite miraculous.
And I'm Pickle Rick.
Yeah, and season 2, they really did knock it out of the park for a second try. That was incredible. But season 3 starts to get into other territory. I'm not going to pass judgment on the rest. I really haven't seen it, but
3?
season 1 and 2 were really incredible pieces
I
of
think
work.
it's like The Expanse. I think it's solid for 3 seasons. But
Yes, The Expanse.
yes,
Fucking shit right there, man.
that's the fucking best TV show ever.
When you drop that name, I'm just like, I light the fuck up. The Expanse is awesome. Not
See,
Everyone, please see The Expanse.
And
Jill,
now I am
you
actually
like science
chagrined.
fiction. Yeah, Jill, please see The Expanse, all of it, or at least for the first 3 seasons. Don't worry about what people say. Oh, it's a slow burn. No, it isn't. Just 3 seasons, Jill. Get it down, yeah.
I like season 4.
She'll be back.
I like season 4, Cap. I didn't like season 5 as much, and then the final season was fine, but you could tell they just had no money left in the budget. It's fine. It's not bad.
It's fine. A bad Expanse is still better than the best the filth could ever offer. But it's
100%, 100%. Yeah.
But it's still it's the 3 they couldn't maintain. Partly through losing one actor, of course. But
the first 3 seasons are fucking legendary, man. I just love the fuck out of that. Yeah,
that's what I've heard.
Thomas,
anyone out there, if you haven't seen The Expanse, do yourself a favor. Get it on Blu-ray, seasons 1 to 3 box set.
And apparently don't read the books, because I hear the show actually adapts the books better. I mean, maybe you can read the books if you want.
The books are unfaithful to the transmedia canonical verisimilitude. Reads it. It's beautiful. Yeah, exactly. Fuck the books. What exactly? Fuck the books.
Yeah, I've heard the show is better than the books, and I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, we've seen that before. It's
a bit of a thing.
I think the film
Jaws,
Planet of the Apes is far superior to the book Planet of the Apes, but the book Planet of the Apes is interesting.
Jaws,
but the film is superior as a story.
Jaws, one of the best movies ever made. Book is subpar, and
the book is about something entirely different. Spielberg did a movie about the shark.
Opera. The book is a soap opera. Yeah, the movie is incredible. And by the way, on Sunday, me and the Cinema Gulp crew are going to see it in IMAX 3D, and we're going to GoPro the whole experience and do a show on it.
Oh,
nice!
Not that anybody cares. I'm just saying it.
Where are you seeing that at a brick and mortar, or are you watching that at home?
No, we're seeing the 3D IMAX screening that they put out at the Irvine Spectrum in Irvine.
That's fantastic,
brick and mortar.
We're gonna see that giant IMAX screen, 3D with that fucking remastered audio. Oh my god! Like, I don't think from what I understand, they didn't put any extra scenes. I don't know about you guys, but I would love to see that one major cut scene. They're never gonna put it in there because Spielberg never wanted it in there, but. The bloodiest scene in the movie actually never made it into the movie, but if you YouTube it, you can watch it. It's disturbing.
Yeah,
but I can't wait.
Supercuts is a totally different subject. We're going to start seeing stuff like that happen as algorithms interfere with what properties look like on these streaming platforms, where you could do the full cut or the half cut or the director's cut, and it's merely a matter of pushing the button like dub or not dubbed.
Well, they just put Spider-Man No Way Home back out in theaters this weekend with like 8 minutes of extra scenes, and I hear there's really not that much.
Yeah, it's not that much from what I heard.
There's not that much that changes the movie. It's more banter between the 3 Spider-Mans, which I'm cool with because that was the best part of the movie. So. Yeah,
right. You could almost watch a whole film of that.
I would love to just watch a whole film of that shit. Yeah. Or just Marissa Tomei, like whatever.
I hope that's the future of these brick and mortar theaters that we've built on the planet. Like, there's got to be hundreds of thousands of them just within the state region. You know, those things can't just be abandoned and turned into hotels or something like that. They should be kept as places where historical societies celebrate cinema. You know, we should always be able to watch any of these films on the silver screen as they were intended. You know, streamings be damned. Wow, no comments, guys?
As Will said, I agree.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Well said. No,
I love Jaws the book. I think it's great. I recommend it to everybody.
Yeah, it's good on its own right, for sure. And Planet of the Apes for the same reason. The French philosophical book is actually a really interesting science fiction.
Pierre Boulez.
Have you guys ever read the Frank Abagnale semi-autobiographical movie or book called Catch Me If You Can? And Spielberg made a movie of it in 2002 with Leo DiCaprio.
Semi-auto, that makes it transmedia canonical verisimilitude, transmedia historical verisimilitude, and 3 levels of a reliable narrator. Oh my god!
Wow, dude, Cap knows that book and he knows that movie, because that movie and that book are just taken from this radical perspective of somebody kind of on the run, and then getting caught and then making amends. Well, making amends. He didn't really give a shit, but the FBI it was kind of one of those. I don't know if it was the first case ever where the FBI just said, "Hey, this guy's a criminal, but we need his mind." Because they do that.
No way that's the first time.
CIA
You read Victorian literature, and
dude,
you know that the British did this all the time.
I used to be an editor. I used to be an editor for a computer science magazine, and every time we went to a conference, one of the biggest guys that was a keynote speaker for security and privacy was always a fucking ex-con hacker.
That's why Sneakers is such a good movie.
Back in the Victorian era, we used to call it poacher turn gamekeeper. 2 sides of the same coin. All the cops are criminals, folks. All the sinners saints. It's all the same shit. Exactly. In fact, frankly, I commit crimes simply in an attempt to be hired by the FBI. And so far, it's worked. I can't say anything else.
Wasn't there an episode
Read more
of
about
House?
that in my forthcoming comic book, How I Met Your FBI.
There was an episode of House where the FBI or the CIA actually hired him to go down and cure a dictator or some nonsense like that.
I never saw House.
And that's a fun series. Even if you catch a couple of loose episodes, you will fall in love with this character's deep, depressed angst. He is absolutely phenomenal on screen. His American accent, he's a British actor, is just fantastic to watch. He is the ultimate troll.
But will he fall in love with my angst and depression?
He might. Or he might give 2 fucks.
Now, I've heard of the show and everybody says it's great.
I'm back.
One of those shows that got away.
Hey, Ashley, she's back.
Welcome back, Ashley. Welcome back.
Hey, done with your laundry?
That time of the year again, Ash.
What?
Huh?
Shock Captain.
Black
How
Phillip.
could you bloody say such a thing?
Yes.
I've got a reputation. I've decided actually to start playing up to it. It's like, fuck it, I might as well embrace it, hey?
Absolutely, Captain.
did
If you find an identity online, you have to go with it, my friend. Go with the flow, baby.
Exactly. Anyway, Ashley loves it. She loves getting ragged on, don't you, Ashley?
References, woohoo!
Because you're the only dickhead.
What's that? A big girl's blouse says what? Right? Nothing.
What did you ask me something, Cinema Go?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Black Phillip, have you seen Vengeance yet?
Vengeance. Oh, that one went to see with the PJ Novak.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. I don't even think it made it to San Antonio. It might have.
I'm just curious.
Motherfuckers only just seen Blade Runner 2049.
I heard it was pretty good.
I did. I'm
Well,
just
Blade
curious
Runner
what you think about
2049.
it.
Yeah, I kept telling you.
No, the movie that are you trying to share something, Ashley? Are you trying to come back on?
So my computer died. I don't know why I'm still up there because it died.
Okay, no, I've seen this before. Separate devices will show up as different identities on screen. Note.
Oh well, they definitely do because I
anybody's
haven't
host.
signed in on
I'll remove that. All right, yeah.
my damn thing. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. And my avatar, I can't fix it because I'm on my phone and I haven't done all that. So that's just
No
my
worries.
quirk.
We know what you look like, sweetheart.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So what did the captain say?
Anyway,
Because
now
I didn't
you're
hear what
the,
his smart mouth say.
Yeah, I know. I started ragging you, and then I realised you'd gone. I'm sorry, D. You missed it. It was really funny. Rewind.
Well,
You
say it again.
got a ragging coming. Oh, yada yada yada. Something funny. Yada yada. Oh, you're
Oh, he
terrible.
thinks it's funny. Yada yada yada.
They were
Okay.
all bloody lunar references. That's
Gotcha.
what it
It's
was.
just Captain being
Bloody and
Captain,
lunar.
being his big head self. I got it.
Captain being the captain, whatever that means.
Captain.
Captain
anybody
being
on
his
the
big head
panel
self is
see
what I
the,
said.
Oh, I see.
Did you?
Anybody
You
on
do.
the panel see the Sylvester Stallone superhero flick?
I heard
I
it was
did.
good.
No, I'm
Samaritan
sick and
or
tired of
Samaritan?
fucking superhero films. Now they have to make more. No, I would not be seeing.
It was all right.
I'm 100%.
What the world
with the
needs is more
captain on that
fucking
one.
superhero. But I didn't even like superhero
Okay,
comics.
But I do love Sly, and I heard it was a charming, good movie. I just haven't seen it
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. Regardless of your fandom, from what I heard from the people that do enjoy those sorts of things, that it was well executed. That it didn't deny itself the opportunities that were available, and the script was solid enough for the type of film it was. So kudos to them.
Sure,
any
I'm
good
sure
film is a good film.
I'm sure Sly was pretty bent that it didn't get a theatrical release because he still thinks he's a bankable theatrical movie star, and maybe he is.
Yeah, God, this is
And
what I'm
maybe
talking
he
about.
is.
That stupid fence.
Hey,
How you doing, son of a red
Greetings,
shirt?
son of red shirt,
Richard,
man of mystery.
What's
That's
up,
right.
sir?
What's buzzing, cousin?
He is constantly looking for the one-armed man, Mr. Son of a Red Shirt. Son of the one-armed man is hunted by Son of a Red Shirt.
By the way, I stand corrected. The mini series of Farscape is called the Peacemaker Wars, not the
Yes.
Fuck Wars or whatever the fuck I called it. I don't even
Yeah,
remember.
we were kicking it around all over the place, but nobody knew what we were talking about anyway, So
Yeah, we were kind of on an island by ourselves on that one, and that's fine.
That's okay.
Islands in the stream. So, Gold, what's the script called? Is there a working title?
Yeah, the working title is Old Riviera.
Oh, nice, evocative.
What is yours, Captain?
3 French maids in the universe.
What is it?
That's way
3
better.
French maids. Did I stutter? 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't fucking hear though. That's my
I
problem.
fucking said 3 French maids in the universe.
Okay,
What?
cool. Is it like a kinky porno? It sounds like a kinky porno.
Like
still
Amazon
odd.
Women on the Moon type of thing.
No, it's a sensitive drama about a young man on an emotional journey. Yeah, it's a bit of it. Well, there is a hot lesbian threesome on page 3.
That's
So
Fifi's. Take Fifi's to the shower, Captain. You know the drill.
Why'd you wait till page 3, Cap?
yeah, it's actually page 5 because I've decided we need to add a prologue where the cards. I want a beheading on the first page. Anyway,
Ooh, that's my kind of show.
there you go.
Very British of you, Captain.
Yes, I like
How
that.
Long
dare you.
prologue.
Well,
with a
actually,
big
there is the
splash
main
page.
character. He's a little bit like no guns because there is one of the characters. She's from Florida, and she's basically she's all about the gut. Well, she's a Florida chick. Can you imagine? Just she's all about the guns, and then he's like no guns, and he's got a samurai sword, and but then you got this other character, the other French maiden, and she is English, but then she's actually Russian, and then she does use guns. She's got a Mauser, but do you know what a Mauser is, Ashley? You probably don't, do you?
No, I don't. But you can
Okay.
tell me.
All right. Well,
It's a pistol that
it's
looks like
a-
the Han Solo pistol.
You know what a tarot card is?
I don't know what Han Solo pistol looks like. Come on, man.
Wow.
That's what she said.
I did say it. I am a she.
Well, Han Solo pistol.
And that didn't really work. My bad. I was just
But you said my bad. That's cool.
Yeah, the only thing in Han Solo's
even
name
actually
that's
show my
missing is the D of hands.
Right, here we go. Cinema Gold. Because I love you. Here's the next level we've gone to. I'm going to go in at the deep end, but what I love about
Oh, Captain loves you,
Gold is-
Cinema. You are on top of the world.
Right, Cinema Gold. No offense, but he's going to leave the rest of you fuckers in the dust. Right, Cinema Gold. Question is Harrison Ford's chin scar, almost say chin car there, don't take the piss, chin scar, is it canon?
I guess it has to. In what franchise?
Aha! Because either way, it's ridiculous. In Star Wars, they gave you the origin of his name. Oh, your name is Billy No Mates. His gun, his walk, his spaceship, his mate, his dog, right? Everything apart from the chin scar. And yet, in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade with River Phoenix, we had a canonical explanation for Harrison Ford's chin scar. Did we or did we not?
Yes, and in a very, I love that movie, but in a ridiculous scene, we get his jacket, his hat, his whip, and his scar, and his fear for snakes, all in 5 minutes.
All in one day, like with Han Solo. But that's the difference. In Star Wars, the chin scar is not canon. Because they didn't add it to Alden Ehrenreich.
Because it shouldn't be important. No.
No, but that's my point. It's like everything else that I bring up. Whenever people are like, "Oh, but Captain, shut the fuck up," because I'm like, double standards. It's not canon in Star Wars. It is canon in Indiana Jones. I mean, if only Stephen Ransom were here, it speaks to the idea of, in a weird, ironic way, initially, animation is more true to life than reality. Because reality isn't reality, it's the fucking actor. It's the inverse, and yet same reason why Tarantino's shared universe is a fucking load of bollocks, isn't it, Stephen Ransom?
It's absolutely true, Captain. Thank you for my words.
Stephen gets it.
You know, also, it can be said now that because of the actions in the movie Solo and the opening sequence with River Phoenix,
jacket and
Harrison Ford has prop continuity, where whenever Harrison Ford's characters are introduced, he gets all of his props in the first episode.
The one celebrity in the world that could not give two wet fucking farts about any of that stuff is the guy that gets all of that clout, because I don't care. Every time some frosty wine trough or whatever asks him about it, he goes, I don't care. Like that's all
I don't care, George.
I hate him for that. I really do. As a fan, it's so disappointing that he openly feels that way. Really,
that's funny. I love and hate him for it at the same time. To be honest,
he's a human being. He's a human being. He looks at acting as a job. He always has. He's never cared about fandom. You know.
He wants to do carpentry and fuck the co-star.
Yeah, he was a carpenter, man. He's like, fuck this shit.
I totally get it.
He did have a romance with Princess Leia. It's lovely.
He grew up in an age where it was part of the job to say nice things about your work of anybody in the industry. And Carrie Fisher could have reminded him. She had the same issues with her stuff too. It's like these things are actually paying your job. You know, if somebody comes along and appreciates your work, you should be noble enough to accept and thank them for their fandom and their patronage, and then go back to your closet and scream in a fucking pillow, you crybaby. But it's like, don't tell it on public view. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, what a bitch.
You know what?
It just pisses me off.
I agree with you. I mean, I said what he thinks, but I do agree with you. Like that, it's true, because I also think he has not a bad agent as far as getting roles, but a bad representative as far as what he should say in public, because he's never said the right thing in public. And part of your job is you don't have to like suck the dick of fans, but you have to at least acknowledge that you're happy doing what you're doing. And he always seems so miserable. So it kind of takes away from those characters. He's always the difference is he's always loved the Indiana Jones character. So he's never really said bad shit about that, like not as much anyway. But he did a Han Solo character. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
It's so weird. I'd love to know what was really going on behind the scenes, but talk about somebody that actually did have a miserable time is the guy who played the dwarf in the Lord of the Rings series in Peter Jackson's. He had a fucking miserable time.
John Rhys
Yeah, he had a and he always talks well about the show. As a matter of fact, he is like a saint.
Well, he's a professional. He's a professional,
Yeah,
and he's a
that's what I mean.
thespian. He's a thespian. He's a theater trained actor. He's different. Harrison Ford, like Cap said, he's a fucking carpenter that got lucky and happened to be talented. He doesn't give a fuck. Like John Rhys Davies knows how to play the game, and he was so instrumental in the Lord of the Rings like Oscar stuff when they started winning Oscars. Like John Rhys Davies was huge in that, like because he knew how to talk. You know, where like Elijah Wood's like, yeah, this is cool, bro. You know, like
yeah, and he brought the gravitas. He brought the
really
gravitas. He brought the velvet curtains. You know,
yeah, and Viggo
floorboards.
Mortensen just doesn't say a fucking word outside of
Man
acting.
of mystery.
Viggo Mortensen says nothing ever, like, which is fine. But
yeah, well, which is fine. He's just supposed to be sexy. Just don't say a goddamn fucking word. Just look at the camera. You beautiful creature, you know. It's like
real quick. Going back to Captain's point about River Phoenix in that first opening scene. I love that opening scene. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But okay, so do you think that Spielberg was just thinking the audience was so stupid that we didn't know that was Indiana Jones, and that's why they did the whip gave him the chin mark? Like, why the fuck?
I bet if you went back onto the talk show circuit after the first film, that it was probably something in the public dialogue about his chin scar in the feminine demographic that was adoring him at the time.
Wrong, they do call him his little what do you call it? The Boy Scouts he's with. They call him Indiana. Yeah. Before that, so you clearly know that he's supposed to be Indiana Jones, right? Like,
right.
I don't know.
Right. He's a perfect imitation. River Phoenix did a golden god tier level acting job. He was Harrison Ford. He was amazing. He was great.
Yeah, I love it when he's just like, it's only a snake, and then he's so passionate.
Oh my god! Yeah, it was like they deep faked. It was amazing. It was just he did such a good job.
I'm just the point where he falls into that train car and his entire origin happens in that train car. It irks me a little bit. It's a little weak.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, maybe the whip and the scar, but not everything else. He shouldn't have gotten the hat. You know, he shouldn't have gotten the hat. It would have been nice if the guy didn't put it on his head, but he wound up with one anyway. That would have been more interesting. If it never went on his head and he wound up admiring that guy anyway, or becoming that person, so to speak. You know,
what
that would have been more.
Excluding part 4, which is you can, if you like part 4, you can add it. But what's your guys' favorite Indiana Jones adventure? Because Raiders of the Lost Ark is one of my favorite movies of all time. So clearly that's
Raiders is definitely the best one.
Obviously, it's Crystal Skull.
Temple of Doom isn't aged very well, though.
I still like Temple of Doom. It's a very fun adventure, but it's kind of a strange. It's a strange movie.
She's Jar Jar Binks for me in that film. She really is. It's so hard to watch with her in
fucking it. Kate Capshaw.
And knowing that she wound up marrying Spielberg right after that movie, that they met on that film, it's just like,
exactly.
Trust me, guys.
That's your rule.
Her part.
If the director's fucking the lead actress, the film's going to be shit every fucking time. Just ask Clint.
Well, maybe not. I mean, you know, Lauren Bacall with Bogart.
One good movie. Give me one movie where the director was fucking the actress and the fucking movie wasn't shit. Name one.
Kill Bill.
I don't know.
They weren't fucking after that car crash. You know the score. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm kidding because there was rumors that Quentin was.
He gave her a foot massage, but it ain't the same thing. Ain't no fucking same motherfucking ballpark either.
Captain, can you do a foot massage on me the way the director did?
I've had a long day. I heard cinema gulp. I had a long day. I could do with a fucking foot massage right now. You ready? Look, all I'm saying is Long Beach Mike ate your amigo. He's some low-life motherfucker that sold out his amigo.
I don't tickle nobody or nothing.
I won't be tickling or nothing. I got my
technique down and everything.
I'll be tickling or nothing.
How about you, Ashley? Do you enjoy a good foot massage?
Absolutely. Who doesn't?
You need to tell us a legendary story. You don't have to go into gory details, but just set it up for us. Best dressage. Best.
I was a stripper when I was 19, and and this dude used to buy champagne rooms, and he used to just rub my feet and talk to me. That's all I had to do is sit there, and he would rub my feet for $350.
Nice. Go.
I'm touching myself tonight.
Imagine if you had Quentin Tarantino in that booth. He would have paid you $1,000 for that.
That'd be cool.
You in one of his movies.
You let him film it, he'd pay you $1 million plus fucking per diem.
I can tell you got some cute feet just by the look of your face.
Oh, gee, thanks. I've been told.
I can't see your face. It just looks like a white
nipple.
It's a white nipple right now. Yeah, my bad.
I have a.
What book was that again?
No, go ahead.
You were showing us a book, Captain.
Oh, the book was. I was thinking. I just got $10 that Cinema Gulp has got this book within reach of him right now.
So you have Captain on, he's excited for you.
I don't have the exact same book, but I have many books, doing the exact same thing. Lots of screenwriting books.
Yeah, because you want to get to that point where you're reading the book, going, yeah, they don't know shit.
Let me see if I could find
my. Not arrogant as you, Captain.
Page 1. Always make sure you know what the ending is. Looking at you, George R. R. Martin, you dumb motherfucker.
Well, he's not a screenwriter, is he, Captain?
Nope, he ain't a book writer either. He's just a guy with a big
apparently
fucking
not.
set.
He
Not
just
for 10
appears to be a
years,
handful
3 months, 2 weeks,
of
and
capital
4
letters.
days, nope,
I just
he's
call
good
him
at one-
JRRR GRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR.
It's
Because we never
good
finish.
for
We
4
never get to
things.
the M. We never get to
it's
the
good
M
for
with
4
him.
things.
It's always
Playing on the train set,
GRRRR.
eating grilled cheese sandwiches, snorting cocaine off a stripper's tits. And
Just
a good
remember
time.
that every time somebody complains about, GRRRR, they're making money. They're making money doing nothing on purpose.
This is my Bible right here. Sidney Lumet's Making Movies. If you guys
nice.
Baby.
This
Connoisseur's choice.
This is a fucking.
Can you send me a cover of that, please, darling?
Yeah, dude. It's a very short read. It's fucking brilliant. Sidney Lumet is one of the best. It's right here. It's right here, yo.
If that's the one the Cinema Gulp's using, that's the one the Captain is using.
Oh, shit.
Cinema Gulp looks like he could have played Spider-Man or Greatest American Hero back in the 70s. Did you see how pink that face was?
I've heard the Greatest American Hero thing. I've never heard the Spider-Man thing.
Well, there's that 70s good boy kind of look.
Red Shirt's a film connoisseur. Red Shirt, remember the Big Red One? Well, it's often mispronounced. It's actually the Big Red One. It's a Marine unit. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. The Big Red One, you know that Lee Marvin? Or not him. You know Mark Hamill in the Big Red One? That's fucking the Cinema Gulp.
I remember, son of a red shirt, the first time I saw Lauren Bacall come onto screen, knowing that she was 19 years old walking down those goddamn stairs. I was like, holy shit, nobody would be able to suffer that for long. She was such a beautiful creature. There was no way any man was going to survive that encounter. It just absolutely freaking gorgeous.
Can I show you
that's another one. Gulp, I don't know about, let me ask you another question about your screenplay, Gulp. I love these moments.
Yeah.
Do you have one of those moments? Is there a moment where a guy meets a femme fatale in the script?
It's hard. So I have three lead characters in this screenplay. Yes, a guy meets an older woman. He's a professor. He meets an older woman who used to be a movie star.
Older woman? What? She's 25. That's the Hollywood joke.
No, I always envision Susan Sarandon as the character. So when you're writing, you always try to envision people that you know. So
I've got Emilia Clarke all over this motherfucker.
Yeah, so I have like this younger guy who is new in town, and he meets Susan Sarandon, who's an agent who used to be a movie star. So she's not a femme fatale, but yeah, there's an encounter there for sure.
Nice. Looking forward to this.
They may or may not have. They don't really have a sexual relationship, but they have a very intimate relationship. So.
I'm intrigued already.
Okay, let me show you guys one more book. If you guys, Black Phillip, and
it's not going to be fucking Strunk and White's Elements of Style again, is it?
No, I'm sure everybody. I'm sure everybody on this panel does this on their channel, but I know Black Phillip and I know Captain do. But if you ever want to, this book is called A Short Guide to Writing About Film, and it's really writing about film. So it's basically like a guide to like the right way of critiquing movies without bias. Yeah.
Oh, I don't do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh no, but
yes,
but
you and the rest of the universe. Ash.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
actually, you have to understand. Like I started my channel almost 7 years ago when the world was a vastly different place where you could just talk about a movie and you don't have to have a perspective as far as like political leanings or anything like that. So it was.
I'll tell you what,
it was fun to talk about movies like that back then.
Ashley, write a film script in a way. Ashley, a film script in many ways is like a tarot reading in a way because it's telling you the future, isn't it? So in a way, Cinema Gulp is doing a tarot reading for his own script. He's doing it in his mind, isn't he, Ashley? Think about it.
He is. I do think about it. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's awesome.
So one person's. I use the term script writing and doing a tarot reading synonymously. They're synonymous.
Ah, Captain. Actually, that's an interesting subject because isn't Man in the High Castle supposed to have been written using the I Ching?
Captain, let me show you. I don't know if you can see it, but look at what is on the cover of this book.
Rings.
I can't see it.
It's the Fellowship.
Yeah.
The Fellowship, Gandalf. Oh, hi, Gandalf.
At least that date.
Man, show it again. Show it again, Cinema Gulp. I got you big. I made you big.
Cinema Gulp.
Why'd you make me big? What are we doing?
Show that cover. Show the detail.
We can see the book.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Ungulp. There it is. Can we see it now, Captain?
Oh, those big guys. Yep, now I can see it. Yeah, those little guys, the big guys. Very good. Yep, you had a bad week. Fuck you, pay me. You got hairy feet. Fuck you, pay me. You ran into a dragon. Fuck you, pay me. Hobbit fellas.
There you go. Right.
Yeah, good stuff.
Normal.
Yeah, he was going to get me, but he wasn't from the Shire. He wasn't from the old country. Hey, it didn't work out. It didn't work out with Frodo. Frodo! Hobbit fellas. Available now by Marty Scorsese. Hobbit fellas. Now, listen here, Sauron. This ain't your manner.
Captain. The Man in the High Castle was written using the I Ching, even internally within the story.
Yes.
Like the fiction of the Alliance propaganda about an alternate reality was supposed to be something that somebody invented within the book using the I Ching as a model for how the story would go. Like he was rolling, for the I Ching, and whatever the I Ching said, he wrote down as the storyline. And that's how the whole story, The Man in the High Castle, becomes a story in the first place. And they do that in the series too, on Netflix. But in the book, it's a very short story. It's an interesting idea. I've thought about writing a script entirely using astrology.
The grasshopper lies heavy.
Thinking about writing a script is good.
Well, when you're casting the I Ching, there's too much depth there to really just take it as like a one small thing. It's like you get so much in a page. I don't know how you could condense that into usable.
Yeah, I think what
fiction.
the method I was thinking because they don't really reveal how it was done. But if I were to do it with astrology, I would make up my cast of characters, and each one of them would have a sign. And then the location would have a starting date. I would have to figure out when the town was founded and when the event was happening, and I would use charts for both of those time periods. And then start having the charts interact while the story grinds through time. And that would be my method of how to write it.
It
So
could
it would
be
be
all right.
self-generating.
I think, Captain, you have a new best friend.
I've got so many. I feel blessed, Black Phillip. You brought all the good people together. I knew you could do it, Black Phillip. There's
Hey,
good
guys,
in you,
And
I
we
felt it.
all love you too, Captain.
Hey, Black Phillip, you're gonna keep this going, right? I gotta.
I'll be on.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on, but I have to jet for about 5 minutes. Okay.
No problem.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
So, Edge of Time, what do you think of that idea for a format?
Well, I think it's great, but you can you get lost in the thing. Like whenever I use a reference book, like I've tried to make write stories based on like Jungian philosophy, and when you're trying to do that, it's like you get lost in the material as opposed to getting your work done.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, that's where like overthinking becomes the thing you're actually doing. You're not actually writing a book; you're just overthinking it.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
I have a couple of properties like that in my head that I'm continuously overthinking and never actually. I've attempted to put them on paper. I've got most of it there in breakdown form with chapter headings and stuff, but. I don't really have it solidified.
I'd like to see somebody take Jungian philosophy and do a whole
and stick it right up their ass.
Well, the interesting thing is that you could take Jungian philosophy and use it to break down
up your
any
ass.
given story, because we're all working from the same paradigm inside of our heads, right? So, if Jungian philosophy is a functional mind puzzle, then you should be able to format it right over any story. Who's the shadow? Where's the shadow? Where's the dream space? Where's the
animus,
the right, exactly.
Man.
Only the shadow knows.
You just break the pantheon down upon this on the sequence, and sometimes props and buildings become members of that catalog.
Yeah, but has anybody pulled it off? Like, can we point in an example and say, yeah, this is an allegory for Jungian philosophy or whatever?
Oh, right. In reverse. Well, no, I'm saying in reverse. It works for almost every story in the same way that a hero has 1,000 faces.
Wow, a trans-dimensional, two-directional Jungian philosophy. What do you think about that, Ashland guy, Storm? I bet that's really floating your boat.
Oh,
well, that's the whole. That's kind of the whole point. Is that we all have similar ways of thinking, and most of us have similar cultures backing us up. And because of that, we write similar stories, and the success of those stories are they're using human psychology.
I'll give you guys a little secret, because there are many contrived ways, and you're quite right. You can get lost in the method of the story. I think Edge of Time is quite right. So I went the other way. I go to an extremely simple method. I just go sex scene, violence scene, sex scene, driving scene, sex scene, chase scene, violent scene, big explosion, the end.
Right. That sounds good. That's like the name of the ABBA is supposed to be a musical sequence.
They went, Captain, there you're talking our language. So
and that's why they used abracadabra too, I think.
A few friends become enemies, enemies become friends.
Yep, indeed, Captain.
But I like the Jungian thing too. That works too.
I just think there's too much there to like put it into like one story. Like Bluebeard isn't the story of.
Well, give me any particular concept. Like, let's go with Treasure Island.
Well, I was going to say Bluebeard is often considered an anima or an animus story because the woman can't look in the closet, and if she does, she dies.
Oh, that's also like the guy with the painting, the Victorian horror short.
Right, I know novella. What you're talking about. You're
was
talking
it the painting
about
of somebody gray or something like that.
Yeah, picture of Dorian Gray.
There you go. That's it right there.
So,
That's
but
a similar format.
But I'm saying I want to see a big. I want to see the whole pantheon represented, like Clash of the Titans. I want to see. A battle with the
As
shadow. I want to
themselves.
see, or
Like,
at least something that we can understand. Like he also, if you've ever seen The Prisoner, I think it's as close as you can get to.
you mean the series, the British
Yeah,
series?
like when you see
Yeah,
in the
that
end.
was.
In the end,
I
he's like
love
dealing with
that
the mirror
cartoonish
character, and
quality. The cartoonish quality of some of the spy shows during that time period is what made them function well for me, because for some reason it made them like almost two-dimensional. Like you didn't have to. That it was something that just like the whole suspension of disbelief was just eradicated because of that cartoon, colorful look. Like what?
right,
I don't even care where I am anymore.
right.
Right? The
Star Trek
story is
comes
the
to
only
mind.
thing that's gonna. Right, exactly. And Batman too. Like the stories functioned better because the reality was so far out of kilter. Like it was a
Right.
forced uncanny valley to make the story more palatable. Like the story was the only thing believable. You know what I mean? Like that. But yeah, you mean like as themselves. Like the shadow is the shadow, or at least the audience is told pretty much by the narrative. Everybody who you're seeing on screen, they are the pantheon of Jungian philosophy. Almost like it's a Jung is having a fantasy, like he wrote a fan fiction.
Yeah, or like a dream. He had a dream of where all of them are present in one
Right.
capacity
So you
or
could
another.
do like Christmas Carol as a format.
I don't know. I think it's too big. I think like you see elements of it, like I said in Star Trek, you see like individual parts where,
Well,
like in the
sweetheart, that is why you have sequels. You don't do the whole thing. You suggest
right.
more.
But I mean, like you have the mirror. You have the mirror. Remember the mirror Spock and the mirror. That's kind of a shadow story where they're fighting their mirror image.
Right.
You know what I'm
and
talking
that's
about,
in
right?
almost every single show on the planet. I mean, like
It's-
every series you could think of has a mirror or a duplicate. Think of Alice and the Brady Bunch.
Just catching up, Red Shirt. It was one of those because when I get into debates, I really thought about something Scottish. I'd rather be happy than right. So I'm going to say, Red Shirt, you're wrong. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter to me or to this argument where Harrison Ford got his chin scar. But for what it's worth, because I know you like your film facts, no, he got it crashing through the windscreen of a car. That's how he got his chin scar. Way years before. You can see it in Star Wars. So no, you absolutely. It's a complete myth and indeed a lie to suggest he got it filming Raiders. You'll see it quite clearly in Star Wars and Force 10 from Neverone. But ultimately, I've learned a lesson. I just want to say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he got it. The point is, it's written into the canon in Raiders or in the indie films, but it isn't written into the canon in the Star Wars films, which is a bit inconsistent. And I just wanted to point out that you can use it to back up my theory that there's two Deckards, a replicant and a human. The human has a chin scar, the replicant does not. All right, back to the show. I was just reading Red Shirt's chat there.
Nice. Thank you, Richard. What is this about enemas?
What is the deal with enemas?
What is the deal with enemas? Everyone's getting a small one on the airlines.
Ashley, how are you doing, sweetheart? Are you okay? Are you having fun?
My goodness. Mythical creatures fighting before my very eyes. I'm sorry, you carry on.
Captain, I think it's just the three of us.
I just saw a hippogriff.
Hippogriff?
Yeah.
Is that who's having an enema?
There's no enema here. Oh, no.
Red Shirt was bringing up an enema in two different stories. Two girls, one cup is often considered an enema story for two completely different and horrible, horrible reasons, says Son of a Red Shirt in the chat. I have no idea where this comes from, Son of a Red Shirt.
You don't want to know.
All right, I'm back.
Who are the two girls and how are they completely and horribly, horribly under any sort of reasons?
Well, You can Google Two Girls, One Cup and experience the horror for yourself.
What the fuck did I just walk into? I came back
leave
in my
for-
front.
I know, right? You
front
leave these
door.
guys alone for a minute, and now look.
I came
Like,
back
You
in my
might
front
be able
door
to
and heard
grog
two-
this for us.
I heard
horror.
Cinema
two
Gold.
girls,
horror.
one cup. I'm like, what the fuck did this dissolve into?
Have you
Well,
have you
they
read
allow
the
us
Son of Red
to
Son of
name
Red
pop-
Shirts?
Cinema,
I know, I
cinema
leave.
gold. They
Yeah,
allow us
Ashley.
to
See, you're just a
ask
fan of
Come
us
back
to
Ashley.
soon.
napalm villages, but they won't allow us to write fuck.
Welcome
on
back,
their
Gulp.
helicopters.
Looking back, go. I left too. Gotta get something to drink. But
I saw an insect Black Phillip crawling on a razor blade.
We were still talking about screenwriting and screen development and story and adaptation, right? Edge of Time.
Well, it's like
you
when
adapt-
I've tried to do all this stuff. To be honest with you, I've tried to write the full Pantheon Jungian story and failed. I've tried to use the use the I Ching to develop a plot. I don't think they weren't effective means for me. I think I think Phil might have solved like one problem by using the sticks. That'd be the best way to do it, is like you're stuck, and so you go read a little philosophy because it's so the I Ching is so ambiguous. It seems to apply to everything at any given moment.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. I was trying to explain this to someone the other day, and it's this idea. People don't. The I Ching and other artifacts like that, other arts like that,
The
like palm
I Ching
reading
isn't going
and
to get
tarot
you to
cards,
write lines like
they're a
"You're
completely subjective device.
You're just
They're
an
supposed to
errand
be
boy
only in your head,
sent
and there's
by
nothing
grocery
wrong with that.
clerks
The words
collect
kind
the
of try to
bill.
unlock an idea that you already have in your head. It's like you're the one holding yourself back, and when you
Right.
do this reading, it unlocks it because the words are speaking to what you are reluctant to understand.
And Jung would
That is
have
correct, Red Shirt. If I say it, it's a fact. I am the reliable narrator. I ain't lying to you, Red Shirt. I wouldn't lie to you now, Red Shirt, would I?
Jung would have his patients use the tarot cards to unstick themselves, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and they didn't have to like professionally understand the casting and the placement and all that. You just give them the cards and let them file through them and to see what would come up. You know.
Right.
Easily
Because
proven,
it's irrelevant
Red Shirt.
because
the
it's
chin
subjective.
scar is clearly visible in Star Wars 1977. So
Do you
either
remember
you're
the,
lying or hang on, either
movie
Red
with,
Shirt is lying. Hang on,
Robin
wait,
Williams
hang on.
and
Are we just can I just jump in? Either Red
Ed.
Shirt is lying or Harrison Ford is, because there is no way, but that Harrison Ford didn't have that chin scar in Star Wars 1977. Although, having said that, you can't prove it because George Lucas has deleted all copies of Star Wars 1977. Oh, the plot thinnens.
Yes.
But if Harrison Ford said that, he's fucking lying.
The Fisher King.
No. The film I'm thinking of is Robert De Niro and Robin Williams.
Awakening.
And he's Awakening. Yes.
Awakening.
Remember the sequence where he draws squares on the ground all the way to the window, and that activates her, that allows her to step up to the window?
Yeah.
Astrology would work in the same way. So do these I Ching things. Our mind is reluctant to deal with something because we're perceiving something that seems to be in the way, and doing a reading with the understanding that whatever this says is going to contain the answer, you become hyper subjective and get past a block you couldn't without it. So the checkers on the floor would be that most primitive form of that mental illness. Because the checkers on the floor are just like a checkerboard. So to her, it was a game. The floor doesn't contain the game. I can't proceed.
I think we're going to have to do a whole chapter on Harrison Ford's chin scar.
Absolutely, because it's so on topic.
It really
Let's
is.
do it.
Is
Let's do it,
canon?
Cap. Let's do it, Cap. We
It's
got
really, it's either canon or it isn't canon. Blade Runner. Force 10 from Neverone. Is it in that? I don't know. Witness? Is it in Witness? Does he witness a chin scar? I don't know. We need to find out.
Have you guys ever
This is-
seen Mosquito Coast? He's
Yes.
he's actually in that movie with the guy that plays his younger self, River Phoenix.
Yeah.
And
Story.
that movie, say what you want about the movie, that is the most Harrison Ford has ever gone away from being Harrison Ford in
Yeah.
any role I've ever seen.
I think he wore deliberately odd-sized lenses to deliberately make him look more funny looking.
Yeah,
something.
well, he's got the the glass. Well, the glasses are a big part of it, Captain. Good call. But like his acting style, like he's really committed to this guy that's just crazy. You know, he doesn't know
Yeah.
he's crazy, but he's crazy. Like I fucking love that movie, and it's
I
not.
do too.
People don't talk about it when they talk about Harrison Ford movies, and I don't really know why, because it might be his
Yeah.
best
I
performance.
don't know why.
The hipsters always talk about regarding Henry.
He's good in dramas, actually. So
Yeah, well, this one's like
he does drama.
Well, Mosquito Coast doesn't really. I mean, it's a drama, but it's
That's
very
plane crash drama.
very intense, and there's
Yeah,
a
it's a more
lot of
intense
shit
movie.
that goes down in that movie. Yeah,
Yeah, he did a few just off brand films. The one where he got shot in the head, he was a lawyer, and it completely
that's the one
transformed
that
his
Cap was
life.
talking about.
That's the one Captain just said.
Regarding Henry.
Regarding Henry.
Wasn't that?
And then
Cap,
the other one,
Cap,
Under
Cap,
the Water
hold on.
or In the Bathtub or whatever the hell the other thing was called, where he was with
Frantic.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
What
Yeah,
lies
Francis,
beneath?
yeah.
What lies beneath?
Who
What
wrote-
Lies Beneath. I think that is genuine Harrison Ford. That's him playing himself because he was dating and then married the girl from Ally McBeal, who the director,
Callista Flockhart.
who the husband
what
of
lies-
Michelle
what lies
Pfeiffer
beneath?
said was the closest thing to his wife he could put on screen. So
What
Ally
lies-
McBeal is supposed to be Michelle Pfeiffer, the director's wife.
By the way, What Lies Beneath is possibly the last great Robert Zemeckis movie.
There's no fucking time travel.
Does
in
anybody
it.
know who wrote that movie, by the way?
Bob Gale.
What lies beneath? Clark Gregg, who's Phil Coulson.
Shut the
that
front
movie.
door.
Swear to God. Look it
Shut
up.
the fuck up, Phil.
Swear to
Are
God. Look
you
it up.
serious? Dude,
I'm dead
Phil
serious.
bringing the fucking dude, what the fuck? Are you serious, Clark Gregg?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
You guys know who Clark Gregg is married to, right?
Hear that
Fucking,
gal big ears in
Ferris
that movie.
Bueller's sister, man. Fucking Jennifer Grey.
Jennifer Grey.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
No one puts
Wow.
baby in a reference.
Lucky guy. Yeah.
Agent Phil.
See, Phil, I had to throw you to the wayside.
Throw me to the wayside. Yeah, I came back with the knowledge. Like, yeah,
No,
look
but
at
I had
Clark
no
Gregg
idea.
wrote What Lies Beneath.
That is so cool. Has he written anything else? Because I kind of love that.
Well,
script.
wasn't he writer on Sports Network? He certainly
I
was.
did.
He was definitely like a boost on that show. Every time he showed up, he was literally there to increase ratings. He said so on the show. Like
Maybe
that
he
was
was.
his character
I don't know.
because it's like I don't know. I never checked, but
There was a lot
That
of
was a
there's
great
a lot
series.
of guys, there's a lot of good writers that got their start in sports writing, like comedy sports writing. I mean, even Jimmy Kimmel, say what you want if you like him or you don't like him. He started out doing sports writing. Everybody went silent. I didn't say I like him. I just said that he started out in sports writing too. Wow.
that's great.
Stream killer.
Fucking cricket. Man.
No,
It's like-
we're all
it's
sitting.
like- it's
we're
like
all
looking-
sitting here.
it's
giggling.
like-
Looking
It's
something
like
up,
I feel
sorry.
like I'm at a
Hunter-
frat party and I put on a Sonic Youth record.
I was looking
Well-
up something. I'm sorry.
Both Hunter S. Thompson and Stephen King have done some sport writing.
Are you kidding me? Hunter S. Thompson was a sports writer the entire time he was writing his books. Like he was a
Well, yeah.
sports
Right.
writer the whole.
He was kind
That's how
of
he started Fear and Loathing. Is meant to
Yeah.
be the motocross.
Every single story in The Great Shark Hunt and Fear and Loathing is from his experiences as a sports writer. And the people that
He did
hired him
political
and-
writing as well, right? During the Nixon
Well,
election, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, he did. I mean, he did, but it was his way of doing it.
Yeah, he was larking. He was totally lampooning it the whole time. Yeah, he was what people do on Twitter nowadays. That's what he was doing. It was like
If you ever-
counterintelligence.
If you ever read The Great Shark Hunt, in that book, he
someone's killing the mockingbird in the
I
background.
know. It sounds like
Oh no,
something.
sorry. I'm literally in Middle Earth. Sorry about the noises.
Captain. Was that
Someone's
you?
in the
Bird?
catbird
Yeah.
seat.
Well, he has a very woodsy backyard, so I could see somebody late at night. It's nighttime over there now, so
You wait till the fucking dragon comes out over the mountain.
I can't wait. You better film that shit.
Fucking dwarves, you know
when
what I'm
possums
talking about.
scream.
Steven, you wouldn't even believe it, man. When we get Cap on our show, he's live on camera, and when he does Lord of the Rings, we get to see what I first thought Cap was like a green screen because
You thought it was a fucking. You was like your
because it was so
sucks, Cap. I'm
it
like,
was
that's a
so
fucking
beautiful.
mountain.
I even told you that it was so beautiful.
That hillside
and large.
backyard of his is gorgeous. I keep telling him.
It's so amazing. I was like, he has to be in front of a green screen. It's
You
amazing.
thought it was
You need that as a
CGI,
camera
so you
too,
can damage.
Captain.
Yeah, he blew us all out of the water because we all had these fake bullshit backgrounds. Like I had like the Mines of Moria as my background, and Cap has like a fucking just beautiful backyard.
Yeah, man, you're like in the pleasant side of Tatooine, like over by the cantina. It's like you got
Well,
this
that's
sweet
why when
place with bushes and desert. It's great.
Well, that's why when I'm complaining there's no roads and there's no internet and there's no phone signal, but it's like, well, but there's a mountain, so everything balances out.
Yep. Environments, location. My
Exactly.
California, my West Coast, my new West Coast.
Yeah, I've been thinking.
Arizona Bay.
I've actually been thinking about move. I've lived in California my whole life, aside from college and the military, and I've been thinking about moving.
Oh, God. What military? Which branch?
I was a Navy guy. I
was actually down as a Marine, man.
No, I was a photojournalist in the Navy.
Okay. I work with a guy, Roman of the Empire. I don't know if you know him or John. We do a thing like Monday and Thursday. We're also on tomorrow, midday, California time. He's on a panel with a bunch of British guys, and he's Navy too. But it's like I am blown away. Like every once in a while, you hear the reveal of somebody's background, and it's like, yeah, I was in the military. There's like dozens and dozens and dozens of you guys online right now. It's crazy. It's actually kind of reassuring. Military attitude, highly respect it. I've got some in my background. It's National Guard, Army, communications, but discipline, man, that kind of discipline where they actually break you down and actually put you back together again in uniform and you loved it. That's a special thing in any human being's life, man. That should be regimented. I don't give a shit.
Amen, dude. Amen.
Ugh.
I don't regret a second of it. I don't talk about it that much.
I regret it all.
I don't regret.
Do you really?
But I don't.
Yeah, 100%. Worst decision ever.
Oh, come on. Even the training, there wasn't a single moment in that training we were like, wow, this is what it feels like to be a unit.
Well.
It feels like to be in sync.
Wait. Hold on. Edge of Time. Did you? What area? What area and what time frame did you serve in?
It doesn't matter. I mean,
Okay.
the question
Well,
is,
none of my
was it a meaningful experience? Like, was it a positive experience? Not at all. I don't think that like having your head fucked with should be regimented. I mean, to put it bluntly, to use your words.
Well, let me make this parallel because I agree with you and I disagree with you because the format of the entire thing would really need to be considered. But isn't that what we're doing in a semi-chaotic, certainly neutral but highly subjective way already in society? Abusing and programming and subverting and regimenting anyway, cross the street, wear these clothes, don't wear these clothes, do these drugs, don't do these drugs.
Basically, the question that came up for me earlier today was, why do people talk to each other? And often the case is it's a game of dominance and submission. Like one person wants to show their power, or they, want to be sublimated and so on.
Women.
Well, and I guess the point is the only reason why I talk to people is I enjoy it, and I don't always enjoy it. And when I don't enjoy it, I should probably leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of being in a drama with someone that doesn't really, produce a super positive result? Like if someone wants to show their power, well, show your power. You don't need to show it to me. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you mean, dude.
That's a good sign specifically because that means if you're ever present on a panel like now, it means that you must be enjoying it a reasonable amount.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
we
interesting.
wouldn't be here.
Good take, Captain. Excellent take.
That's the positive. If you weren't having a good time, you wouldn't be here. Well, you must be at least tolerating it.
Indeed.
Right. Well,
Indeed.
same with you. I mean, you do hours and hours of this stuff. It appeals to you on some level, or you wouldn't do it. It has
Well, now
some
you've touched upon
reward.
it's that's actually one of the ways to look at it, because I'm like, how conscious are other people about why they're even there and are they getting out of it? And quite frankly, it's always great to observe people, including myself, when they just go off the rails or start going on about personal stuff and or forget themselves. And you're like, why are we here? What are we talking about? What is the point? Because sometimes I'm like, I showed up for a Blade Runner discussion and now I'm in therapy. And
Yeah.
sometimes it's the other way around. I don't even know.
Well,
And-
consciousness is definitely the word. If you're if you're in a higher level of consciousness, you can get in and get out of the conversation. Okay, it's when you're in a deeply unconscious state that you can't sort of like you can't interpret enjoying. You can't interpret it properly, I guess. Like if you're too tired or whatever.
And
Right.
Edge of Time, can I sincerely apologize? I did not mean disrespect as a fellow vet. I actually asking you those questions. I'm thinking about it in my head right now, and I'm like, God, why did I do that? Because I have a slight PSD thing as well, or I don't know if you do or not, but it took me almost a year for my therapist to even get the word when she said like, where were you, what did you do? It took me a very long time to like even say the words out loud, so I don't know
To
I
get
don't,
to the trauma.
yeah, I don't know, yeah, because I feel so icky and I feel terrible about it, so it's kind of hard to say those things. I'm kind of far removed from that now, so I really apologize for asking you just casually, hey, where were you, what time did you serve? That's none of my business. So
Well, I mean, it doesn't. The point is like, you know, I like to believe in the myth. Like perhaps Stephen Ransom got something out of it, or whoever was the journalist in the Navy. That doesn't sound too bad. But when you just go in sort of a general sense and they stick you where you need to be, you're usually overworked, underpaid.
Yes.
And when I was in was it was not popular to be in the military, so we were critically undermanned the whole time. So you're working 12-hour shifts every day and everyone's on your ass, and you know everybody's
I
marriage
get.
is falling
I should have
apart.
clarified.
I think we were
The
in a similar
clarifier
time. Everyone hated
is
us when I was in.
if let's just say high school, just high school, were replaced with a 4-year term. And we are not talking about military service in while you're in training and during those 4 years, you're going to be sent to areas where people will shoot at you or you will have to shoot at people. But you will be sent to areas and deployed to honor the duty of repairing civic lines, conducting trains, learning engineering on a ship or a shipping yard, you know, and that it would be regimented in the same way that the military would regiment AIT training towards future jobs as opposed to military action.
Didn't
But
they
a
have a
4-year
Clinton?
term of that.
Yeah. Well, they do that in Korea, you know,
And Japan.
Israel.
They're all in uniform pretty much in Japan
Yeah.
for school.
But
I don't know. I think that there would be
have the
something that
Clinton
would
youth?
set us in a direction.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And Edge of Tomorrow, Edge of Tomorrow, Edge of Time. I heard what you're saying.
Good movie, by the way.
I did have what one consider a cush job, but I did carry 2 guns, and I was, you know, boots on the ground. But I wasn't. I was protected. You know, job title. You know, it was a little bit different. I understand it was a little bit different than some others, but the sights and the sounds and the smells and the heat and all that stuff. That stuff all still kind of hits you. You know, but.
Yeah, I think the thing that, yeah, it's like people ask me, should they join? And I say no, because why would you want your head fucked? And I do realize that everybody's sort of trying to manipulate you into society in one way or another, but why would you like willingly? it's like if you bounce a check, they can send you to jail. Is that really the system you want to be in? You know, and if you've ever
As
seen
opposed
people,
to is my only response. I mean, I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, and freedom is really the goal here. But you have to go and get a driver's license to become any practitioner of any form of medicine or healthcare or education. You have to go through an indoctrination process that we call education in college. And you have to be a master or bachelor's at the very, very rock bottom. And then you need to go and you need to be unified under a union or guild. So with all of that already playing anyway, why not have it briefer, a little more subjective, a little more focused hyperly on the regulations you'll be facing if you fuck around, and end it quicker and do it cheaper, because it'll be a service to society at that point, as opposed to some rat race or game or any other human metaphor we've come up with in the last 100 years to condone it.
Well, I don't know about Edge of Time, but if I have a family member, like a cousin's kid or something that is kind of directionless, or even like a cousin, and ask me, it seemed like you did really good. Should I join? I will tell them no. But if it's somebody that's not in my family, I would say I will assess their situation and be like, yeah, maybe. But as far as my own family members go, I say, like, look, you can do anything you want. And when I joined, we were in peacetime. It was Clinton, and it was like, everybody's just partying or whatever. And then 9/11 hit. 9/11 hit my second year in the military, and everything turned upside down. And I was like, wow, perfect for me. How typical. Like, I joined the military, and then this happens, and then everything went to shit. And, next thing you know, you're in Iraq, and it's like, wow, I did not think, I just thought I was going to get a free education, so.
Right.
So as far as like family members that I love and care about, I would probably tell them no, because I think they can do something different.
right.
But as far as like, if I see somebody completely directionless and about ready to go to jail, I'll say, sure.
Right.
Well, I'm not concerned about the future. I don't really have any faith that like humanity is going anywhere.
I don't either.
So
then.
So when people offer these,
he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
When people offer these hypotheticals, like, what should we do with the youth of America? I'm like, there's no future anyway, dude. Let them do whatever they want to do. I don't give a shit. I mean, in a real sense, because I don't have a dog in the battle. I mean, I'm old, I
don't either. I don't have.
I'm not
kids.
old, but I'm old enough that I might see the end of this shit and just be like, well, c'est la vie. There we go. All right, I lived to the end. What a spectacular thing.
I feel so much with you when I hear people ask me that question on a personal level. I don't have kids. I have a godson who's 16 who I care about, and I want him to have a good future, but I'm so much with you. Like, I just don't care, and I don't have any. I realize that, like, especially at my age, I don't have any stake left in anything. No one cares what I think. No one will at this point. It's just like, that's why I don't get involved in like politics and stuff, is because like no one gives a fuck what I have to say. I'm just kind of like floating around. If I can take a trip to Ireland or something, great.
Well, what a relief that nothing matters, too. Like, fuck it, smoke it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Smoke the resin
really,
too.
Did we just put everything on a bagel? Is that what we just did here? We just everything to bagel?
Wow, it's crazy how none of us have kids.
Everything
No,
everywhere.
Nobody got that reference? Anybody see
everything everywhere all at once?
Yep.
Yeah. Wonderful movie.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, and that's the apathy of Rick and Morty as well. Is that in a multiverse of possibilities, nothing matters anymore. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I feel both of you guys. It's really awkward, but I found accidentally that we might be wrong about that. That there is a youth that is hoping towards something, and who knows, we might accidentally spark something, but that's putting maybe too much ego on it. But
Right. Okay.
No,
Well, here's
chatting about what
here's-
It's all perspective. It's all like, what do you care about versus what do I care about? Because
Well, here's-
we're all going to be gone when this stuff happens.
Here's one headline: like, you shouldn't drink the rainwater because of the forever chemicals, the PFEs, the coatings that they put in nonstick pans. All of that has polluted all of the water in the world.
Dude.
So if we can't even keep the water unpolluted, like, what does the rest of it matter?
Oh, well, you're foregoing the possibility that our bodies don't give two shits about the quality of the water.
Well-
And yeah, a lot of us are going to die because of it, but most of us won't.
Yeah,
And
but
neither
I mean,
will our
it's just
kids.
it's just whataboutism. It's not that that's the
No.
thing to worry about. It's that there are 10 other things just like that I could have picked that would have been.
I get you, man. I get you.
Exactly.
It feels
Exactly.
pretty
And it's like-
miserable, but
No,
read
I don't-
Dickens, and you might feel otherwise.
I
It's
don't
been
find
worse.
I don't find it miserable anymore. I just find it like kind of aimless. It's like like everything I want to accomplish. Hopefully, I'll accomplish a couple more things. Who knows? Maybe my screenplay. My book failed, but that's fine. But as a kid, I wanted to go to college. I went to college. I accomplished that. It's like as soon as you run out of things that your own life is trying to accomplish, like, where do you land in the grand scheme of everything else? Like, because no one listens to you. So I don't know.
Well, here's
You'd land
another
right in
thing
my
is
lap
that
because that's where I am. You'd fall.
Well,
right
No,
in
no,
my
no,
lap.
Screenplay.
no, no, no.
Screenplay.
And I dude, Steven, I totally respect your side. We're just, we're just bullshitting. But
well,
No,
once
I
you
get
have
you.
the money, all the reward is just more work. They're like, okay, you get to make another movie, you get to write another book, and you're like, oh, thanks, dude. Otherwise, I'd just be taking naps and watching TV and shit.
I always go back to David Foster Wallace. I don't know if you guys know who he is.
I
but
do.
A fellow of most infinite jest, most
Infinite
excellent
jest. I knew Cap knew because we've talked about him. But the reason that he is no longer with us is because he felt he reached the pinnacle of his existence. And when people said, no, you need to give us more, he's like, fuck you, I do. Like,
Right. But
Like,
didn't
he
didn't
gave you
Howard
everything
Hughes,
he had.
didn't the writer during the 60s, during the 80s, didn't that famous movie writer from the 80s? God, what's his name?
Milhouse?
Howard Hughes films. 16 Candles. That guy.
John
He
Hughes.
left.
Johnny Hughes.
John Hughes. He just left the career. He was just like, I'm done. That's all I have in me. I'm done.
Yeah, he told every story he wanted to tell, and he left at
Yep.
the perfect time because Hollywood was no longer interested in telling the stories he wanted to tell at that point. So
Exactly. He probably ghosted it for 100 different shows we don't know anything about, and that we'll never find out about.
For sure.
That's a smart move. That's a smart move. Buy a restaurant, make a family, and ghost.
Buy
it
a
for the rest of your
restaurant.
life.
That's a terrible idea. Don't buy a
Well,
restaurant.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like buy a bar or like, you know what I mean? Like a rental store for like ski wear or something like that. Whatever. The simple life.
I think the solution to our current malaise is to write a film script. So, Cinema Gob, you're lucky you're you. You're living your best life right now.
Yeah, I can't complain. I really can't. Like my creative juices are flowing. I'm happy. I think Cap, I sent you a screenshot of the first page.
Yeah, I looked at that. Yes, I looked at that. I zoomed into that motherfucker to see, make sure you weren't bullshitting. He ain't lying. I thought it was going to be, the I don't know, Billy the goat jumped up and down or something.
No. It's
genuine. It was all exterior night and everything.
No, man.
Writing a script.
I write screenplays a lot faster than I write. Well, novels will put you in the
Fuck
grave.
novels, man.
They will put you in the grave.
That's a sucker's game. That is.
Yeah,
Fuck
they will
novels.
literally
Took me years
put you
to
in the
realize
grave,
that.
and then no one will care. I spent 8 years writing.
Oh, I
my
did
novel.
that.
No
He
one
said
gave a
this
fuck.
and he said that. I averred and he quoted and shut the fuck up. Whatever. Exterior night. Get on with it.
Yeah, but Cap, that's the bitch of writing a screenplay is you have to add in all the technical stuff. You got to make sure that the screenplay is formatted properly. It's always
I can't believe it took me half a century to solve that riddle. I'm going to pay an artist to do all the drawing. And I called Dillard. I was like, I bet you're going to draw this comic. It's like, maybe. And blah, blah, blah. Pay an artist that is the answer for me. It's not a prose novel. You don't describe it. You don't put it in a screenplay. You get an artist to draw the pictures for you.
God, that would be fantastic.
Works for me.
Comic books are just like pre-visualization, and it was a shock that Hollywood finally understood that was what they were actually doing.
Here's a hint: our comic is 3 panels a page, and each panel happens to be about the ratio of a cinema screen.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact,
that's what Frank Miller was doing in the 80s.
Tarantino to direct, of course.
Yeah, he
got
it up.
I don't know. I know we missed this opportunity, and I do like Zack Snyder's film, but man, if Tarantino had did Watchmen, oh fuck. Ugh.
I wanted him to do James Bond and Star Trek. But, we'll see. Come on, Quentin. Come on back. We need you, Quentin. You're original.
Yeah, it was too flashy. It was just way too flashy. I really wished that they would have grounded it, like almost like did it on purpose in the format and costuming and propping of a 1960s television series.
Yeah.
And then you do the visual effects, but you make them so invisible that you just you can't believe what just happened on screen. It's all filmed like a TV show from the 60s with suits and hats and everything.
QT
and then all of a sudden some guy jumps into the action and you're just like, what the fuck just happened? Like locked off camera.
That's exactly what QT would have done. He wouldn't have given a fuck about this.
Definitely need to do a comic book.
Yeah, that's what Daredevil was doing. It was right on the cusp of almost achieving that every single shot.
If Tarantino did
Daredevil
the 70s Daredevil, oh, fucking A.
Yeah, he should do Daredevil.
But Hollywood's too, they just can't, they won't. And it's a shame, but the only way they will do it, if it's Deadpool, they'll do it. Because the way Deadpool was done is exactly what we're talking about.
Ryan Reynolds doing clips.
Yeah, Deadpool's going to be the only R-rated MCU film. So.
And Logan, too, I guess, was kind of like a spaghetti Western director did a Logan movie.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of James Mangold. He's an awesome director. I do feel like Logan was a little too depressing, but I still really enjoyed it. But
yeah, I agree.
I've read Old Man.
Old enough.
I've read Old Man Logan. It's great. And the one thing the movie completely cut out is the fact that Hawkeye is an older guy, and he's pretty much in the entire comic. But they weren't going to put like Jeremy Renner in the fucking Logan movie. So
yeah. They should have put a look-alike, though. That's what they should have done. And they just not call him Hawkeye. He just constantly makes up. Every time he talks to him, he's calling him a different bow and arrow name. You know what I mean? Like Robin Hood, Legolas, and the endless sequence of other guys that carried a bow. Anybody but Hawkeye.
Do you guys have a comic book that was the first thing you remember reading as a kid? Like the very first thing that really got you into it, like the artwork, the story, and you're just like, shit, I'm gonna read this over and over and over again, and then I'm gonna read it on the shitter. Because once you read something on the shitter, it's like that's like a gold medal.
The John Byrne run of Fantastic Four, as it approached the black and white issue and the dimensional issue where the whole book is on its side. That time period, Fantastic Four.
That's awesome.
Really captured my imagination and I'm an artist. John Byrne was a friggin' god to my teenage arthood.
Yeah.
He was just unbelievable.
Legend, man. Fuck yeah.
Well, he was the only guy doing what the Japanese had been doing for 10 years.
Nice.
I ran into a comic shop in the late 80s, and Superboy, the 1976, I think it was the last year that they did Superboy comics. And he's up in space with a fucking gas mask on, and he's oh, what did you guys put up? No. But he's the gas mask hit him from fucking kryptonite or whatever. I know that doesn't work, that it's not about what you breathe, but But I remember Superboy being like the first thing I ever read, and then all I ever read after that was Spider-Man, pretty much. A little bit of X-Men. But.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't get into Spider-Man until McFarlane, which is crazy. My Spider-Man is 80s Spider-Man. It's that was really my big introduction. I never read the Ditko stuff. All of the stuff that I read was the McFarlane Image era of Spider-Man.
It's awesome.
His artwork was his covers were just solid gold, man.
That was when the writing actually gave him like the quibs and the personality instead of just like kind of like a Captain America personality, you know, like the 80s is where like Spider-Man became like the goofy, not goofy, you know what word I'm looking for, just like the funny, spunky.
He was having sex with Mary Jane almost every issue. If he wasn't on camera in the issue, he was having sex with her. That's what it felt like. So, of course, he was going to be his prime god-tier Spider-Man. He's with the best girl in the whole world, right? It's like he was at his prime in those issues. It's like Spider-Man even survived like the epic demolition by magical powers, that one crossover series where like some mystical character took over all of Gotham, all of Manhattan. And Spider-Man was up on the crucifix, and he was like the only one to survive long enough to turn the tides. It's like Spider-Man was in his prime during those days.
Yeah, and the way they would draw Mary Jane back then, it's like all that manga shit. All that manga shit took from like the Mary Jane with the curves and all that stuff.
Yep,
like
Danger Girl.
Perfect.
Like the Danger Girls.
Yeah, the perfect chick.
Yep. Yep, Sports Illustrated model. Every single frame she's in.
And that's
comics were great.
Yeah. Excuse me, guys. I'll be right back.
Yep. How about you, Edge of Time? Comic book?
I guess what got me hooked was I was given a subscription to Spider-Man back when they came in the mail. And I had the Green Goblin versus Spider-Man issues really made a difference. We're talking way back there.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like, right? You're talking Ditko era and other story where the girl dies?
I did read all of the McFarlane stuff. I've had it, sold it, lost it.
Right.
All that by now. But
yeah,
are you still hauling all your stuff around?
No. I have a handful of books that I like. You remember Danger Girls from the same time period?
No,
they were an Image comic book.
No,
it was basically like James Bond supermodel girl characters, like Powerpuff level, cool, but they were sexy as hell, like Bond girls.
Yeah,
and they were a secret spy organization, and they did jobs. And the whole book only lasted about like 12 issues by this certain artist that like every single page was almost a splash page. Like I want to just cut up the whole book and print it on the wall. You know, it's like everything is so cool.
Yeah.
I have those saved and a few pieces of manga that are like first issues that only the first time they ever came to America and stuff like that. But very limited collection with that. Mostly disc, DVDs, physical media for film and documentary. Lots of science documentaries as well. But yeah, comic books.
I mean, I kind of wish I could get back into it, but I move around so much. I hate hauling it place to place.
Right.
I hate how it gets destroyed, or you feel compelled to give it to somebody and they don't give a shit. And, you know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't have anybody to give the shit to pass it down to. So why accumulate it in the first place? You know. Like I'd rather read a digital omnibus of a run, you know, a good run, than to try and pick up the physical and then carry it around. It's getting harder for me to read that little tiny print and, you know, the old. I don't know. You do age out of comic books. You don't lose your love of them, but they're just. I don't know. They're easier to read in digital. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, well, I have more faith in my memory. I don't necessarily need the artifact laying around in my life, bogging me down. What I do hold on to is very, very well thought of. I do not keep a lot of extra weight around, not when it comes to collecting anyway. So, yeah, letting go is a part of adulthood, I guess, or certainly a part of manhood. Like, it's not really that important. I think that's why Robert De Niro's character in Heat is such a, a really good, strong, masculine character, even more so than Al Pacino's, because he's just like, if you can't gone in 30 seconds, then you're kidding yourself. You're going to wind up in jail. You know what I mean? Like, what would an ancient warrior be like? Way back in the day, he would have almost nothing on him, but he could probably kill anybody with like his breath. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So self-reliant, hyper masculine, is Super Chad kind of character. But I could never live like that. Yeah. His Venom was legendary. He created Venom in much the same way that Tim in the Batman animated series created Harley Quinn. He created Venom and the entire Venom spectrum as well. It's all his creation, McFarlane.
Nobody's really done it right, I don't think.
I'm on the other side of that fence. It's a thin fence. I agree. There's issues with it. But as far as popcorn is concerned, the one that they recently did with Tom Hardy, not necessarily the sequel, the first one was a pretty solid attempt at bringing that to life.
That's all right. But I mean, do you really think they're going to bring the symbiote into Secret Wars? I think we've kind of passed that point.
At this point, I really don't give a shit what they do. They're not producing anything for me.
I don't know how
he is in the MCU canon now.
I have no fucking clue how they're going to do Secret Wars or even bring in like Adam Warlock. How are they going to do all this shit? All the storylines are over. I don't get it.
So ridiculous.
Like fucking
whatever it's going to be, it's going to be painful.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's going to be.
I have a question for you. I have a question for the panel. Okay, like I like this stuff, like comic books and stuff, but I find like what society is doing with it to be depressing. Kind of like they had Red Sonja, and then they were going to cast Red Sonja as someone who doesn't have red hair, and now they're going to have somebody who's at least close, right? So I find that stuff depressing. So like, for example, like I like heels versus babyface to listen to, but I find but I find the subject matter so sad that I don't watch his channel, where I'm like,
oh my God, Edge of Time, I'm so glad that you confirmed my exact opinion on the subject. I'm
just quickly,
I'm
guys,
exhausted just listening to it. It's
guys,
so depressing. I used to listen to Comics Division.
I've got to disappear. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I'll be on the road. I'll zoom back in. So be on
Thank
standby.
you, Captain. See you
all
in
right,
a bit.
cheers, guys.
Down
See you
comes.
15, hopefully. Cheers.
Later.
Yeah, it's so nice to hear a confirmation of that. Because it is. It's like it's vampiric at this point. Like even people I absolutely adore on camera, like Critical Drinker, like God, I unsubbed to Nerdrotic because I can't even look at his screen. You know what I mean? Advertising.
Oh,
his
absolutely.
Next, I'm just like,
Like,
oh my
yeah.
God, shut
I think
up
Nerdrotic
about
is,
this.
He's funny as fuck, though.
They are. I absolutely adore them. Don't get me wrong, but I don't go to Friday Night Tights anymore. I can't stand the subject matter anymore. It's so miserable.
I don't go to Friday Night Tights anymore for one reason, because every single fucking time I would throw in a $20 plus super chat, it would fucking never get read.
Never get read.
Yeah, they didn't read my shit, so it's personal. God damn.
Yeah, well, at least Critical Drinker.
You do the same thing with R&B.
Critical Drinker is. I sent him a chat one time, and he read it for a while because he just thought it was funny. I said, "You, sir, have a published novel and 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You are everything that I was supposed to be." And he thought that was funny because I've had a YouTube channel for 7 years and we don't even have 500 subs. I wrote a
Yeah.
novel that nobody liked. So it was kind of a perfect statement, and he just thought it was funny.
That's
It was
great.
kind of
Yeah.
right on the
You
money
probably
too.
really appreciated that as a Scotsman.
No, I
can
said
tell
I'm
you
a
that.
I said I'm a failed you, sir.
That's hysterical. Alternate realities and all. And who is the one? Only one person could be the flower.
And then there's channels that think that they're going to make a go making fun of all this stuff, but hate
Yeah.
watching only goes so far. It's like there's only so many hate watching channels I can watch.
Yeah, that's why we were having a giggle on Cinema Gulp showed us that book on how to critique properly with like a biased opinion. And Ashley was just like, fuck that. I don't want to do a biased opinion. I like hate watching. I like hate reviews.
See, and that's
So
the
it's
thing.
like it's part of the vernacular now.
We've never done that as a channel. We've never gone into something wanting to hate it because of some sort of agenda or something. We're filmmakers. We just want to watch movies and critique them. Do we think that they were made properly? Like, we've never talked about that stuff, and maybe we should. Maybe we'll get more subscribers, but that's just not our style. Like we just like to have fun and like, I don't know. It's a weird.
Right.
The YouTube landscape is weird now. Like the people that are doing what we were doing in 2016, like that shit is dead. Like Collider's dead. Screen Junkies are dead. We're still hanging around just because we have other careers, so it's just like our hobby. But it does kind of suck that we didn't get a little bit more, a little bit more love.
I think that's why I dislike it so much.
Exactly.
It seems to be, and I actually told this to somebody, and it was backstage after a long chat with a panel. I introduced the idea to these guys that it's ironic that the enemy that we're facing is dictating our actions. Amazon prescribed our hate viewing.
It was
On
really
purpose.
the pinnacle was the Kenobi, where before they even put out the show, they were calling everybody racist if they don't like it. And it's like,
and setting the specific language.
I thought Kenobi was terrible. I thought the writing was bad. I thought the action was bad. I thought the stage production was bad.
Yeah, the point is moot. You're a racist.
But if I do a show about that, then I'm a dickhead, and I'm and I fucking hate.
It's ironic.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird. Rings of Power is sort of the same way, except like, well, I haven't seen that, but Tolkien fans are pretty fucking hardcore, so they can overtake that bullshit.
Yeah, but they're still doing exactly the opposite. They're taking the prescribed opinion course. They're the other side of the coin of the current narrative. So it's still prescribed. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, like a punk rocker back in the 80s or, in the early 70s would be like, I'm not committing to the customs of my nation, man. It's like, no, but you are committing to the look of not being part of your nation. It's, where is conformity? What is the line of conformity if you're a fandom? It's, you know what I mean?
Right.
Do you guys remember the band?
Nobody has a valid fight.
Do you guys remember the punk rock band Corrosion of Conformity? They spoke about the exact same thing. Very well said. No, it's a real band. I got all their vinyl. They're awesome. But they talk about exactly what Steven Ransom is saying.
Yeah, it was something we were talking about in the 80s all the time. It's like, where's the line of artificial if everybody's conforming to be part of some group or clique?
Yeah, and
we're all going to see the same movies.
It's weird nowadays when you hear things, on like news feeds that say like, well, your opinion is vastly different than the majority, so therefore you are extreme. It's like, wait, what? Like,
yeah,
I thought this was America. Like, what the fuck is that? First of all, what is the majority? And what is the extreme? I don't understand what you're talking about.
And why isn't it just fascinating that I have a different opinion? Why don't we go with that?
It used to be if you had a fascinating different opinion, people wanted to know you. They were like, they would like give you a fucking book deal or something like that.
Well, it was considered an invention at that point. And it was breaking the boredom of similarity.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. I try to stay, like kind of. I hate to say in the dark, but for our channel, we just want to do fun shit. Like we try
Yeah.
to just keep it fun. You know,
Yeah.
like that's the thing. Like Philip Alvarez, man, he's been, you know, part of our channel at one point. He's watched us for a while. He knows we just kind of fuck around and like.
Yeah. It's
I
good
mean, but
stuff.
but
I
we
mean,
also know what we're talking about, and like if people don't listen, they don't listen. It's like I always go back to that Jeremy Johns guy. It's like he's got like all these subscribers, but he doesn't really know anything about movies. I don't understand. I guess it's his
Because
personality.
it's a cult of personality.
Yeah,
Most of
because
the
he
things
doesn't.
are.
When I hear him
he just got the
actually try to,
personality.
when I hear him actually try to dissect a film, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He doesn't know anything about filmmaking or anything like that. But somehow he grabs people, and that's cool. You know, we weren't able to do that. That's fine. You know, but
Yeah, well, there is a charisma. You know, I'm a firm believer that
oh, I have
if
charisma.
society hasn't picked you, it's because there's an alpha level of charisma that is like hyper decentralized to the society at large, and that's why
Totally.
people like Critical Drinker can reach 1 million subscribers.
But
And it's
he's
not
also
because of
good.
anything other than society. It's
No,
luck
but
of the draw,
Critical Drinker,
timing, and the
no.
eyeballs.
Critical Drinker is also very intelligent. Like he's a
Yes,
writer.
Yes.
He's earned his status, in my opinion. Like, yeah, he leans more towards like, you know, kind of talking about a lot of stuff about not really politics, but more, you know, he leans a little bit into talking about like what's the word I'm looking for, like intersectional feminism in films and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
at the
And he's
same-
good
but
at
at the same
mocking
time-
it, safely mocking it too.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. He does it in an intelligent way, and he's also, you know, a guy that's written novels that have been bestsellers, and he's also a script doctor. So when I hear him talk about movies, I get it. You know,
And that's the extra level. That's you know, but you still need the luck and the charm.
absolutely.
But you need to be able to bring that game as an actual character also.
Well,
Like,
and
that's the combo.
The perfect example of that is Robert Meyer Burnett. If you guys know who he is, I know me and Phil do.
Of course, I know who he is.
He's like
Happy.
He's a fucking genius. He knows everything about movies. He's a producer. He's an editor. He's a writer. He's a director. But for some reason, he can't get over that 45,000 sub hump. I mean, and trust me, I would fucking kill for that. But I just mean like he doesn't have a million.
Still a lot.
He doesn't have a million, and he should.
Right. Yeah. People
He
like
should.
Az will surpass him shortly.
No, Az already has like 300,000. Like
Right. Yeah. What am I talking
Robert
about?
Meyer Burnett should have a million because he's so
Right,
smart.
there's-
And
Yeah, I get it. And I think, and I apologize up front to anybody that this, you know, keep your toes, armor your toes. Spoiler alert. I might step on toes. Robert is a bit of a fogey. There's something that feels, and this is not an ageism thing or anything like that. There's just a certain tone and cadence that he has about his performance that's
I
just
agree.
like one of those science guy TV hosts that's just not cool.
I get it.
In a world where Robert Meyer Burnett is sober.
I agree
Well,
with you.
regardless,
That is actually
you know,
one of
and
the-
that's no offense. That's just a public. That's a
That's one of the
public
best-
take that I
That's one
felt.
of the best critiques I've ever heard about R&B, and I completely agree with you.
Yeah, it's not wrong. I mean, he
No,
has
it's not wrong at all. That's actually perfect. Plus, he does do disservice to some people, like Cinema Gulp, when he says he's going to show up for a review and doesn't show up. You know,
Yeah,
that's just
and
bad.
he
That's
does
just
hot
bad.
takes on people, but he's not
It-
Doomcock. Doomcock can get away with that because there's something about Doomcock.
See, everybody says
because of
that,
that
word
mask,
Doomcock.
he's hyper flat.
I don't even know what that is. Doomcock is that?
I'm sorry.
No, but
He's a host. He
I've
does
heard the
pop
Doomcock
culture.
name for years. I have no idea what that is. I guess it's a channel, but I have no interest in like looking at it.
Yeah.
Right.
Do
He's
not Google. Do not Google Doomcock, by the way.
best.
No, I've
Best-
never listened to him. I guess it's a channel, but whatever.
He does these
Oh, yeah,
reviews.
Captain Love's
He
Captain
wears
Love.
a full mask of the whole show, and he puts on a voice. right? So he's
Mhm.
practically a puppet or a costume character,
Sounds
right? You
terrible.
don't know his identity. And the bit is that he's, you know, broadcasting from his secret lab deep in the center of the earth, and he's about to take over the world. That's where he's coming from.
Jill was a mod on the Doomcock.
And it's a
Channel.
great bit. And he was really, really awesome when he wasn't complaining all the time. But Star Wars contaminated the narrative for everything.
Well, didn't
Yep.
Right?
that fucked us all up though?
It really,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
done us all wrong.
Right? It's right.
It's not
I
my
mean,
it's not my thing either. It's not my thing
Yeah,
either.
it's not my
I
cup of
never
tea
watched.
anymore.
I've never watched a episode or anything on Doomcock. So I'm like, it's just not my thing.
It's a great bit. I'm into the Saturday morning cartoon, cheap special effects thing. I grew up in the 60s, 70s, and it's kind of part of my childhood. These really cheap effects in commercials or in movies.
Right.
I mean, I fell in love with the original Godzilla, the color Godzilla series, and low tech is part of the art aesthetic of my brain, of my childhood brain. So I see a character like Doomcock, and he's fun, and he is fun. He's a fun guy to listen to, and then the subject matter becomes like, dude, can we not, please, can we get onto something happy, some good news? And the problem is that there isn't any. There wasn't any.
Well, that's why I can't listen to like Yellow Flash, even though I know like he has like insight. He always just sounds so miserable when he's talking about something. I'm like, I don't want to start my morning out listening to somebody just being so angry. No, I mean he's just always and I love as
it's a Gundam. It's a Gundam is the same way.
No, but It's a Gundam produces a funny way of doing it though. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
like
he even like, takes the piss out of his own opinion.
It's a Gundam. It's kind of funny, you know. He does it like that. Like I've met Az is cool, but Az is got such a Jonesin for like just like angry, mean-spirited. Like he only really talks it. He loves to say like, oh, you know, if something's good, I'll talk about it. But it's like, well, is nothing good then? Why don't you talk about it?
Well, no, we're not watching Az anymore. We're watching Az's performance of himself at this point, because did you ever watch? There's a documentary. There's an episode that he does during one of his anniversaries, one of his major landmarks. I think it was at 100,000 or maybe 200,000. He started talking about the history of his fandom and how he lost a whole bunch of people when he stopped doing a certain tone in his videos. And then he went back to it and then kind of gently eased it into what we now know. And then he became the Az that's currently on his channel. So it's a weird amalgamation of Azisms.
Well,
so
Philip,
you're jumping between Azisms, which sounds a little like Assisms, and me. The first words I hear as Black Phillips lets me on is gently ease into it. Which StreamYard have I entered into, and do I pay money for this?
Hi, son of a red shirt.
Good evening.
That's a very, very good question, son of a red shirt.
Hey, Black Phillip, are you there?
Nope, mic is closed.
Yeah.
How about Edge of Time? Are you with us?
Slice that cake, son of a red shirt.
Thanks.
Slice it indeed. Diagonally, horizontally, vertically, whichever way you like it. I'm here to slice it. How are you guys tonight?
Very good, sir.
I've been
What's on the menu?
I've been drifting in and out of the panel, as you see. I hope I'm not overstepping bounds, just jumping into the conversation, as it were. But
legal or
I
not,
thought
if the
I'd come
gate
and
was
say
open.
hi.
We're
You're
sort of
already part
talking
the party,
about
sir.
how we can't hate watch our favorite hate watchers.
Right?
Oh yeah,
That's a joke.
I get what you're saying. You know what, boys? I think the pendulum swung on all that shit, and I think very soon you're going to start seeing people in the fandom coming out with more positivity and more people responding to that. I think there is a number of people that are getting sick of relentless hate for hate's sake. Whoever you name, whoever you look at in the fandom, they all basically guilty of the same thing, and that is they started out with the best of intentions, i.e., I'm really angry with what's happening with my franchise, and I'm going to say something about it. Two, I hate to say it, but becoming what they're accusing others of, and that is people that get upset professionally.
Yep.
When I see people reviewing movies like Midsummer and, you know, just shitting all over the thing, I can't help but think to myself, what drove you to Midsummer? You know, if you told me the reason you're doing this review is because your girlfriend chose the movie, that would be a funny, interesting, okay, great.
Right.
There's your reason you're here at the movie, a movie you should have no interest in seeing. Yet, you know, why are you here? You're here because you're looking for something to hate. You're looking for something to be outraged about.
Right.
And why are you
heard
applying
on
it
Reddit
to?
that it was hateable.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a huge trend set off by a couple of people in the fandom that we love, and a lot of us fell for it. I myself got into it. I was ripe at the time. The first, and I'll name names. Not because I'm hating on anybody. I'm just telling the honest truth from how I see it. 5-6 years ago, maybe not that long. I got to think for a second. Right after my father died, I was in a bad place. My father and I had been living together for a couple of years because his wife died. And, you know, we went from having a pretty shitty relationship to actually, you know, becoming best friends. And he's the one that gave me my love of film and cinema. So much of that I ascribed to him. And when he died, I just remember about a week afterwards, I was sitting around the house, had nothing to do, and I turned on YouTube, and I never looked at YouTube for anything more, and I swear to God, than like animal videos my sister would send me, or my niece would send me, or occasional stand-up. I knew you could watch stand-up on that, but I had nothing to do with YouTube. And it was just for some reason I typed in Star Trek or whatever, not expecting much to see, like, you know, maybe a review or clips or something, or, you know, a trailer. Just randomly hit it, and boom, like the whole fucking world of YouTube was opened up to me insofar as niche videos and genre and what people could do. And the first two people I came across were Doomcock and a guy who went by the handle at the time of Anti-Trekker. I don't know.
Okay.
I know everybody here has heard of Doomcock. I don't know if you heard of Anti-Trekker at all.
I think I may have. I don't think I ever saw him.
Yeah, he goes by Salty Trekker now. But
hey guys,
right.
I just want to say real quick, I have to leave for the evening. It is time for bedtime. But I had a blast talking to all you guys tonight, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I'm going to tap out too. But
and tell Black Phillip I love him, and I'll talk to him soon.
I'm here.
And Steven Ransom, man, I'm going to check out your channel, and let's keep in contact, dude.
It's a pleasure, man. I just subbed to yours, so you should at least have my connection through that, too.
You the man. Later, guys.
Thanks for showing up, Cinema.
Edge of Time, it's been a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, take care, Edge of Time. Also, thank you for showing up. It was fun.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
You're welcome anytime.
Be well.
Yeah, I'll probably end this at the 4-hour mark because we're pushing the 4-hour mark. But yeah, this has been a great show.
Dude.
To be honest. So yeah, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree that we're going to see another pendulum swing. It's just, I don't have faith that it's going to happen. I'm worried about this 2004 election, this U.S. election cycle of 2004, not to get into the specific characters or even the specific parts of the narrative or anything like that. It's going to be a goddamn circus no matter what we do about it. It's like media will be traumatized for an entire year before and after, and God knows what we're going to have once the election gets tallied, if it gets tallied, if there isn't some fake election and some due process involved. It's just going to be a fucking mess. And that's like, now we're into 2026, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man. I don't know if I have the strength to last another year, much less 4.
Tell me about it.
So it's like, you know, these guys complaining about fucking Lord of the Rings. It's like, dudes, if you don't stop being a fucking teenager and start talking about what's really important, it's like
stuff.
Yeah,
that one. I mean, there's more important things in life to worry about. It if a TV show sucks or it ruins your childhood, as they say.
Yeah,
that I've already been hearing about Lord of the Rings. Like, oh my god, what did they do to Lord of the Rings?
monetization accidentally. I'm gonna say that as a generosity. Accidentally incarcerated the entire narrative because now these guys are paying their bills. They can't afford to be blocked. They don't have time to fight every single goddamn claim, so they're just going to stop making those friggin' videos. You know what I mean? So monetization is a regulatory system that feels intrusive, but what are you supposed to do? This is the fucking platform. And you could squirm all you want, but you're not really going to leave, not entirely. And anyway, when you go somewhere else, they're just going to buy into that company and do the same thing there. Go ahead and move. Who the fuck cares? You know, it's like, I know that may be a huge black pill, but like, that's what it feels like all the time. It's like there's no such, they don't want, I don't know what the hell is going on, but whatever the hell is going on, it's, you know, it's so obviously like a trap. It's like we're surrounded by a minefield. And there's no real good answer. They're just, this is the way they're regulating the economy at this point. They're regulating the conversation. They've got a plan in mind. This is what they're going to do. And thanks for all the research data on how we can handle internal struggle, social rebellion. We'll need all this information for the next 10 years. So thank you for all of that. You know what I mean? It's like they're just feeding a database. They're not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
No,
they're ceding their position. It's like it's so miserable.
Exactly.
Even Superman doesn't have anything to say.
I don't ever see myself being monetized.
and I listen to these kids. Good. Good, Red Shirt.
No, I was just because I'm not really up on the political structure of what it is you're talking about. To be honest, I've been busy filling out government forms and shit all evening, and I was just grateful to have somebody to blab to for a few minutes. I lost my thread in the conversation. I'm not sure what we're talking about. I thought it was
just media and stuff like that. Just
pop culture, media, and that people that basically
hate
bitch
watch.
About it. Yeah, hate watch shit.
And get paid to
How
do it.
How tiring that gets. Yeah, it's frustrating. Frustrating because we all hate these things, and yeah, you know, everybody likes to have a good rant now and then. I don't blame anyone, but I think we need positivity. I do believe this, and I'm a Star Trek fan,
sure.
And I've always believed in positivity. I always believed in good over evil. And when I see a lot of the people out there in fandom basically ascribing to, you know, they shit all over whatever, but it takes me back to Star Wars. Even Star Wars, wasn't it Yoda that said, you know, shit, I'm gonna misquote now because it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm stoned. I've been looking at fucking government paperwork all night. I'm really not in the shape for any.
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
To be honest with you,
hate leads to fear. Fear leads to sorrow. You know, like that whole quote.
Yeah, exactly. And basically, it's just the path everybody follows down. And it seems easier to like sheep if somebody like the Critical Drinker, who I like and watch, but quite frankly, I don't agree with a lot of his reviews. And a lot of his reviews, I can't help but think to myself, you know, why are you watching this in the first place?
Because he needs to. He needs
maybe
to have
not
a voice
a lot,
on the
but
subject.
like pop culture, fine. I get why a 35, 38-year-old man is watching Black Widow. I get that. I don't have a problem with that. Why are you watching Midsummer and then shitting all over it? Like, what were you expecting going in?
No, he was expecting to make a review on something that a lot of other people were making a review on, and he saw that they were getting good numbers, and he said, I should have a take on this. That's, I get
when
it.
I see people, you know, when I see guys in their 50s bitching about Miss Marvel, and look at the message of Miss Marvel, and look at wait a second, isn't the protagonist this fucking 15-year-old girl? Well, yeah. Well, why? Firstly, why are you outraged by, you know, a 15-year-old girl and they're giving her, you know, a girl power fucking storyline that's simplistic or whatever? Secondly, why are you watching a fucking show about a 15-year-old girl And girl, what the fuck? You know, like what? If you were at a job site sitting down with guys for lunch and you brought up why you think Miss Marvel is emasculating for 50-year-old men to watch, you'd be like, a bunch of fucking guys would be looking at you with like, what is he talking about? And you would be absolutely ostracized from any kind of, yeah. Now tell me that isn't true if you were sitting down in a lawyer's office for lunch with a bunch of lawyers. Yes, no intelligent, rational, grown man in any setting is going to be outraged by this, other than people on YouTube that are looking to get likes for hating something.
Yeah. Look what they're already saying about She-Hulk too. That it's some woke feminist show, and spoilers for you if you haven't seen episode 3. But the little end tag is her twerking with the Megan Thee Stallion. Which I mean, I thought it was pretty funny myself, but people are made.
Yeah,
they're showing her.
I you know what? I gotta hold back on saying anything about She-Hulk because I haven't seen it, and this I'm very serious about. My biggest gripe with a lot of guys out there is that they don't see the shit they're talking about. Right. They wait, and a few have hung themselves talking. If anybody's ever heard of Mecha Random, she, it was well known. She kind of trashed herself, shot herself in the foot again by coming out. Some review for some movie. She's bad mouthing it, and in the middle of her review, she was doing a live review. That she said, "No, I've never seen it. I just saw what Mahler had to say." Breaking my law, huh? Yeah,
and like what I like to call Black Phillip's law. You don't criticize a movie if you haven't seen it yet. That's simple.
Our buddy Jens has been doing that. He did that with She-Hulk recently, and he's patting himself on the back, saying, "Oh, I know I was right." See. So, well, why were you right? Like, you don't know. You haven't seen. You still haven't fucking seen it. You just listen to what other people say.
Yeah, Scott has called him out on that many times, so that's pretty fun. I thought it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Like
they must have got their opinions at Hot Topic.
Yeah, well, you don't have to be Nostradamus to tell me that something like that wasn't probably going to work out. But you know what? Actually, go see the fucking thing. Then I'd be interested in your review. Otherwise, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, if you watch something and you don't like it, you're entitled to not like something, but don't.
Well, Jens has got a bit. Jens has got a bit going. Jens has got a bit going. He's the soy bitch guy, in much the same way that Fat Steven Seagal has a bit going, where he's a certain type of character.
And I agree with you. And I also think he's kind of stumbled into this, but that's not bad either. Thing is, he could really run with this. Jens could be like the psychic fucking film critic, and this could be his shtick. He never sees his movie. He just talks shit about them, claiming I'm not going to see the fucking movie. And when other reviewers come out, see, I told you so. Anybody that comes out and they say the movie's good, well, they're fucking wrong, aren't they? He never has to be right. That's not the point. He could just come out as the psychic Yorkshire film critic. He'd make a million fucking hits.
And he could make the agreement that he's only going to watch one episode, and if it's absolutely outstanding and he's completely wrong, maybe he'll watch the second one. That's all he needs to do.
I guess, but he could also lean into it. And the beauty of that is that there's almost no effort on his behalf. Right. All he's got to do is just say, okay, here's the title of this week's thing. It's the fucking the Dowress of fucking the Dowress of Cambridge. Okay. The Dowress of Cambridge is gonna be shite. I know it's gonna be shite. He doesn't have to know a fucking thing about it. That's the beauty of it. Right. He just gets out there and gives his Yorkshire fucking rant, whether he's right or wrong, Right.
Yeah. Right. And then when it's open, he'd be like, I was right. Oh, right. He'd make bets. Yeah. If he gets monetized, he could make it a feature of the monetization, and I'll give out memberships to anybody that agrees with me, like that kind of thing. He's got a whole bit that he could play off of.
It's only going to last so long. Like it's a joke that wears thin pretty quickly, but he could ride that wave long enough to get himself monetized and then do whatever the fuck he likes,
Yeah, but the more ambiguous he makes it, and the more it's like he starts reviewing more obscure titles and making more less precise, whatever, anything to make it more ambiguous. That is something
Yeah.
you could play forever. Like the Johnny Carson show is just an interview show.
Sure. I was trying to talk
Right.
Cockney into doing something vaguely similar in that he should like crystallize his character and drop the Spock, keep it a Captain Cockney, because there's no trademark on that. It's memorable, it's short. The only thing he assigns himself to is some kind of military form, so he has some authority, right? So he does his 1 minute reviews, and he can bolster up the voice. He can put whatever anime he wants to it. This is because YouTube, I don't know if you noticed, has this thing on it now where you can make 1 minute long or like 5 minute long mini movie things.
Right, I see him on my feed all the time. I'm like, wow.
Right,
like
and it's something
TikTok.
any of us can do. And any of us can take this idea and run with it. He doesn't have to be the only one. He's just uniquely suited because he has a built-in character. Just give anything in a pith helmet with whiskers will do.
Right.
He can put a ferret in a pith helmet with whiskers. He could put Raquel Welch in a pith helmet with whiskers and call it Captain Cockney if he wanted to. Or he could put his own picture in with a pith helmet and whiskers. That's kind of the look he was cultivating, that Zulu Dawn sort of fucking, rugged, fucking, military guy. But, okay, so his 1 minute reviews. He's got to write it all out first because he could never shoot from the hip for something like this. Something you got to actually work at. And just bang, your good points, your bad points. Now, instead, your tagline, part of the, remember what's Siskel and Ebert? They came up with thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up, thumbs down is from the Roman Empire, but they coined that. Now, no other critic can go thumbs up, thumbs down without getting fucking slapped around for it, apparently. I think they can now, but at the time they couldn't, while Siskel and Ebert were still alive. Steven, you big nipple, you. Just looking at your avatar there.
No, what did you?
Is that what I am right now?
But
yeah, you left and then you came back and then now you're
just to finish that thought because I know. Yeah, I see. It's a nipple.
When you switched
just
around
clear
the
yourself
screen.
out and
Yeah, I'll be right
He'll
back.
come back. Well, don't threaten me. But just to finish this thought quickly, I think it'd be great with the captain, and then he comes out with a tagline at the end. But what could that be? It's got to be a military sort of thing. Does Captain grant his permission? Permission granted, permission denied. Captain says, permission denied. I forbid you from wasting your time and your hard-earned money out on X movie or whatever like this.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Short, concise, 1 minute each review. And you want to see a longer review, come on down to my channel. It'd be great.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Now, any of us could do that, no doubt. As I say, Cockney's just got a great little character built in by virtue of the fact he's been working on this thing for, his YouTube channel for quite some time. Yeah.
There you go.
I can't even. Oh, is Spidey back? Hey, buddy.
You can come on if you want, Kenny. I'm about to end soon anyway, but if you want to make an appearance, Canadian Spider-Man, you can. But I'm about to probably end this within the next 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Captain's got a good personality to do shorts. It's just, I don't know, he's got the discipline.
Yeah. He can put on a character, the booming fucking voice, the drill sergeant type voice, bark out his fucking review. Right.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's
you're talking about that was a cinema goal, Spider-Man, Canadian Spider-Man. He left like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we lost that just time too. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like the director or whatever character in the film he had the biggest problem with is standing in his goddamn motherfucking drill line, and he's gonna tell this person exactly what he did wrong. Never again will you ever execute a film in this manner. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Say yes, sir. I'll smack you down.
Some kind of basic. Character like that, and that's an easy selling thing for him. Spidey, no, I didn't go to Iraq right after 9/11 or any kind of else.
Goal. It was talking about Cinema Goal, who just left 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah. So
it's rough to hear about those guys.
I regret because I heard you guys talking movies earlier, but I was in and out of the room. I left you on to keep the algorithm happy.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. But I was only catching snippets of the conversation. I feel bad. The two guys that were talking movies the most. Well, that's not true, Stephen. You were talking movies too. Buggered off as soon as I showed up, which I'm trying not to read anything into. But
Of course.
the the opportunity to chat movies with people that know a bit about movies is increasingly rare, especially on YouTube. I get
And
too many
people in
people.
the middle of
movies.
projects. What's that,
Actually,
Phil?
you know a lot about. Actually, you know a lot about movies, and that was supposed to be the original basis of my channel. But like I said, I never came up with a concept or anything. It just ended up being a channel where we just shoot the shit all night and talk about whatever. But I originally wanted my channel to be, talking movies a lot, especially horror movies, because I'm a big horror fan. Which is the name of my YouTube name's inspired by The Witch. So.
What kind of horror films do you like?
All of them, everything, anything horror.
Well, are you a splatter fan? Are you a psychological horror fan? Do you like
my favorite horror is like Friday the 13th, not Elm Street, or the Halloween. The Exorcist is my all-time favorite horror movie, by the way.
The Exorcist, good old.
Modern horror comedies, like Zombieland and Tremors, and I like psychological, especially like Silence of the Lambs and the Saw movies. I know a lot of people hate on the Saw movies, but to me, I think the Saw movies are great. So he's back. All right, but yeah, that's what I'm into. So.
Awesome. Sounds like you're in a rocket ship.
I am. I'm in the Batmobile.
Where?
Oh, he's in the car. He went to go pick something up, or he went out on an errand, I think. So we're in the car with him.
Right. Traveling in the car, hurtling down one of New Zealand's many, many back roads, highways, byways. New
Black
Zealand's hard to
Phillip,
picture.
being a host is a thing. Producing your own show,
Right.
You bring people that you think need to be heard onto your panel, and you let your audience know that these are the guys that I think need to be heard, and I'm going to host them on my stream. So, being a host, and what your show is who you're presenting. You know what I mean?
Right.
Barnum and Bailey never performed.
No, right, and that's how it felt like
do,
tonight.
yeah.
It was like tonight, y'all came on, like you came on, Steve Ransom and Ben and Cinema Gulp. Sorry, his real name's Ben, but Cinema Gulp. And he came on, and Edge of Time. Y'all were talking about some fascinating shit. I was just sitting there, just listening the whole time, and I didn't want to interrupt y'all because you're getting into such a good groove.
Yeah, and Summer Richard was in the chat. You heard us occasionally in the
Yeah.
There was some great stuff. Cinema Gulp was a cool guy.
Yeah,
Jill's in the chat too, and she's
interesting. I unfortunately couldn't follow any one thread for very long, but that wasn't through disinterest or lack of cohesive storytelling by the narrators themselves. It was a great conversation. I just couldn't participate, but your show's coming along nicely. I will say you're still kind of at the stage where I can get it, where you want to help other people, but you also need help yourself. I'm sure you feel sitting. It's not like you're a big channel yet. You're growing. You're getting there.
That's growing. Yeah, I kind of like where it's at right now. I mean, I guess because I've met a lot of people. I was disappeared for 9 months because I was dealing with issues that I won't discuss. But yeah, and then I returned like 9 months back in June. So I've met new people. I met like Steven Ransom and Ashley and Sci-Fi. All these new people that I've met, and they've all been Jill, Canadian Spider. Well, I've known Canadian Spider-Man for a while, both him, but everybody's been great and supportive. So if I can just bring it, if I can bring it on my channel, y'all just want to just talk about whatever. And it's not gonna bother me. It's not gonna offend me. Like, oh, you're taking over my show or taking over my channel. It's my channel. We got to talk about this and this. That's not what my channel's about. It's just
Well, of
to
course.
mute Captain.
I mean,
Sorry, Captain. I gotta mute you for a minute.
Yeah, it was coming across a little hard. How's it going, Cap?
Sorry, I had to mute you. Didn't mean to. Wasn't. But yeah, I was just hearing wind, whatever you were doing. Driving.
Yeah, that was
he's out in the Catmobile.
Catmobile. Yeah, it's like
I was
said,
fighting crime in New Zealand time.
Yeah, it's not gonna bother
Which
me
is
at all.
16 hours ahead. Sorry,
Right.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. But no, I mean, Steven Ransom is absolutely right. I mean, being a host, I mean, you can just bring any people you want to come on your channel and just discuss any matter that they please.
Right, and then the reason to go to Black Phillip's channel when he's presenting live is because he always has some cool chat, cool guys on his panel, and you never know what's going to happen on that show. And maybe you have a topic, but even so, these guys are going to kick it around all night, man. Just watch. It's cool.
Great. Like, it hasn't even felt like we've been talking for 4 hours, but we just went over the 4 hour mark, and it felt like we would have been talking for like an hour. But no, I definitely appreciate all of y'all coming on.
And it was a solid chill stream too. Everybody was just kind of chilling. We had some, couple of bits of drama here and there, but we all worked it out. And it was like we presented our cases, we introduced new history, we broke through lore on ourselves. I mean, there was a 3-way conversation on military activity that was all cool, and those guys got, shook hands over the chat, and it was all good, man.
That's always good.
And we got Canadian Spider-Man the whole night in the chat, man, and Jill swinging that wrench.
Jill doing, I know, I have a mod now. And then she said I could take her out with a mod. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Why? Like, I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Jill, that wrench looks really good on you, sweetheart. I could see.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Jill. 100%.
Car and Driver magazine and that ad with you in it holding a big wrench.
Yeah. Cover of Mathematicians Monthly with you on the cover holding the big wrench.
That's right. Starfleet Engines. With Jill on the cover.
Cover of Starfleet Engineers Monthly.
Definitely have to.
With you holding the big wrench.
Star Trek, so yeah.
I would love a magazine like that. Could you imagine fan images, people in full costume with background sets and props and stuff like that? Just doing
wouldn't be that hard to just Photoshop
Star Trek characters.
Wouldn't be that hard to Photoshop that, Steve.
But I mean, doing it
for
real,
it.
like, selfies
do.
and stuff like that. That would be so awesome. Could you imagine a whole community of that? Not dressed like cosplaying for that reason, to be like pinups, and not necessarily risque, but just show your damn self as if they were in the 23rd century.
Are you watching Lower Decks?
No, I'm not. I'm familiar with it. I get what they're doing over there. Not my cup of tea. I'm not really a huge fan of comedy when it's lowbrow.
Oh, no? No. Okay. I don't know. I've been telling people give it another shot. It's really turned around since the first season. And the people that are writing it, they do know their Star Trek. They do know the ins and outs. And if you look, they pay a lot of attention to that. They come at it with a lot of love. I really do believe that. This isn't just, throwing in member berries that it gets accused of all the time. Oh, it's just member.
I'll have to check out some
do
reviews.
it with the. Yeah, well, do it. Do some current ones too. They each season has been getting better since the first one. And
I love to hear good news, man.
Well, I got my fingers crossed for that, and also for Strange New Worlds. I don't know if you're giving that a shot or not. I know, unfortunately,
that people are pretty satisfied with it. But first of all, I don't have any kind of capital to pay for all these streaming services to watch it anyway. So I'm watching reactions of people's opinion that I trust.
Right.
And because I really don't have a dog in the race anymore. It's just like The entire subject is just, it's really, it's
Well,
like
criminal.
hearing about some ex-girlfriend's successful marriage. You know what I mean? It's just
Unlike most of the people in the community, I can't really tell what kind of how do I say this? What you follow? Are you a Star Trek guy? Star Wars? Do you like film or TV, or what's your gig? I can't tell from Steven Ransom. I think it's great. He used her name. Don't get me wrong, but
spectrum
What?
of my favorite stuff. I grew up and enjoyed everything, including 2001 original Star Trek series, Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, Godzilla, and then
all right.
we started getting new Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica, the OG, Buck Rogers on television.
Sorry,
and
if you don't mind my stopping you just for half a second. You say we started getting. Who is we, and why do you put it like that? Were you somewhere? Were you like away from easy access?
Oh,
to
yeah. Okay. No, I'm
current
speaking
media?
in general terms. I'm speaking in general terms. Like everybody in my school, everybody who was part of my living peer group, like all of my best friends, they were like, dude, they're going to bring the Hulk to television.
Spockney, no.
He'll be back on. He's just switching computers. He's probably walking in his house.
It was good to see him, but I know when he's on the road like that, he's got tech issues. He always has tech issues, unfortunately, but on the road, it's just difficult for anybody to broadcast from the road. Sorry, Steven, you were saying?
I walk around the apartment and I lose my internet signal. If I walk around the corner into any of the other rooms in my apartment, the internet signal will go right out. So, like, only because I have stone walls. So, I could get it. Yeah.
Right. What about you, Black Phillip? Are you a Star Trek or Star Wars fan? I can't tell from your specific. You have told me you're a fan of horror movies, and I'd really like to talk to you about that because I'm a big fan of cinema in general, world cinema, North American cinema, classic cinema. I love a lot of horror films, but my love is really goes from the 30s up. Well, even the 20s, if you count films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari or any of that kind of German expressionism horror, Nosferatu.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. But I do love the Hollywood horror films, the classic horror films. We've all seen the Universal monsters, of course. I love the Michael Curtiz. Well, he didn't do much. And Michael Curtiz, if you know who he is, do either of you know who Michael Curtiz is?
I may know the films more than the artist.
You probably do. He was a director, a Hungarian-born director, and he directed Casablanca, Robin Hood.
Right.
What horror did he do?
In a way, he was Steven Spielberg of his day, but he had a slightly more diversified resume, and he didn't really do science fiction because it wasn't a thing then, if you discount some serials. But the horror films he did at the time, the ones I'm thinking of are specifically, and this is also in a time where color wasn't really an option, but they were experimenting. Warner Brothers was experimenting with what do they call it? Two-strip. It was green and orange, and any combination they could make out of those two colors. They hadn't figured out red, green, blue, but they could figure out green and orange. But oddly enough, that really lends itself to films like The Wax Museum, where
I know that one.
Yeah, great one with Lee Tracy in the lead, and Fay Wray, an early Fay Wray role. She got right before King Kong, and actually her screams in this movie were used in King Kong. Some of the ones she had for when she sees the creature, the guy turns himself into with the living wax sort of thing. He did that. He did the original The Walking Dead with Boris Karloff.
Okay.
Which was a which was a great movie about Boris Karloff basically coming back to life. If you haven't seen or anything, I hope you guys do. I am trying to get my own little channel up and running where if I do, my big wish is to get it before Halloween because I want to do a little Halloween special based on these movies. So, Black Phillip, are you a fan of those old, The Mummy, Dracula, Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Invisible Man, The Wolf Man, Frankenstein?
Yeah, I have the Universal Volume 1, which is Dracula, Wolfman, Invisible Man, and what's the fourth one? I can't remember what the last one was. But yeah, and then they're releasing
the Black Lagoon.
They're actually that one's in Volume 2. There's a Volume 2 that's coming out next month that I pre-ordered. It's gonna have Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Mummy, and then it's 4 movies, just like the first set was. So yeah,
the original Mummy film, I've always considered it. Are you guys familiar with it? The Boris Karloff one?
Yes.
Steven?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Okay. I've always considered possibly the most romantic of all the monster movies out there. When you think about it, the Boris Karloff character wasn't inherently evil. He was a living, basically, spirit of the Mummy. Well, he came back to life, and he swears it's through love, and he tried to recapture his love. He was wrong about it, but in the end, he wasn't truly an evil. He wasn't looking to suck anybody's blood or kill for bloodlust like the Wolfman, or he wasn't inherently evil like Jekyll and Hyde, or the Invisible Man. You know, love the Invisible Man, the old, the one with Claude Rains.
Yeah, that's great.
It's actually a pretty violent movie on it, honestly.
Yeah.
From being made in the 40s, I was like, wow, they got away with that.
One of the things I like to remind people when they talk to me about old movies, and when they say, the things they don't like about the movies is the censorship and shit like this. The movies, unfortunately, were subject to something called the Hays Code from 1934, and it was basically a draconian set of restrictions because the things like the Catholic League of Justice, the Catholic Women's League, and a bunch of groups around the country that found voice. And I'm not trying to point the finger and make religious outfits the scapegoat, but quite often at this time they were religious-backed fundamentalist groups that believed they knew better than what the masses did, and they were doing it for our own good. So we were forbidden from seeing things like extramarital affairs. People profiting from crime was a big one. Before 1934, you could do quite a bit more. Now, you couldn't do porn, but you could get away with quite a bit. They were much more frank. And films, Ernst Lubitsch is a favorite director of mine that worked at that time in that era between silent and talking films. And he had some great ones. Trouble in Paradise is a classic. I cite anybody, go watch this movie if you want to see, just a fun movie, risque situations. Herbert, what's his name? Herbert Marshall is an interesting character himself. He lost his right leg in the First World War, and he had a wooden one in place. In this movie, they had to hire a double just for this one scene in this chick's house. She had this grand staircase, and this double, all he did was run up and down the stairs like a half a dozen times because they kept having him do as necessary to the plot. Okay, that's a total aside, but great director, really sharp writing, sexual situations talked about with adult frankness, but handled with taste, and they could do it then. Unfortunately, and there's some great films with guys like William Powell. You ever heard of the Thin Man series?
No.
Really, really great movie series.
Powell.
Oh, do you? Wonderful. How do you know William Powell?
He did a bunch of stuff in the 60s, and I know him from the whole Lawrence of Arabia age of big Hollywood films. But there's an actress that he basically introduced. It was some movie takes place on an island on a beach as a young girl, and now she's like a big actress. She's well into her adulthood at this point, but famous British actress. But yeah, so I have a couple of his collections, like box forms of theatrical releases. On
We might be
DVD.
talking about a different guy, only
Okay.
because William Powell. It's possible we are talking about the same guy. I grant you. I'm just thinking because, and I'd have to double check this. I think William Powell passed away in the late 50s.
Okay.
But again, I could be wrong. His last film was, it's right on the tip of my tongue, Mr. Roberts. Have you ever seen Mr. Roberts? John Ford
so.
Directed.
No.
Yeah. Great movie with, let me see, has Jack Lemmon when he was very young. James Cagney as the crusty captain, a real Captain Bligh type, and Henry Fonda as Mr. Roberts, the titular character. And
nice cast.
What's his name? I was just talking about it. I'm sorry. It's late for me here, boys. William Holden, the guy from the Thin Man series. I just said his name. He was in that Plays the Doctor, and he was like in his 60s at the time. And I think he had a heart attack recently after that film. I'm not sure if he lived to see the premiere. But,
yeah, I remember that role.
Powell,
with
William Powell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Great film. Great film. Mr. Roberts. It was a stage play, but they brought it to the screen. John Ford directed
a lot of them were, too.
A
lot of them were back then. Marty.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of films.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, and then most of the famous ones as well. Sound of Music and My Fair Lady.
Right.
All of them started out as stage production. Oklahoma.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that transition
quite
going on.
So.
And what was the Marlon Brando? The Marlon Brando
Guys and Dolls?
It's his dark one. The dark black and white.
Apocalypse Now?
No. The stage play that became a film early in Brando's history. Streetcars Named Desire.
Streetcar Named Desire, yeah.
Was also a play.
Vivian Lee. Yeah. Vivian Lee, Marlon Brando. Carl Malden. Great film. I'm not the biggest Brando person, to be honest with you. I think he's a very competent actor. I do, but I don't really worship at the temple of Brando the way many do. A lot of Italian guys I know do it. And I hate to say it's because he's Italian.
It's mostly because of The Godfather,
Yeah, exactly. Godfather, and that's fine. At least you're out there watching films. That's good to see. But
a lot of the references I make are known historically, but not necessarily completely enjoyed or in my top 40. But I bring it up as a reference.
And I'm not trying to shut you down regarding William Powell. I could be wrong. I was just.
I might be wrong as well.
But it's funny that the year that's made too. And to be honest, if I did that on my phone, I'd lose you on StreamYards because I'm on StreamYards on my phone.
Right.
I don't have a computer.
The woman I'm talking about that appears in probably one of his last films because he was old when he did this.
Yeah.
Helen Mirren was 18 years old during filming. And it could have been 1958. How old is she now, Helen Mirren? When was she 19? When was she
68 or... Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing her at the theater. I paid money to go see her get fucked over the hood of a car and the cook, the thief, his wife or lover. She was hot in that film.
She was hot in a lot of films too, man. Whew.
Caligula. Have you ever seen Caligula with Malcolm McDowell in the lead role?
Like the daughter of Arthur in Excalibur?
Yeah, exactly. Excalibur that had a lot of good people in there. Helen Mirren, Liam Neeson,
77.
Patrick Stewart. Helen Mirren, 77?
Yep.
Oh, wow. She's older than I thought, but I believe it.
1945.
So 19 years old would have been early 60s when she would have been a teenager.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
possible we're talking about the same guy. It's possible, but it's also that I have a box set. It's by a director. His last name is
Well,
Powell.
you said the
He's a
box
British
set.
white guy.
Oh wait, did you say the director's name is Powell?
Yeah, the director's
Because I'm
name is
talking
Powell.
about an
You're
actor.
talking about an actor?
Yeah. William Powell. He starred in the
Classic
Thin Man
mistake.
series with Myrna Loy.
Black Phillip,
Yeah.
I've made a classic mistake. There's no going back. Save as many as you can. I failed you all.
Uh-oh. That's a pretty good impression of Captain, to be honest.
I've been practicing. I've been practicing. I think I may use it as a gentle weapon if I'm ever on a stream with Scotty and the Captain, and they start cat fighting in the parking lot.
Well, yeah, Scotty and the Cat. That's fucking weird too. I don't know what's going on there. I haven't seen
Oh
Scotty
my
in a
God,
while,
we're finally
but,
online. We can actually talk about it in real time without a keyboard involved. It's like, yeah. Weren't we talking about it in
There's
the
nothing
chat
really to
yesterday?
talk about. He's yeah,
we
like
talked about
I
it
don't
last
have any
night.
information.
We were
Yeah,
talking
no,
about it
neither
last
do I.
night.
It's just the acknowledgement that it's going on, and it's uncomfortable, dudes. Anybody watching this on the replay, future me, future Time Lord,
Future me.
it's like, dude, man,
I think we could
it's
talk about it because we're about
uncomfortable.
4.5 hours in, and then wait to last this long on my channel. So, on my
Well, he's probably
stream, so-
listening right now, or maybe he's not. Who knows?
Right.
Perhaps he's fallen down and he can't get up.
Yeah. No, it's just because well, yeah, like you say, it is weird and it is uncomfortable to watch because I don't normally find myself in a position of feeling like I got to defend the captain. He can normally do it himself, but I don't see him fighting back and just letting Scotty get in shot after shot. So I can't help but
it's
think,
weird both ways.
Yeah,
It's
that's
weird
what he
both
wants
ways.
to. That's what he wants to get. He wants to get a rise out of it, whether it's Scotty
That's the
or it's
only opinion you
myself.
can have on it. It must be self-loathing. It must be masochistic. It's got to be a fetish. It's like, what is the deal, man? It's like, won't one of you back down for the sake of the show? I just one of you back down. It's like, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, like I don't know both sides, and I don't even. And every time I see it, I always kind of run in the middle of it, where he's just, peppering every time Cam opens his mouth. Oh, shut up or whatever, and I'm like, what is this about? It's out of context, it's just fucking strange. And like I say, I don't like drama, and I don't care for people taking shots at guys with other guys fighting back, or if they are, get the message. Like if you take 2 or 3 shots at the guy who's not responding, let it go.
Right.
A quick, comfortable, no disclaimer, no judgment, no shame. Roger that. Let's move
Yeah,
on.
it was like earlier in the stream too. About I was literally spending like the whole first hour of my damn stream trying to figure out how to unblock him, and then he interrupts again.
It was a bit.
Do it? And then I'm like, whoa. And then that's why
it became a bit for the whole show. It's like you were absorbed in his little thing. He needed his shoes tied or something. What was it again?
And then once Jill came on, he mellowed down. Once Jill came onto the scene, and she said that she was going to try to take care of it. And I was like, well, thank you, Jill.
It's like, who cares if it's even a thing? You're on the panel, man. It's like, it's so weird. And there's a private chat too. So, you could show both on screen, private chat or public chat. You could show both. So I don't understand what the issue was. I don't understand what the issue was. It's like, I'm sorry, we're having a technical difficulty. How was your day?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Moving on. So how?
Sorry.
I don't think there is an issue. I don't think that at this point it feels like it's a broken bit. It's a scratch in an old record, and somebody's just going to either have to lose the record or drop the bit or move on.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's like there's this weird little tension, and
it's
they're both
definitely a bit.
spatting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a cat fight, like a cat fight in a sitcom. That's what it's like.
Because he knows that, well, I'm not going to talk bad about Scotty. He's one of my best friends. So, but I mean, he usually takes it, for granted because, he's under the influence, obviously, of alcohol and
Right.
and whatever else he smokes, whatever he smokes.
And the captain's
Yeah,
off
but they
camera.
counteract each other. I mean,
Yeah. They fuel each other on. That's why it's like so uncomfortable to watch. Because when Scotty is having a point and everybody's gotten chill, it's almost like, oh my God, why is nobody attacking me? What's going on here? Won't anybody attack me, Black Phillip? Am I muted? It's like, dude, really?
Yeah, we're trying to have a regular conversation. He gets bored, and then he'll chime right in with a little 5-minute rant. I'm like, okay, come on.
Like the whole thing with the friggin' block. It's like, moving on. We've got to feed the troops. Drop it, friend.
I know, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you got your own channel to do shit on, but it's up to anybody else. If you let him do it, then you're fine with it. That's all I can say.
That's it.
You got to take control and take charge, and he understands that because he is a pretty gracious guest, and he doesn't deliberately set off people. I know one time he chased a couple of girls off Bill's channel like a year or so ago, and I remember he came back and apologized for that because he didn't realize at the time that's what he was doing, because he was getting into an argument with somebody, and it took him a while to realize that, screaming and shouting at some guy in the thing just drove the chicks away. So, yeah, you got caught up in the moment and you didn't think of the after effect. That shit happens. It can happen to anyone. But Bill should have been on it quicker than that and never let it get to that point. I'm talking about something that happened like over a year ago. But just as an example.
Yeah. It's hard to tell what's actually going on at this point. But it's a shame. I love them both on screen. When they're good, they're good. But when they're spatting like this, like ex-boyfriends, I don't know. It's like, come on.
Well,
like
I know
neither one of you
Camelot better than I
actually
know
dated her for
Scotty. And ironically, Scotty and I live only about 15 minutes from each other. I like to know Scotty better. He seems like a pretty chill cat, all things concerned, and he talks interesting on some movies. At the end of the day, really am a movie guy. That's why I come here. I like to talk film and cinema with people and meet new people and talk, different ideas and stuff.
Yeah, he loves Star Trek. I mean, him and Jill do a show together on her channel every Tuesday, I believe. They talk nothing but Star Trek the whole time.
I used to drop by and
I let him in. Yeah, I'll let him in.
Jill's,
all right. What's up? Hello.
Hello again. I arrived.
How was your ride?
There he is.
Say hello to my son. Say hello, son. There you go.
Hello. Hello, Captain Son.
Hello, Captain Son. How you doing?
What's the rank on your son, sir?
I don't know, Lieutenant, I guess.
Lieutenant, that's generous. Should keep him a corporal as long as you can. The payer is a commander. You promoted him over you.
So. Commander.
Commander.
What, from commander to commander? Yeah. Oh, he's changed it from commander to commander.
As long as you're not going
the
commando.
naval form of gangster.
Yeah, no, that'd be silly. Yeah, I'm on the Black Phillip channel. Yeah, the one with the extreme mood swings. No, he's fine. What? Sorry, not you.
That's actually pretty funny, Captain.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're approaching 5 hours.
Welcome back. And this
I
is
know
my
he's been on a
longest
long
stream
time,
ever.
hasn't he? I know. You'll be professional soon, Black Phillip.
Don't feed my ego.
An audience.
Jill left about an hour and a half ago.
Got to maintain the Jill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I believe
Do we have an
actually
audience?
too.
Is that the key question on YouTube, folks? Is anyone actually listening?
They got 2 people.
All right. Rock and roll. Hello, everyone.
But I think it's Canadian Spider-Man, perhaps.
Thinking about the
laying
Canadian
down in bed.
Spider-Man and myself.
Surprised he's not up here, right?
It's possible Sherry is still sitting in bed, just not in the chat. She did say she just wanted to lie down. She said, I will be listening with the phone next to the bed or something like that. So who knows? Who knows? We got 2 listeners.
What happened to
Identity
Ben?
unknown.
He had to go to bed. He was tired. He had to.
Very good.
He had
What
some
about
stuff
Edge
to
of
do
Time?
tomorrow. They left right at the
I
same
got some
time.
shit to do tomorrow. I'm gonna need to get to bed,
We all got stuff to do tomorrow.
but I can
Always got
last
to go
till
to
the end
church
of the
tomorrow,
hour for
don't you,
sure.
son?
After all, the captain's back.
Yeah, they were.
Well, this level business never stops. I've got
Ever.
a meeting later with the editor and the artist. It's never ending now.
Good for you, Cap. It's nice to have something to do.
The people want entertaining. Red Shirt's right. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure he said something like, it's a great show, Captain, but you really got to shut up about your time travel bollocks. No one cares. Why don't you write your own comments, smartass? Something I'm paraphrasing, but it's something like that, wasn't it, Red Shirt?
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. There you go. Sorry, not Red Shirt, son of a red shirt. For all I know, you're a blue shirt.
Son
So
of
are
a
you the son
red
of a red shirt?
Did he really wear a red shirt?
I am,
Well,
but
his
I don't
son
think
is
I'm going to be
son of
that
a
way
red
for
shirt.
long.
Did his dad wear a red shirt?
Well, his dad would have been.
I don't mind bringing
do you know
this
what a red
up
shirt
because
is,
it's
son?
I don't know.
Shall I don't have to tell the panel this. My son has never watched an episode of Star Trek.
Neither have I. To be
Okay,
honest.
whatever.
my
Doesn't even know what a
Trekkie
red
heartbeat
shirt is.
still.
I thought the red shirt meant like a British soldier because they're always wearing red.
Well, it's a
Tragic.
byword. It's a what is it? It's a metaphor. No, it's a metonym. No, it's an antonym. No, it's a simile. No, hang on.
Is it a
it's,
simile? Is that what it is?
No,
It's
not.
a
It's the other thing.
tragedy.
It's an
It's a
allegory.
travesty.
No, it's a,
Well, it's a
but
trope
red
for
shirt
sure,
is
and it's a
shorthand for
meme,
someone
but-
that's going to die later in the episode. Basically, when Kirk beats
Right.
down, son, it's Kirk, Spock, and some random guy you've never seen before. You know why? Because he's gonna be brown bread. But stop yawning in a comedy fashion, you. I'll do the jokes around here.
Goddamn younger generation disrespecting the captain on my
I
watch.
know
Never
he's
again.
like the captain to my captain. Hey, where'd Red Shirt go?
Can't
We've
believe
lost
he was
another
born
Canuck.
from your loins, Captain.
Wasn't me. He left on his own. He left on his own merit.
It was you. Did you block him, Black Phillip? Block Phillip?
He may have just fallen off. He was saying he was getting tired. So
He's
He was on his-
Phillip, Black
he was on his
Phillip
phone.
Alvarez.
Yeah, I think I'm back here.
Or he was so offended by your son's attitude, yawning like that he left the street.
That's what it was.
Good.
Dramatic sweep of cape,
The rest of you go.
gone.
He's unstoppable.
I am. Tell me something I don't know.
I think he's gonna have his own channel soon.
I already do.
Good for you, son.
You're too young. You're too young to.
You're too young.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, thank you.
Never get it done, son. Get that stuff done, Lieutenant Time Lord.
Exactly.
Do it.
Now let's take some guesses. Is my son A on Minecraft, B on Minecraft, C on Minecraft, or D on Minecraft?
That
A,
sounds
B,
like a great
C, and
list to
D.
all of them.
All of the above.
He's on all the Minecrafts. What are you doing with those boxes?
And you're not
of
wrong,
TNT,
Captain.
son?
Even in
Well,
Lampoon,
that was an
you're not
anarchy
wrong.
Well, hey, he's blowing stuff up. The kids, they're blowing stuff up. What are you blowing up?
I'm making a town full of TNT. It's an anarchy server.
He's on the.
There's no rules.
He's on an anarchy. What the fuck's an anarchy
It's
server?
a server where there's no rules, and
Right.
I run it.
Good
Right, okay.
grief.
I'm the leader of the anarchy server.
How can you run it if there's no? You can't run anarchy. That's the whole. Give you one job, anarchy. Be unrunnable.
Well, I'm
You
the
are such
dictator.
a square, Captain.
He's an anarchist dictator. Did you hear this? Are you hearing this?
Controlling
An
anarchy is what
anarchist
all the
dictator.
kids are doing nowadays.
I'm going to put that in my comic book. That's good. An anarchist dictator. I'm the leader of the anarchists. No, you're not. Yes, I am.
Oh my God, Annie, anarchist.
Annie
Annie
Kiss.
Skywalker.
And he kissed.
Oh no! Oh no!
Interesting.
Yeah.
An interesting similarity and interesting coincidence. Let's not get excited. It was just an accidental discovery. We don't have to talk about it.
Captain
Fucking
being helped
Star
by you
Wars.
is hardly enough to get me excited.
It's such a shame. I have a fan script for
You
how
sound like
they
the
could
kids
have
are.
rolled
It's a
out.
sh- She always says something. Everything's a shame. It's a shame.
For Star Wars, where Annie is a very, very attractive, but very, very obviously wrong move for the Jedi. The public loves Annie. The government loves Annie. The Jedi Order are not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but they're kind of got their hands forced, and they know what the prophecy is, and it gets kicked around. And then Annie goes bad, and it's just like, well, I guess it's too late for anybody to say "I told you so" because the world just ended. You know, like that could have been a fantastic arc for that series, but you know, I hate speculating about it anymore. There was 1,000 greater ideas about all of this, and they're dropping the ball on purpose. It's the only thing I could think of. I just keep thinking about like the scientist in Flash Gordon, where he goes, "It's not an accident, it's an attack, I tell you." You know, and that's what this all feels like. Yeah, yeah.
Why are you
It's
giving
an
me the secret
attack.
signal to mute? Hang on a second.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy to even think about, man. But it's hard to speculate about anything.
Exactly.
Anymore.
I think I'm gonna end. Well, yeah, I'll take it to the 5-hour mark, and then I'll probably end this stream. So
yeah, because you know, Captain's gonna come back strong after that whole Minecraft bit with his son. You know, it's.
I know, right?
We got a good 20 minutes out of it, but I'm definitely up for a quick close at 5 hours on the dot, sir. I will assist you with my might when it comes to that
I
time.
appreciate that.
Because, you know, I'm getting a wee tired myself, and I got shit to do tomorrow, as well as a stream, so.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll definitely subscribe. Yeah, I'll check out your channel.
Well, so if you check out my Twitter, you'll see where I'm going to be at. I usually tweet just before something is going to happen. I got something happening noon for me. It would probably be maybe 1 or 2 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock GMT.
Okay.
You know, Central. You know, in England, they're doing it at 8 p.m. It's noon for me in California.
Right.
So I'll be tweeting about that, and you'll be able to see a link for it. You know, but it'll be like, I don't know, 2 o'clock maybe for you.
Yeah, red shirt got bounced. So
zoinks!
I hate when that happens. Oh yeah, I'll just resend you the link. I'm only gonna go on for about another 10 minutes anyway. But if you're still welcome to come back on if you want to, Richard. There you go. There's the link again. There you go. If you'd like to come on for the final 10 minutes, you're more than welcome, Richard.
Oh, the captain's going to be so sad if 10 minutes is over and he hasn't gotten back yet. I guess he's settling his boy.
That's all right. I know he'll probably open one himself. Continue
this is a pretty epic stream.
I know my longest one. Well, I've hit 4 hours before, but never 5 hours. But
we had some great members on the panel. A lot of shifting characters. It was pretty chill. You know, a couple of slap fights. Got into some topics. You know, we were throwing the ball back and forth for a good long time.
Oh, yeah, it was great. Yeah, that's what I like. I mean, I don't, you know, like I said, you can say, you know, like you were mentioning earlier about the host. So, yeah, I don't mind doing that at all. I don't think anybody, you know, taking over on this. Like, I don't care about that. So,
yeah, we're taking over. So, Jesus Christ. Push a button.
I don't want to seem ungrateful. Tell your mum thanks for dinner, but it was a little bit salty. Does that sound ungrateful?
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, no, better not tell her, actually. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it was just a joke. Nothing.
Are we live yet?
Are we live? Yeah, when are we going live?
I'm going to twerk your nipples, Captain.
Yeah, I feel like Scotty's in the room.
I've been working on caricatures of both of you, actually.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
I'm holding my cigarette in a Hollywood hotel sort of fashion. I just wiggle my head and tell the captain to please, Captain, for the love of honey dripping down your body, shut the fuck up.
It is like Scotty's in the room, folks.
That is pretty spot on.
I'm working on it, you know, I'm practicing. Oh my goodness. We had a great stream tonight, Captain. Well done.
I'm glad I missed most of it.
Congratulations. But whenever you were joining in, it was bouncing around. We were having some good chats back and forth, dialogue, ideas, bringing up new topics. There was a book showing. You guys both talked about it. You and Gulp. It's great. We had a great
Yeah,
show
I've got
tonight.
two more books to get into. Well, yeah, Gulp is clearly he's serious about his script. I enjoyed quizzing. I like quizzing the writers. There's a lot of comic book and script writers on the old
It's going to be
YouTubes
great to
these
see
days.
two of you chatting about Two Towers. That's going to be a bunch of fun. When is that happening?
Yeah, that is completely up to Gulp. Apparently, it's going to be on the 20-year anniversary, something like that. But yeah, do everyone, including your good self there, Stephen Ransom.
Hey,
Don't pay
That sounds
that.
like
Do check
January.
out.
Hey,
some of our
gentlemen,
Gulp.
sorry about that. My I don't know if it was a tech issue on my end, but my StreamYards just showed their homepage, and that was it. No explanation, anything. Just reverted to there. Strange.
yeah,
Welcome
it
back,
happens.
sir.
Welcome back.
Heck no, man.
Yeah, probably about 8 more minutes to go. Yeah, and then I'm gonna call it a night or a morning.
What? Seriously? I put off feeding my need to watch teenage Asian porn for 4 minutes? I thought I was coming to hang. What the fuck? Oh, I don't know. Black
Well, we're
Phillip.
looking at
see.
5
We
hours
shall
on the clock.
I don't
Sir.
know. Bait and switch. That's what I'm
We'll-
going away thinking. Bait and switch.
Your
Black
signed
Phillip
orders
show.
of forms at the door, sir. He told you the circumstances when he posted to StreamYards.
That would have been hilarious had it come through. I don't know. More tech issues. My problem.
Oh, this damn tech issues, missing the good stuff.
Oh my
That it
goodness
is.
gracious!
Well, it's frustrating for me on a couple levels because sometimes like you'll have somebody on the panel and I can read everybody's names except one guy I've never seen before. And that's annoying, waiting for somebody to say his name. It's like being at a party and you know you've been introduced to somebody and you've forgotten their name and you're just waiting for somebody to use it in conversation.
Yeah,
Insane.
Yeah, and when Ashley lost her avatar, or when I lost my avatar, and my name's not on screen either, you can't even comment to the photograph showing. It's like, or ask somebody about what's going on in the background in their room, just to have somebody say something. It's like, oh yeah, Tim, what is going on in the background in your room? It's like you can't even do that if the screen is just blank on them. It's so.
Yeah, well, you also
what you're
get that too, where you get a guy like Sci-Fi, who for some reason can't, with his thick Michiganian ear, can't distinguish between you, me, and Stephen Amore. And Stephen Amore doesn't sound a fucking thing like either one of us, except you and I sound vaguely similar. That's the only thing I can think. I don't
Well,
think
it's also
we do,
the tone and the cadence that I think we also have in similarity. That there's a tone and cadence to the subject matter.
Yeah, in his mind, in his mush fucking mind, he confuses the three of us until we're one person. And he's done it several times. Has conversations with us for like 5 fucking minutes without realizing you're talking to the wrong person. It's adorable in one way.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I'm glad. I mean, luckily when you're hosting, you can see everybody's names. I don't know why it doesn't show up on YouTube, but it's a good thing.
Well,
when you're
sometimes
hosting,
when the screen gets clenched, because when you put a comment on the bottom, all the diagrams get clenched, or the whole screen gets clenched. The
Right.
names disappear
Mhm.
because of the way the software works. And I've stood there in the chat for like 15, 20 minutes, like Jesus Christ, take the goddamn comment down so I can see this guy's name. It's like, dude, and you're yelling from the chat. Drop the comment, put the comment down. We talked about that a fucking hour ago. Jesus Christ, what is this guy's name?
Yeah, I did that one time on Win My Machine, I think, because I was intoxicated. And then I left this comment on for like 20 minutes. It was really like, are you going to take down that damn comment already? I'm sorry.
Or like Sci-Fi the other night, he had that trailer up. Daniel brought this trailer. His friend showed up to the stream. He's showing the trailer. He doesn't show the trailer. He never ends it. He doesn't take it down. And now anybody that showed up in the chat that's like, oh, Daniel said he was going to be on the stream, can't even see Daniel's picture because it's so tiny sitting there in the corner. It's like, come on, dude. Produce your friggin' show. Who the hell is even on here anymore? Daniel's muted. He's not saying anything. It's like it was a mess.
Yeah.
It's like, dude.
That's why I don't mind. I mean, if anybody wants to, show their face, I mean, I'm gonna make anybody show their face. I mean, because sometimes I'll show my face like this, and sometimes I won't. Because nobody else is showing their face.
Right,
dude. In this industry,
well,
face reveal is
the thing about
choice.
the face reveal. At least when your face is up, it's a bit more animated, and there's more stuff for people to watch. I don't know the statistics on whether people on live streams are more likely to hang out when they see actual live people versus an avatar which pulses with a little ring of light when somebody speaks. It's more interesting to see the person. But to be completely honest, not many of us are, shall we say, camera ready.
Camera ready or camera friendly.
Yeah, or camera friendly even, And that can hurt too. I hate to say it, but depending on what it is you're selling, looks matter.
Exactly. Well, that's a fair point.
Well,
I don't mind showing my face, but I mean,
sure. But if you're trying to present your channel as an authority on something, and you show up in pajamas with a 3-day-old beard and like food shit stains on your shirt, you look like a fucking slob. Nobody's going to take you seriously about anything. I wouldn't take
Red Shirt, you got to be. That's quite a lot to unpack there. What if you are the expert on something? I've got it here, and you're such an expert that you deliberately dress like a slob because you're like, I don't have to prove shit to anyone.
Yeah,
I'm not
well,
saying
then
that's a failing.
But there's
respectfully, I'd say that's a failing on the person's part to understand the social situation they're in.
But do you understand
that
there's basically you can see that your dress sense doesn't actually correlate to your experience. Because I'm telling you, there's a lot of bullshit and unrealistic YouTube is full of unrealistic motherfuckers who don't know shit. Basically, I've never met in my entire life such a high proportion of bullshitters as I have on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I respect your point. I think we need to. I declare war on the bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshitters. And then people go, "Oh, you're a Tyson pedant." Well, then, if you don't know the facts, be a slacker and be proud of it. I don't know the facts. Would you rather be happy or right? I'd rather be happy. But if you are going to talk about facts, then get your facts right. Don't be a liar. So, I mean, but don't let me take over the conversation. Can you name me a field? Give me a specific example of an area of expertise, like horror movies for Phil.
Yeah, that's mine. Everybody knows that's my specialty.
Is there exams? Do you get a degree in knowing horror movies? You have to know the directors. Do you bring what about let's say here's one question because I'm not into horror at all. What makes Halloween, right? Right? Jason is not supernatural. He has no powers. He's not Freddy, is he?
That's unclear.
Halloween is Michael Myers.
Mike Myers has no powers. No supernatural powers in the first movie.
Other than he seems to be able to withstand knife blows.
Right.
So is that a supernatural power?
Well, to you and I, it would be, brother. If you got stabbed in the chest with the knife he did, it would kill either of us.
So he is supernatural. Is it explained why he's able to withstand, or is it a plot hole?
They attempt later on to try and explain some kind of deeper lore to the whole thing, but
in that movie?
No, but the beginning clues of it are presented as him being, I'm going to say supernatural in the same sense that a stronger, tougher, unstoppable, psychotic being would be. He's not necessarily superhuman, but
all right. Do you know what? Silly me bringing up an example. I'll tell you this specific example that's happening right now. And I before I say it, I'm not even convinced, son of a red shirt, and I respect that. But I'm telling you that as far as I'm concerned, and so far Dalek and Citizen agree, and so do PDB and CamCam. We've solved time travel, and that makes me the world's leading authority on time travel. I say that without any irony, and I'm aware that therefore it must show a complete lack of self-awareness. I know how it sounds, but I am the leading authority on time travel in the world. And even if you don't believe me, let's take that as a hypothetical. My question is, how can I prove that? And who's going to test me? Who do I test? How, without a degree in time travel, do I establish that I am indeed the world's leading, apart from giving myself Time Lord as a middle name instead of Cockney, how do I establish that I am indeed the world's leading, the world's number one authority on time travel? How do I, by not having ketchup on my shirt?
Well, I think the first step towards that goal, brother, would be ascertaining the nuance of what you're saying. And I'm not trying to be a smartass here, but when I look at your name, Captain Time Lord Spock, are you an authority on time travel, or are you authority on time travel as in film and cinema and the written word?
Because it's impossible in fact, correct.
Well, yes, this is what I'm trying to differentiate. You're not claiming to be a master, a actual Lord of Time, or an authority on something that doesn't exist as far as we know, which is time travel.
Physics says time travel to the past is impossible. Therefore, it falls only within the realms of fiction. But the whole amazing thing about it is, because most people then go, oh, it's all timey-wimey nonsense and no movies have to make sense. That is wrong. That is a myth. It does follow an internal logic. That's the key. It's impossible, but it still can be logical.
Okay. Well, then, getting back to your original question, what authority do you go to prove that you are the leading authority in time? Who vets the leading authority
or another
in time
one?
Travel?
I'd say if anyone, who's the leading authority on whether Deckard's a replicant? There's not. I don't know, but let's say it's Doomcock. But Doomcock has not convinced Burnett. Burnett completely disagrees with Doomcock in that Burnett says he's a human.
So
that's my point. So there's no more specific example that isn't all about me, or time travel. Let's say Doomcock is the leading authority on YouTube on whether Deckard's a replicant. Well, he's not convinced Burnett. He's not even convinced some of his own subscribers.
True.
So, therefore,
from what I
is he an
understand,
authority?
Right.
Yeah, but sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Are you saying is he an authority?
Yeah, I would say that Doomcock would say he's the number one authority on YouTube. I think if anyone is, Doomcock's probably he's in the top 5. He's really into the topic like me.
I've said before to numerous people that I consider you an authority on the subject. Now,
gentlemen,
I
need to split. I'm going to be going. I'll talk to you guys soon. It's been an absolute pleasure. You guys continue at your will. I'm sorry. I needed to go at the end of the hour, and so I didn't want to interrupt you guys. Are started to get a flow going. So carry on.
As we're at a quarter to the end of the hour, now is the time to go. I understand. You haven't been paid attention to in 30 seconds. I get it. It's all about you. No, I'm fucking with you, Stephen.
Have a very good night, gentlemen. I wouldn't leave without a kick in the pants.
Good luck.
Next time, bro.
Take care. Wow. That takes us back to where we were in the beginning. And then there were 3.
Yes, so clean up that ketchup, Phil. That was the original point. Clean up that ketchup stain. People will take you seriously.
My authority.
Respect. You will respect my authority.
It is actually a larger question you bring up that's quite interesting, and that is, why do we consign ourselves to believe that many of the people on YouTube are authorities on anything for anything more than having a channel on YouTube where they claim to be an authority on something? Doomcock, as an example, claims to be an authority on Star Trek. And no disrespect to the Doomcock lovers out there, I have a problem with that.
I mean, Jill, for example.
Yeah, I love Jill for her show, for her love of Star Trek, for stick. But I hate to say it, she gets so many of her opinions about modern Star Trek secondhand, and she runs with them. She won't give a lot of things a fair chance, I think. And it breaks my heart because she's a young Star Trek fan. She's the person that's going to be carrying Star Trek forward long after I'm gone. you know. And if she can't get behind some of the new stuff, well, there's not going to be much of a future for the series. And I don't mind if she gave it a fair shot. If she said, you know what, I don't like it. It's not for me. And this is the reason here, here, and here. Okay, I can argue with you on that. But people that tell me, oh, Kurtzman's involved, I can't watch it. I can't. Well, he's tangentially involved. He's not sitting there in the director's chair. He didn't write the fucking thing. You know, he's weaseled his way onto the producer's board for an easy paycheck. But yeah, you know, people got to go their own way. I just wish new Youngblood was giving it a fair shake and getting on YouTube and talking about it and saying it's so, because that will kill the series. That will kill Star Wars if the young people aren't backing up the product. Now, right now is a very dark time for Star Wars, I admit, but there is some good on the horizon. There are some good things coming out of there. And people shitting all over it just because Kathleen Kennedy is the head of Star Wars isn't productive for anybody. That's just my 2 cents.
True that.
Woo. Anyway, I'll hate to interrupt, but I think it's finally time to end my stream. Get some
Good night, everyone.
tie.
And now the end is near. Soon I'll face the final curtain.
So anyway, yeah,
Turn
thanks for
off
everybody.
your stream before you're charged by YouTube. That is certain.
Uh-oh. What, you had to end by a certain time or what?
No,
cut
for
you off
me
for, like-
singing My Way by Frank Sinatra.
Okay. Well, no, I just
wanna
want to say
get you in
thank you.
trouble.
Nah, that's all good. Yeah, just thank you everybody who showed up tonight. Appreciate it, and I will see y'all on my next stream. Thank you.
Take care, Black Phillip. Take